Chapter 121. Nyang Nyang. This subordinate found that there's a man living in the secret room of Wanfo Pagoda for 8 years. His name is Jin Shen, and he's already beyond cure. Yin Shue's appearance interrupted Yao Moen's thoughts. 8 years. Wanfo Pagoda is the imperial family's temple. They never accept secular disciples, and they don't let passers-by stay overnight. Without Yi Hongyi's orders, even the abbot doesn't have the authority to let anyone stay in Wanfo Pagoda. Did you find out that person's background? Yao Moen stroked Fluffy, her expression reserved. Replying, Master, this subordinate found out that Jin Shen once had a solemn pledge of undying love with the benevolent prince's daughter, the current concubine Da. After concubine Da entered the palace, that person seemed to have disappeared and never appeared in the martial world again. Everyone thought he was dead, but I didn't expect that he had been hiding in Wanfo Pagoda all this time. Also, when this subordinate was in Wanfo Pagoda, this subordinate met Imperial Physician Zheng and in Bingshan. Yin Shui reported everything she found out. Yao Moen was speechless. She suddenly looked towards Yin Shui, her eyes shining brightly. How did you do it in such a short time? Although the information was shocking, what shocked Yao Moen even more was that Yin Shui's ability to do things had far surpassed her imagination. Replying, Master, the reason the Yin clan's hidden guards are the leaders of the hidden guards is because other than Yin Shui and Big Brother, there are many clansmen who study tracking techniques who provide us with first-hand information. The Yin clan's information isn't any less than the Jianghu's all-knowing man. Yin Shui was already very modest. Heh, no wonder Yin Nanxing was willing to use the elements to trade for you. Oh right, you said you met Imperial Physician Zheng and in Bingshan at Wanfo Pagoda? Yao Moen returned to the main topic. Yes, and this subordinate heard in Bingshan instruct Imperial Physician Zheng to increase the dosage of Jian Chen's poison. Yin Shui always spoke the truth and never added her own subjective assumptions. In other words, Yi Hongyi knew of Jian Chen's existence from the beginning and secretly poisoned him. Xie Xiyin went to Wanfo Pagoda every month to pray for blessings. But in reality, she went to meet her lover? Most importantly, Yi Hongyi knew he was a turtle, but he endured it for 8 years and didn't fall out with Xie Xiyin. Interesting. Yin Shui, can Jian Chen still be saved? Yao Moen vaguely felt that there was something fishy about this matter. She needed to investigate it carefully. Master, Yin Shui is powerless, but Yin Nanxing can? Yin Shui answered with certainty. Yin Nanxing, go invite him over. Tell him that something big has happened to Yi Junqing. Yao Moen knew very well that if she didn't mention Yi Junqing, Yin Nanxing would never want to see her again. Yao Moen understood this very well. Yes. After Yin Shui left, Yao Moen held the swing with one hand and stroked Fluffy with the other as she sank into deep thought. When Yi Hongyi had just ascended to the throne, the older generation of princes had been very dissatisfied and had become restless. He had racked his brains over this, but couldn't come up with a good plan. The turning point of this matter was Xie Xiyin's entry into the palace. Ever since she entered the palace, the benevolent prince had done everything he could to resolve this internal problem. From what Yao Moen remembered, Xie Xiyin's monthly visits to the 10,000 Buddhas pagoda started 3 months after she entered the palace. Yi Hongyi had long since known about the mysteries of the 10,000 Buddhas pagoda, so it wasn't hard to guess that Xie Xiyin's entry into the palace was most likely a deal between Yi Hongyi and her. Given the benevolent prince's temper, even if Xie Xiyin didn't enter the palace, he definitely wouldn't let her marry someone other than the imperial family. This way, the two of them would both get what they needed. It could be considered a good plan. However, Yi Hongyi, you can't change your bad habit of burning bridges after crossing the river. Yao Moen's lips curved into a cold smile as her eyes lit up. Good news arrived 3 months after Li Qingqing entered the prime minister's residence. Yao Moen couldn't help but feel a little happy. She really hadn't misjudged. Li Qingqing really was restless. Your Highness, since Master has already drunk that thing, how could Madam? Tingyu realized that she had asked the stupidest question in her life. What do you think? Lu Xing, go find out who that child's father is. Remember, you can't make it public. You can't let anyone know. Understood? Yao Moen lifted her brows as she looked towards Lu Xing. She suddenly really hoped that the child in Li Qingqing's stomach would come into this world sooner. She also really wanted to know the limits of her father's tolerance. This servant understands. Lu Xing faithfully did everything for Yao Moen. Even though Yao Tu had hinted to him to persuade Master to let go of her hatred towards Master, Lu Xing knew that the current consort Yao was no longer the foolish third miss from back then. Once Master decided on something, no one could change her mind. Once Lu Xing left, Tingyu carefully moved closer to Yao Moen. Your Highness, the Imperial Kitchen's Qin Momo has come. The noon meal has already been prepared. Should this servant still take out the esteemed prince's meal and send it over? Ever since that day when Yao Moen had spilled a dish on Yi Junqing, it had already been 2 days since Yi Junqing had appeared in the main hall of Guan Osprey Palace. Go and prepare. This consort will go take a look in a bit. Yao Moen sighed inwardly. When she thought about it, she had indeed gone a bit overboard that day. However, if she hadn't done that, how would she explain Yi Junqing's anger to Yi Hongyi? When Yao Moen pushed open the door to the east wing, the silence inside made her a bit surprised. Yao Moen turned around and ordered Tingyu to stay outside while she walked in with the food box. Yao Moen lightly placed the food box on the side of the table and looked around with her watery eyes. The room was so simple that it was almost crude. There weren't too many furnishings. Aside from a table, chairs, and a tea set, there wasn't even a decorative bonsai. Was this what Yi Hongyi meant when he said that everything was prepared? Yao Moen couldn't help but feel a bit sad. Yi Junqing shouldn't have been treated like this. Yao Moen suppressed the sourness in her heart and slowly walked into the bedroom. The door wasn't closed, so Yao Moen easily entered the room. On the bed, that azure figure seemed to be sleeping lightly. When Yao Moen saw the embroidered quilt on the floor, she walked over to the bed with light steps and covered Yi Junqing with it. Almost at the same time, Yi Junqing suddenly jumped in and looked at the woman in front of him with shock and vigilance. What are you doing? Yi Junqing clutched the quilt to his chest and leaned back reflexively. This scene made Yao Moen extremely speechless. She was a woman. What could she do? You're sick? When Yao Moen noticed that Yi Junqing's handsome face was slightly red, she immediately took a step forward and asked this worriedly. Don't come over. Yi Junqing reflexively retreated as if Yao Moen, who was charging towards him, was a dreadful beast. Caught a cold? Why don't you call an imperial doctor? Yao Moen didn't care about Yi Junqing's warning at all. She immediately reached out to touch Yi Junqing's forehead. A burning sensation spread from Yi Junqing's forehead to Yao Moen's heart. It's so hot. Tingyu. When Yao Moen felt the burning temperature on Yi Junqing's forehead, she frowned and called out sternly, Your Highness. When Tingyu heard this, she hurriedly ran in. Hurry and call an imperial doctor. Have the most senior imperial doctor in the imperial hospital come to Guan Osprey Palace. Yao Moen's voice was cold and urgent. Tingyu didn't dare to ask anything and immediately turned around. However, Yi Junqing called her back. There's no need. Yi Junqing flung the quilt aside and angrily got off the bed. At the door, Tingyu looked towards Yao Moen with a troubled expression. Do you need this consort to repeat myself? Yao Moen's voice gradually turned cold. When Tingyu heard this, she immediately left the room and headed straight for the imperial hospital. This prince said there's no need. Even if he comes, this prince won't let him see. Yi Junqing looked towards Yao Moen angrily before walking out of the bedroom. Chapter 122. Moen naturally has a way to make you obedient. Yao Moen withdrew the sternness in her eyes, lifted her brows, and followed him out. Yi Junqing abruptly turned to look at Yao Moen disapprovingly. What? You don't believe me? Yao Moen's confident tone made Yi Junqing feel both infuriated and amused. If he wasn't willing, who could force him? Then let's wait and see. Right now, let's eat first. As Yao Moen spoke, she walked to the table and took out the food that was still warm from the food container. Yi Junqing, on the other hand, was leaning against the desk with his hands clasped behind his back. He looked like he wasn't going to eat, so what could she do to him? Imperial Physician Wang, over here. When Yao Moen heard Tingyu's voice from outside the door, she leisurely walked towards Yi Junqing. Her bright eyes swept over Yi Junqing's handsome face that was red from the cold. As long as you're obedient, Moen will naturally tell you the cause of Nurse Sun's death. When Yao Moen saw the astonished expression on Yi Junqing's face, she smiled slightly and returned to the table the moment Tingyu opened the door. This subject kowtows in salute to consort Yao, kowtows in salute to the esteemed prince. Imperial physician Wang, who came in, was already 60 years old, but his voice was deep and powerful. Quickly get up and take a look at him. See if he has some strange disease. If he infects my Fluffy and Jewel, I'll have His Majesty flog you. Yao Moen pointed at Imperial physician Wang with a childish expression as she shouted loudly, then glanced at Yi Junqing in disgust. As someone who had been in the palace for a long time, Imperial physician Wang naturally knew of Yao Moen's status in the palace. Even if she was a bit foolish, no one in the inner palace dared to ignore her words. Imperial physician Wang hurriedly got up and walked over to Yi Junqing. I'll have to trouble your highness to stretch out your hand. I'll take your pulse. Imperial physician Wang said humbly. Yi Junqing looked towards Yao Moen coldly as he silently pondered over the truth of Yao Moen's words. After about 5 minutes, Yi Junqing finally relented. After Imperial physician Wang finished his diagnosis, he immediately returned to Yao Moen's side to report. Replying consort Yao, the esteemed prince has only caught a cold and it's not serious. This subject will go back and write a prescription. After taking it for 3 to 5 days, his condition will improve. If your highness is truly afraid of infecting Fluffy and Jewel, you can isolate the esteemed prince from them for the next 2 days. Imperial physician Wang said respectfully, but he felt a bit upset inside. The esteemed prince was once an ambitious and ruthless hero who galloped through the battlefield, but now he had to avoid 2 animals. Although the hero hadn't reached the end of his road, he was already in such a miserable state. How could he not feel sad? Then why aren't you going? Tingyu, follow him as well and urge him to hurry up. After hearing that Yi Junqing only had a slight cold, Yao Moen finally relaxed. Right after Imperial physician Wang and Tingyu left, Yi Junqing shot towards Yao Moen like an arrow released from a bow. Nanny's son is really dead? How did she die? Yi Junqing believed that Yao Moen knew. Even though the Yao Moen he knew was snobbish and two-faced, Yi Junqing believed that this wasn't Yao Moen's true nature. As Ma Xin's younger sister, Yao Moen was worthy of his trust. Let's eat. Yao Moen's lips curved in a meaningful smile as she spoke in a light and breezy manner. You should know how important this is to me. Yi Junqing roared fiercely. Right now, having you eat is Moen's most important matter. Yao Moen remained calm and unmoved. You said that as long as I was obedient, you'd tell me the cause of Nanny's son's death. Yi Junqing reminded Yao Moen angrily. Being obedient isn't just limited to having Imperial physician Wang treat you. Yao Moen suddenly smiled mischievously. Yi Junqing was instantly infuriated. He glared at Yao Moen fiercely as he shouted out the 3 words that drove him crazy the most in his life. Yao Moen, ahem. Prince, don't worry. As long as Prince takes your medicine and eats on time, and as long as the Imperial physician diagnoses that Prince is fine, Moen will naturally tell Prince what you want to know. Now, eat. Yao Moen placed the food in front of Yi Junqing as gently as she could. At this moment, Yi Junqing finally felt defeated. Yao Moen's craftiness was unparalleled. In this world, if anyone tried to reason with her, that person would definitely be courting death. He was the best example. Thus, in order to find out the truth behind Nanny's son's death, Yi Junqing silently picked up the porcelain bowl and began to eat in large mouthfuls. In his eyes, the food was Yao Moen's sinister smile. At dinner, just as Yao Moen was about to point at the medicine on the table and order Yi Junqing to drink it, a gust of wind blew and that red dress suddenly descended in front of Yao Moen and Yi Junqing. Junqing, you're really sick? Is it serious? What medicine is this? Is there a problem? As soon as Yan Nanqing appeared, he circled around Yi Junqing and asked all sorts of questions. Yao Moen knew that he was feeling guilty. He had asked Liu Sha back for no reason, so it would be strange if Yi Junqing didn't bear a grudge. Just as Yan Nanqing was about to pick up the medicine to check, Yi Junqing acted as if he didn't see Yan Nanqing at all. He suddenly picked up the medicine and drank it in one gulp. What's wrong with him? Yan Nanqing didn't believe it at first, but he was worried about Yi Junqing, so he came over to take a look. In reality, he really didn't want to see Yao Moen ever again. Ever since he met this woman, the treasures of his Phoenix Feather Manor had been decreasing. His illness is beyond cure, and he urgently needs miraculous medicine. Yao Moen said concisely. Ahem. Ahem, ahem, ahem. Yi Junqing coughed violently when he heard this. He subconsciously glanced at Yao Moen and saw the word greed in those clear eyes. Is it really that serious? Yin Nanxing turned to look at Yi Junqing. Although he wasn't as energetic as he usually was, he didn't look like he was beyond cure at all. Ahem, 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 ahem. Just as Yin Nanxing's gaze landed on Yi Junqing suddenly started coughing violently and even seemed to be pounding his chest and stamping his feet. Little junior brother, don't scare me like that. Master said that we share the same fate. If you die, I won't be able to live either. Yin Nanxing looked towards Yi Junqing nervously, his expression slightly flustered. At the side, Yao Moen's left eyebrow lifted slightly. It was very clear that Yi Junqing was helping her put on an act. Why are you wasting so much time talking? Did you bring the thing? Yao Moen seized the opportunity to speak up and looked towards Yin Nanxing seriously. What? What thing? Yin Nanxing suddenly trembled and his right hand couldn't help but touch his chest. Yao Moen was very satisfied with this action. It seemed that the thing she wanted was on Yin Nanxing. Of course it's the miraculous medicine. Don't tell Moen that you came empty-handed. If that's the case, then this trip of yours would have been completely meaningless. Yao Moen glanced meaningfully at Yin Nanxing. What miraculous medicine do I have? Didn't he drink medicine just now? Yin Nanxing didn't seem to care and his hand on his chest tightened. Didn't you see his reaction after he drank the medicine? Forget it. Since even you don't care, what's the point of Moen worrying about this? Yao Moen stopped looking at Yin Nanxing and continued to eat. Is he really that sick? Or poisoned? Yin Nanxing carefully examined Yi Junqing. At this time, Yi Junqing was coughing so hard that he couldn't breathe. When Yin Nanxing saw this, although he wasn't sure, he still took out the 9 Revivals pill. This pill could definitely be called an immortal pill. It could cure 100 poisons and 100 illnesses. There were only 3 pills in the entire Phoenix Feather Manor. At the time, Inshui had given him a vague description, so he was afraid that something would really happen to Yi Junqing, so he brought one with him just in case. What are you doing? The moment Yin Nanxing took it out, Yao Moen's eyes lit up as she reached out. Chapter 123. How can he hold the pill in his current state? Yao Moen ignored Yin Nanxing's doubtful expression and immediately snatched the 9 Revivals pill from him. Then she turned her back to Yin Nanxing and walked over to Yi Junqing's side. She shook the pill in her hand lightly before returning to her seat. Ate it. Everything had happened too quickly. Yin Nanxing still felt like something was wrong. Of course, Moen isn't sick, so what's the point of having that lousy toy? Said Yao Moen angrily. When she returned to her seat, she had already hidden the pill in her sleeve. Lousy toy? Money can't buy it. Yin Nanxing looked towards Yao Moen with a pained expression. However, when he saw that Yi Junqing wasn't coughing anymore, he felt a bit better. Junqing, are you feeling better? Yin Nanxing slowly walked over to Yi Junqing and looked him up and down. Other than the fact that he wasn't coughing anymore, he didn't seem to have changed much. When he saw that Yi Junqing had no intention of talking to him, Yin Nanxing could only shake his head and leave. Inshui. Once Yin Nanxing left, Yao Moen immediately summoned Inshui and handed the 9 Revivals pill to her. Only after Inshui left did Yao Moen thank Yi Junqing. Who are you going to save? Yi Junqing couldn't help but ask curiously. Just a passerby, you don't know him. Yao Moen said this lightly, but inside, she hoped that the pill would be delivered in time. Jin Shun was a sharp weapon to expose Yi Hongyi's hypocritical face. If Yin Nanxing finds out that you used the 9 Revivals pill to save a passerby, he'll be so angry that he'll kill you, said Yi Junqing without exaggeration. If Yin Nanxing finds out that you worked with Moen to swindle away his treasure, will he commit suicide? Yao Moen's feminine smile was especially glaring to Yi Junqing. He questioned himself more than 1,000 times. Was this black-bellied woman really Ma Xin's younger sister? Really? Really? The night before Yi Hongyi arranged for Jin Shun to enter the palace, Yao Moen finally saw the man consort de Xiexin loved to the bone. His handsome face was especially pale. Even after taking the 9 Revivals pill, Jin Shun still looked extremely weak. Why did you save me? Jian Shan was dressed in plain clothes, and his hair was tied up with a silver crown. His cold eyes were filled with vigilance and hostility. Yao Moen didn't feel any gratitude towards the person who had saved her. If it wasn't for me, you would have already died. Are you willing to let someone break their heart for you? Yao Moen gracefully sat on the chair, her charming face covered by a black veil. Her jade-like fingers grasped a silver pick and lightly flicked the candle flame. I don't know what you're talking about. Jian Shun replied coldly. It's fine. I can remind you that the current emperor's concubine Da is a great believer in Buddhism. Every month, she goes to the 10,000 Buddhist pagoda to take a bath and pray for blessings. Every time she goes for at least 5 days and at most half a month. She's very devout. A clear voice rang out. Yao Moen could clearly see Jian Shen's expression change through the black gauze. What do you want to say? Jian Shen charged at Yao Moen, but Yin Shui pushed him back into the seat. You know best what I want to say. You've never doubted the malady in your body? Yao Moen looked at Jian Shen sternly as her voice grew colder. Speechless, Jian Shan wanted to use silence to resist. If you want Xie to end up like you can keep your silence. As Yao Moen spoke, she suddenly stood up. However, Jian Shan stopped her in the next second. Who exactly are you? What do you want? Jian Shen's eyes were cold as he spoke. I'm called Jing Xian. I want to save you and Xie. Yao Moen slowly sat back down. Her clear voice was like rain pattering on porcelain, each word clear. What do you know? Jian Shen's brows furrowed as he questioned coldly. Jing Xian only knows that no man can tolerate their woman's betrayal, especially when that person is the ruler of the world. Yao Moen hit the nail on the head. Every word she spat out was like a sharp knife, stabbing Jian Shen's heart. Xie is my woman. She's always been. Perhaps it was because he was too angry, but Jian Shen's body couldn't help but tremble and his face was deathly white. Your woman? Everyone in the world knows that she's Yi Hongyi's concubine Da. Who can testify for you? Yao Moen snorted disdainfully. Yi Hongyi is ungrateful. Back then, he personally promised me and Xie that as long as Xie was willing to enter the palace as a concubine and solve his problems, he would help us. I didn't expect. Jian Shan clenched his teeth, his knuckles cracking as he clenched his fists. I didn't expect that he would secretly poison you and try to kill you. It's just that I don't understand. It's been 7 years. Why did he choose to only act now? And you? Why didn't you expose him? Yao Moen had long since anticipated that Yi Hongyi and Xie would make this kind of deal, but there were some details that she still couldn't understand. That's right, it's been 7 years. That Yi Hongyi, who had just ascended the throne and was besieged everywhere, has long since become fully fledged. He doesn't need to fear anyone anymore. Adding on the fact that the benevolent prince's body is gradually weakening, he no longer has any misgivings. So in his eyes, there's no room for Jian Shan. Jian Shen's words made Yao Moen sigh. That's right. Wasn't she also a fully fledged sacrificial lamb for Yi Hongyi? Then why didn't you tell Consort Da? Yao Moen looked towards Jian Shen suspiciously. If I told her, it would only harm her. The person Yi Hongyi can't tolerate right now is me. After all, Xie is his benefactor. I think that as long as I die, he'll treat Xie well. Also, our matters can't be brought to light. Even if Xie finds out, she can only endure it. No one can help us, said Jian Shen bitterly. His heart was filled with endless sorrow. That's why I said you're really stupid and naive. Since you know that Yi Hongyi is sinister, cunning, and narrow-minded, you should have guessed that since he wants to kill you, he definitely can't tolerate the woman you meet up with every month. As a monarch, there's no way he won't take your matters to heart. The best evidence is that all these years, the two of you have never had children of your own. Yao Moen's words were undoubtedly one disaster after another for Jian Shan. You're saying he made a move against Xie a long time ago? His trembling voice was filled with extreme hatred. Jian Shen's eyes were scarlet red and his teeth were cold. Consort Da's ordnance palace has a carved red sandalwood square table. The craftsmanship is extremely exquisite, and the flying phoenix carved on the legs of the table is extremely lifelike. But did you know? Every tiny carving on the legs of that table contains musk powder. Because musk and red sandalwood smell similar, no one noticed it. However, Even the smallest amount of musk powder can't withstand Consort Da's constant exposure to it. The reason Consort Da's body is getting weaker and weaker is all because of the red sandalwood table Yi Hongyi had meticulously prepared for her. If Yin Shui hadn't discovered this secret, Yao Moen wouldn't have known that Yi Hongyi was actually so scheming. He actually thought of such a sinister method to deal with Xie Xiyin, who he owed a debt of gratitude to. That ordnance palace was specially built by Yi Hongyi for Xin 7 years ago. In other words, Jin Qin's weak figure couldn't stop trembling. His eyes were filled with anger. In other words, the moment Yi Hongyi agreed to make this deal with Consort Da, he already couldn't tolerate you two anymore. Yao Moen stated a cruel truth. But what can we do? What should we do? Jin Shen abruptly unclenched his fists and slumped dejectedly into the chair. So what if he was filled with hatred? They were facing the monarch, the most authoritative existence in this country. Go far away. Yao Moen's words were concise and comprehensive. Her clear eyes were filled with determination. Easier said than done. Yao Moen's suggestion was like a heavenly steed soaring through the sky to Jin Shen. It's very easy, as long as you're willing to listen to me. Yao Moen inwardly sighed in relief. In the end, she'd managed to convince Jin Shen. The rest would be much simpler. Chapter 124. I can promise you anything, but I have one condition. Yao Moen's words didn't bring Jin Shen any joy. In his eyes, no one could go against the imperial power, especially when the one sitting in front of him was a woman. Yao Moen was speechless as she waited for him to state his conditions. No matter what the result is, Jin Shen only hopes that you can protect Xiyin. Jin Shen enunciated each and every word clearly. These simple words were even more pleasing to Yao Moen's ears than vows of undying love. No matter what, Xie Xiyin was blessed. At the very least, there was someone in this world who loved her wholeheartedly. Her heart ached for a moment. Wasn't Yi Junqing also wholeheartedly devoted? It was just that at that time, she couldn't see. When she got back to Guan Osprey Palace, Yao Moen didn't even have time to stretch before she saw Yi Junqing arrive with a gust of wind. Imperial physician Wang has diagnosed that this prince's cold has already recovered. Tell me, how did Nurse Sun die? Asked Yi Junqing impatiently. His eyes were filled with hope. The moonlight tonight is really beautiful. Does Prince have any interest in accompanying Moen for a walk? Yao Moen lifted her brows and looked at the bright moon outside the window. When she thought back to the affection in Jin Chen's eyes when he mentioned Xie Xiyin, a trace of warmth suddenly welled up in her heart. Not interested. Yi Junqing refused resolutely. How did Nanny Sun die? Let Moen think carefully. Think carefully. What to do? I can't remember. Yao Moen looked towards Yi Junqing innocently. Is it that if this prince goes out with you, you'll remember? Asked Yi Junqing through clenched teeth. It's very likely. Yao Moen nodded firmly. Yi Junqing took a deep breath, then stormed out of Guan Osprey Palace. On this quiet night, a warm breeze blew gently. Yi Junqing ignored Yao Moen, who was behind him, and continued walking. His shadow was elongated by the moonlight as he walked along the cobblestone path. Before he knew it, he had arrived at the willow forest in front of Chengal Palace. Finally willing to turn back? When Yi Junqing turned around, he just happened to see Yao Moen standing behind him. She was gasping for breath as she rubbed her chest. You've walked far enough. Did you remember anything? When Yi Junqing noticed the beads of sweat on Yao Moen's forehead, he felt a little guilty. You really don't know how to be tender to the fairer sex. Don't you want to give me time to breathe? Yao Moen glanced at Yi Junqing, then turned to look at Chengal Palace. Chengal Palace, which had recorded the joys and sorrows of her life, was now like an old man with one foot in the grave. It stood there helplessly, waiting for its end. Sometimes, Yao Moen wondered why she, who had prided herself on being wise and far-sighted, hadn't been able to see through Yi Hongyi's true colors. At the time, she had always felt that she wasn't wise enough, but ever since she found out about Xie Xiyin and Jin Shen, she started to understand that Yi Hongyi's concealment was too good. Is it worth sacrificing so much for a woman who doesn't love you? It was true that Jin Shen was willing to give up his life for Xie Xiyin, but it was also worth it. At the very least, Xie Xiyin would return the favor. But what about Yi Junqing? He kept sacrificing, but what did he get in return? When you fall in love with someone, you'll understand that for just one moment of happiness for her, even if you have to give up your body or your life, it's all worth it. The night wind blew against Yi Juanqing's ink-black hair, causing it to draw beautiful arcs in the wind. Yao Mowen's heart was shaken and tears welled up in her eyes. Yao Maxin really is stupid. Why can't she see how good you are? Yao Mowen smiled bitterly. It's Junqing who isn't good enough. Yi Junqing gazed longingly at Chengal Palace, his eyes flickering with sorrow. Maxin, do you know how much Junqing misses you? Every day, every night, every moment. What can you do? What can you do even if you feel heartache? Nurse Sun was silenced because she saw an Bingshan scandal. Her corpse was buried under the wing of the former site of the cold palace. Yao Mowen's voice abruptly rang out. Her cold expression seemed to have frozen over. An Bingshan scandal? What scandal did an Bingshan have? Yi Junqing hadn't expected that Yao Mowen would tell him the cause of Nurse Sun's death so readily. Just as he was about to ask more questions, Yao Mowen's expression darkened, and she left with a swing of her sleeves. Yi Junqing knew that Yao Mowen's mood changed faster than the weather, so when Yao Mowen turned to leave, Yi Junqing resisted the urge to chase after her. Rather than being scolded for no reason, it was better to investigate the cause himself. The next day, when Jian Shun appeared outside Ordnance Palace as an inner palace guard, Xian was so happy that she couldn't contain herself. Jian Shun. Even though it was just a silhouette, Xian could immediately recognize that it was the person she had been thinking about day and night. When she saw her master run out of Ordnance Palace, Yu Chan immediately chased after her. This subordinate, Jian Shun, kowtows in salute to your highness concubine. Jian Shin's clear voice was filled with unconcealable excitement and delight. He cupped his fists in greeting as he stood respectfully in front of Xian. This consort has some heavy things that need to be moved. You can come in. Xian pretended to be calm as she spoke, then turned to return to Ordnance Palace. Jian Shin followed behind her respectfully. In the shadows, Yi Hongyi, who was dressed in a bright dragon robe, had his hands clenched into fists. His gaze was cold. Your Majesty, this old servant doesn't understand. Why didn't you just let Jian Shin die outside? That would have saved you the trouble? Asked An Bingshan carefully from behind Yi Hongyi. Only by letting Jian Shin die in front of Xian would she give up. Only by watching Jian Shin die would she lose all hope. At that time, we wouldn't even need to do anything. She might already be chasing after Jian Shin. What did Imperial Physician Zheng say? A cold and sinister voice rang out. Yi Hongyi's lips curved into a strange smile. Replying, Your Majesty, Imperial Physician Zheng said that Jian Shin's poison will act up tonight. As for Consort Da, if the medicine doesn't stop, she can still live for another half a year. Reported in Bingshan truthfully. Let's see how it goes. If she doesn't go with Jian Shin, then have Imperial Physician Zheng increase the dosage. We can't wait that long. Yi Hongyi harumphed coldly, then flicked his sleeves and left. Everyone who had wronged him had to die. Yao Mowen only walked out of the shadows after the yellow figure faded from her line of sight. Did you finish what I told you to do? Yao Mowen looked in the direction Yi Hongyi had disappeared in. Don't worry, Master. Tonight's operation is ready, replied Yin Shui respectfully. Yao Mowen was speechless, but a faint smile appeared on her face. As the wind blew past, the smile was blown away, leaving behind a frozen expression. The moment Jian Shin stepped into Ordnance Palace, Xian suddenly turned around and impatiently rushed into Jian Shin's arms. Jian Shin, are you all right? I was so worried that I wouldn't be able to see you again in this lifetime. Xian's jade-like fingers wrapped around Jian Shin's waist as she sobbed. At the side, Yu Chan naturally retreated out of Ordnance Palace and stood guard outside. Look at you. What are you crying for? Fortunately, His Majesty sent Imperial Physician Zheng over. I'm already much better. Jian Shin lovingly helped Xian up and wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes. For the sake of the woman he loved the most, he decided to compromise with that mysterious woman called Jing Xian. As long as it could save Xian, he was willing to take the risk. Moreover, he was already someone who was going to die anyway. It would be best if he could live, but it wouldn't be a pity if he didn't. That's right. You really are a bit better. It seems that His Majesty didn't go back on his word. He really did send an imperial physician to see you and even transferred you to the imperial palace. We have to thank His Majesty. Xiexin finally calmed down when she saw that Jian Qin's complexion had improved slightly. She felt even more grateful towards Yihongyi. Thank him. Jian Qin's heart sank slightly as a cold glint flashed through his eyes. Chapter 125. That's right. If it wasn't for His Majesty, we wouldn't be together at all. Cough, cough. Xiexin had only said a few words when she felt a bit out of breath. It's all my fault. I forgot that your body isn't well. I'll help you into the room to rest. Jian Chun restrained the coldness in his eyes and worriedly helped her into the room. As soon as he entered the inner room, Jian Chun noticed the red sandalwood table in the center. Just as Jing Xian had said, the table was carved meticulously and the legs were exquisite. I'm fine. I'll be fine after sitting for a while. Jian Chun, since you've already entered the palace, don't leave. From today onwards, we'll never be apart again. Xin won't be willing to part with you even for a single day. Xiexin pulled Jian Chun over to the table. Although her voice was weak, it was brimming with happiness. All right, I'll listen to you. Jian Chun poured a cup of tea for Xiexin. While Xiexin was drinking her tea, Jian Chun suddenly took out a silver needle from his sleeve and stabbed it into the leg of the table. Looking down, he was shocked to find that the needle had been dyed red. Even though he knew the truth, seeing it with his own eyes still made Jian Chun furious. Yihongyi, you're so cruel. Jian Chun? Xiexin called out worriedly after sensing Jian Chun's abnormality. It's nothing. I'll be leaving first. If I stay too long, I'm afraid I'll attract suspicion. I'll come back to see you when I'm patrolling the Ordnance Palace tonight. Jian Chun did his best to suppress the anger in his heart as he gently looked at Xiexin. That's fine. We'll have plenty of time in the future. As long as I know you're nearby, I'll be at ease. Xiexin stood up reluctantly and pulled Jian Chun back. After leaving the Ordnance Palace, Jian Chun found a secluded corner and punched the palace wall. Tears began to flow from his eyes. Just how much had Xiexin endured just to be with him? He owed Xiexin too much in this life. But Yihongyi, how much do you owe us? Since I, Jian Chun, don't have the ability to take revenge, I'm willing to become a stepping stone for others to take revenge on you. Good will be rewarded with good. Evil will be repaid with evil. Yihongyi, even if Jian Chun dies, I'll turn into a malicious spirit and watch as you receive your retribution. At dinner time, Yi Junqing didn't show up. Yao Moen knew that he was investigating in Bingshan. Fortunately, Lu Sha was secretly protecting him, so she wasn't worried. Thus, Yao Moen picked up her bowl and chopsticks, preparing to watch a good show after eating. Unfortunately, Yao Sulwan's sudden appearance interrupted her plans. Fortunately, she was just an audience member. Even if she didn't go, the show would still start. Wan, older sister missed you. As soon as Yao Sulwan entered the palace, she threw herself at Yao Moen. Her expression was sincere and flawless. Her acting was remarkable. What is second sister thinking of Wan? Was it the mouth? Or is it your heart? Yao Moen greeted him affectionately, her eyes full of smiles. The only reason why Yao Sulwan would play dumb the moment she walked in was because of Yihongyi. As expected, before Yao Sulwan could reply, Yihongyi had already walked in. Your Majesty, you've come to see Wan. Yao Moen subconsciously glanced at Yao Sulwan, then happily threw herself into Yihongyi's embrace. Although she'd missed the good show in Ordnance Palace, the show in Guan Osprey Palace seemed to be interesting enough, Yao Moen thought. That's right. Wan made Jin yearn for you. If Jin doesn't see Wan for a day, Jin can't sleep. Don't you think you deserve to be punished? Yihongyi casually pulled Yao Moen into his arms and lightly scratched her delicate nose. His eyes were filled with pity. In the entire inner palace, this was the only place where his heart could be at peace. Yihongyi would occasionally laugh at himself. His inner palace was actually this unbearable. The only person he could trust was this idiot. But that's not Wanner's fault. Your Majesty is yearning for you. Second sister is also yearning for you. If both of you want to punish Wanner, then Wanner is so pitiful. Yao Moen pouted as she abruptly buried her head into Yihongyi's embrace. Huh. Zhen's Wanera. Yi Hongyi felt helpless at Yao Mowen's actions. When he turned to look, he finally saw Yao Suwan, who was standing timidly at the side. Consort Li is also here? Yi Hongyi's voice instantly grew colder, his gaze as sharp as a blade. Your Majesty, Suwan just misses Wanner. So I came to see Wanner. If your Majesty doesn't like Suwan will return right now. Yao Suwan subconsciously retreated a few steps, her expression fearful. However, when she saw that Yi Hongyi didn't say anything, she immediately turned around. What a good move of loosening the reins only to grasp them better. In Yi Hongyi's embrace, Yao Mowen's lips curved into a cold smile as she silently cursed. As expected, the moment Yao Suwan stepped out of Guan Osprey Palace, Yi Hongyi spoke. Since you've come, let's eat together. Yi Hongyi's voice was still so cold that it made people tremble. Unfortunately, Yao Suwan didn't hear it. Can Suwan? Yao Suwan nervously leaned against the palace door as she timidly looked towards Yi Hongyi. Why can't I? Second sister, quickly come over. Yao Mowen looked towards Yao Suwan with interest, her heart filled with emotion. That day, she colluded with Yi Hongyi to get rid of her, but what did she get in the end? Wasn't she still abandoned by Yi Hongyi? During the entire dinner, Yi Hongyi continuously put food in Yao Mowen's bowl. Even Fluffy, who had strolled over, received his favor. Yao Suwan was the only exception. Countless thorny vines seemed to grow out of her heart, piercing her body until it was drenched in blood. Yao Suwan felt like she was chewing wax. It was hard to swallow. Yi Hongyi, you're really blind. Could it be that you can't see how terrifying the woman sitting next to you is? She's a devil. She's here for revenge. If you continue to spoil her, you'll definitely be consigned to eternal damnation. But how was she supposed to say these words? How was she supposed to make Yi Hongyi believe her? Second sister, are you all right? Your hand is trembling. Yao Mowen paid attention to every detail of Yao Suwan's and inwardly knew that she must be enduring very hard. I'm fine. Yao Mowen nervously looked towards Yi Hongyi as she stammered. You're afraid of Shin? Yi Hongyi's sword-like brows were tightly furrowed as he looked towards Yao Suwan suspiciously. Even though Yao Suwan had sunk to the bottom of the lake that day, Yi Hongyi still didn't believe that Yao Suwan had truly gone stupid. The reason why he didn't investigate further was because there were some things that Yi Hongyi felt he couldn't let Yao Suwan die before he confirmed them. Otherwise, with his personality, people who knew too many of his secrets would either become his trusted aides or become ghosts in hell. Suwan isn't afraid of your majesty. I just feel that I've let your majesty down. Yao Suwan finally got the chance to talk to Yi Hongyi and immediately put her acting skills to good use. Why? Yi Hongyi lifted his brows as he looked towards Yao Suwan. Suwan wasn't able to catch the 7-colored fish for your majesty. Yao Suwan mimicked Yao Mowen and replied somewhat vexed and wronged. If you weren't able to catch it, then continue. Yao Suwan's words almost made Yao Suwan rush over to strangle her to death. Wanner is right. If you're truly sincere, Zhen can wait. Yi Hongyi sighed lightly, then got up and patted Yao Suwan's shoulder. Wanner, Zhen still has some memorials to read through, so Zhen will return to the imperial study first. Zhen will come back later. If you're tired, then go to sleep first. After Yi Hongyi warned her, he strode out of Guan Osprey Palace. Even after he left, he didn't look at Yao Suwan once. Tingyu leave. Yao Suwan glanced at Tingyu after Yi Hongyi walked far away. Tingyu understood and immediately left Guan Osprey Palace, closing the door tightly behind her. Yao Suwan, you did this on purpose. The moment the palace door closed, Yao Suwan suddenly stood up and glared at Yao Suwan angrily. Second older sister, aren't you afraid that His Majesty will suddenly return? Yao Suwan leisurely leaned against the rattan chair and looked towards the furious Yao Suwan. A trace of disdain flashed through her heart. As expected, the moment Yao Suwan spoke, Yao Suwan reflexively looked towards the palace door. Chapter 126. Don't worry, if His Majesty comes back, Tingyu will report. Huh. Yao Mo-wan was clearly teasing her. Yao Mo-wan, don't be too happy, one day you'll take away everything Mo-wan has? His Majesty? Favor? or the position of the head of the inner palace. Yao Suwan, have you been pretending to be stupid for too long that your brain isn't working well? It's not like you didn't feel His Majesty's attitude just now. Even if you're a yes man, even if you bow and scrape, even if you pretend to be crazy, anything is fine. His Majesty just isn't interested in you. Do you know why? Yao Mo Wan's voice carried a bit of helplessness. Why? Yao Su Wan kept thinking about this question, but couldn't get an answer. Because His Majesty doesn't like Mo Wan because he likes idiots. You got it all wrong. So no matter how you pretend to be crazy or stupid, His Majesty won't like you. If you're smart enough, you'd better find a chance to wake up. Otherwise, Moen really wants to see what a 7-colored fish looks like. Yao Moen played with her fingernails as she spoke unhurriedly. You don't like His Majesty at all. You entered the palace for another purpose, right? Yao Su Wan had enough of Yao Mo Wan's tricks and glared at her fiercely. Why would second older sister think that? Waner likes His Majesty. His Majesty dotes on Waner so much. Waner really can't not like him. Yao Mo Wan's lips curved slightly. When the smile on her face fell into Yao Su Wan's eyes, it was as sinister as a devil from hell. You're lying. You entered the palace for revenge. Yao Mo Wan had mentioned Yao Mo Xian a few times intentionally or unintentionally, especially the matter with Bai Mei. Yao Su Wan thought about it carefully later. Since Bai Mei was someone Yao Mo Wan found to trick her, then she naturally knew that she brought Bai Mei to the cold palace to exorcise the ghost. Revenge? Revenge against who? The beautiful smile suddenly disappeared. Yao Mo Wan stood up with an icy expression and walked step by step in front of Yao Su Wan. The coldness emanating from her body caused Yao Su Wan to subconsciously retreat. Revenge against the person who killed Yao Mo Xian. Yao Su Wan swallowed hard. No matter what, she had to find out how much Yao Mo Wan knew today. Oh, big sister was killed by someone? Then Moen has to go tell His Majesty. Yao Moen suddenly understood and immediately turned around. However, she was pulled back by Yao Su Wan at lightning speed. You're crazy. Yao Su Wan cried out in alarm. The hand that was holding Yao Moen's hand trembled uncontrollably. If Yao Moen went to tell His Majesty right now, then she would undoubtedly die. Why is Waner crazy? Eldest sister died from a difficult birth. Everyone knows that. Now second older sister is actually saying that eldest sister was killed by someone. So what's wrong with Waner asking Your Majesty to investigate? Yao Moen looked towards Yao Su Wan innocently, burying the hatred in her heart. If you tell His Majesty, you'll be the first to die. Yao Su Wan clearly knew that Yao Moen was playing dumb, but there was nothing she could do. Furthermore, if she told the truth, she would definitely not have a good ending. Really? Then Moen really wants to try and see if the first to die will be Moen or second older sister. Yao Moen snorted coldly, then abruptly shook off Yao Sulwan's hand and strode towards the palace gates. Don't! Yao Sulwan suddenly pounced over to grab Yao Moen. Perhaps because she was too anxious, Yao Sulwan lost her footing and fell to the ground. However, her hands still struggled to hold onto Yao Moen's ankle. TSK. Second older sister for better or for worse, you were once an influential imperial Gue Fei in this palace. How could you not pay attention to your own image? Looking like this, is there any difference between you and a dog wagging its tail and begging for pity? Tingyu, come in. Yao Moen lowered her eyes to look towards Yao Sulwan. Her charming smile was as bright as a spring flower. Yao Sulwan's blood rushed up and her face was completely red. Just as she was about to climb up, Yao Moen stepped on her wide sleeve embroidered with rich and noble peonies. Your Highness Consortly, what are you doing? Tingyu knew very well why her master had let her in and immediately cried out exaggeratedly. Then, she hurried over to Yao Moen's side. Still spacing out, quickly helped second older sister up. Ben Gong can't accept such a big greeting. Yao Moen snorted coldly and then lifted her feet to let go of Yao Sulwan's sleeve. Yao Moen, you'll regret treating Ben Gong like this. You. Yao Sulwan's eyes spat fire as she warned through clenched teeth. However, when she met Yao Moen's ice-cold gaze, her words instantly choked on her throat. Second older sister, have a safe journey. Forgive me for not sending you off. Yao Moen suddenly restrained the coldness in her eyes and smiled brightly. Yao Sulwan suddenly felt that the woman standing in front of her was simply a demon. No matter how hard she tried, she still couldn't guess what she was thinking. However, there was one thing that Yao Sulwan could be sure of, and that was that Yao Moen had come for revenge. She had to get rid of this woman. When Yao Sulwan's figure faded from her line of sight, the smile on Yao Moen's face suddenly disappeared. Yao Sulwan, do you know that I've always regretted it? How could I have treated you so wholeheartedly back then? Your Highness, before His Majesty left, he said that he would be back in 2 to 4 hours. This servant will order the imperial kitchen to prepare some pastries. Tingyu spoke respectfully. Just as she was about to turn around, she was stopped by Yao Moen. There's no need. You can go and rest. Yao Moen took a deep breath and waved her hand to dismiss Tingyu. Although Tingyu was confused, she didn't dare say anything and immediately withdrew. Yao Moen only lazily walked over to the chaise lounge when the palace doors were tightly shut. She reached out and picked up Fluffy. Looking at the time, the show at Ordnance Palace had just started. As for Yi Hongyi, he would be busy in a bit, so how could he possibly go to Guan Osprey Palace? The moonlight shone brightly and the night was quiet. Jian Shan went to Ordnance Palace as promised, but this was the inner courtyard of the Imperial Palace, so Xie Xin didn't dare let Jian Shan stay for long. Jian Shan, did His Majesty arrange a place for you to stay? Xie Xin reluctantly sent Jian Shan out of the main hall and unwillingly let go of her lover's arm. Don't worry, everything is fine. We really should thank His Majesty. Xin, from today onwards, we won't be apart anymore. Under the moonlight, Jian Shan's eyes were covered in dust, and his voice was trembling slightly. I will naturally repay His Majesty's kindness. On the other hand, your body has only just gotten better, so you mustn't tire yourself out. Xie Xin slowly walked Jian Shan to the palace doors. She still wanted to leave, but Yu Chan pulled her back. Your Highness, this place is enough. If you go out again, I'm afraid it won't be appropriate, reminded Yu Chan carefully. Xin, I'm leaving first. I'll come see you tomorrow. Jian Shan's Adam's apple bobbed up and down as his expression turned sorrowful. Fortunately, it was nighttime, so Xie Xin didn't sense anything wrong with Jian Shan. At this time, Xie Xin was thinking that if she had known what would happen next, she would have sworn that she wouldn't have let go of Jian Shan's arm even if she had to die. He was the only man she loved in this world. Jian Shan stood silently at the palace doors. He only turned around when Yu Chan helped Xie Xin back into the main hall. In a split second, the thrum of a sword pierced through the air and several figures appeared around Jian Shan with a swish. The sound of weapons clashing could be heard. Xie Xin rushed out of Ordnance Palace when she heard it. When she saw the 4 black-clothed men fighting Jian Shan, Xie Xin's heart skipped a beat and she rushed over recklessly. Your Highness, be careful. Yu Chan didn't dare to let her master get close. She immediately grabbed onto Xie Xin with all her might. At this moment, the patrolling guards heard the commotion and rushed in from outside Ordnance Palace. However, they were too late. The black-clothed men attacked viciously. Jian Shan was outnumbered and was struck in the chest. Chapter 127. Jian Shan. Xie Xin's pupils constricted as she screamed. Under the moonlight, Jian Shan's miserable face looked towards Xie Xin's direction. His lips curved into an indecipherable smile as blood spurted out of his chest. His body fell to the ground like a drifting leaf, and he was no longer breathing. Catch the assassin! Catch the assassin! The Imperial Guards had already rushed over and were fighting with the black-clothed men. When 2 of the guards saw Jian Shan, they immediately lifted him up and left Ordnance Palace. Don't take him away. Jian Shan, let me go. Xie Xin's eyes were bloodshot as she screamed hysterically. However, no matter how she struggled, Yu Chan held onto her waist tightly and dragged her back to Ordnance Palace. Let me go. I want to go find Jian Shan. Xie Xin's tears flowed like a flood. She pushed Yu Chan away and charged towards the palace gates, but Yu Chan was blocking the entrance. Jian Shan's injured. He's injured. Get out of the way. Xie Xin roared as she yanked at Yu Chan, but Yu Chan held on tightly to the door, allowing Xiexin's fists to rain down on her body. Your Highness, you can't go now. Once someone finds out about your relationship with Jin Chun, none of you will be able to live. Yuchan can't just watch as you throw your life away. Yuchan said sorrowfully, but her gaze was resolute. If Jianchen dies, what's the point of this consort living? Get out of the way. Slap. Xiexin slapped Yuchan's face, leaving a clear imprint on it. As long as your highness doesn't kill Yuchan, Yuchan won't get out of the way. Blood seeped out of the corner of Yuchan's lips, but she continued to block the palace gates like a boulder. She knew very well that if her master were to see Jianchen, regardless of whether he was dead or alive, their relationship would be exposed. At that time, even if the emperor didn't want to punish them, he wouldn't be able to stop the public from gossiping. Why? Why is it like this? We've only just gotten together. Yuechan, I'm so scared. Do you think Jianchen will? Xiexin collapsed to the cold ground as tears streamed down her face. That won't happen. Jianchen is blessed by the heavens. He'll definitely be fine. Don't be like this, lady. Jianchen will be fine. Yuchan immediately knelt on the ground when she saw Xiexin's terrified expression. She hugged Xiexin and tried her best to comfort her. Under the moonlight, Yin Shui's figure appeared and disappeared like a ghost. At this moment, she was pouring a bottle of powder where Jianchen had fallen. Inside Guan Osprey Palace, Yao Moen gently stroked Fluffy as she glanced out the window from time to time. The moonlight shone brightly, and the shadows of the trees danced in the wind. However, in her current state of mind, she really couldn't care less about this beautiful scenery. Master, this subordinate has finished. When Yin Shui landed in front of Yao Moen like a gust of wind, Yao Moen finally let out a sigh of relief. Where is Jianchen? A short period of pain had been exchanged for a long period of happiness. Although Yao Moen could guess that Xiexin was feeling extremely heartbroken right now, she guaranteed that she would make it up to Xiexin. He's already been sent out of the Imperial Palace. Although his injuries are serious, with the 9 revivals pill protecting his heart, his life won't be in danger, said Yin Shui truthfully. You've worked hard. Go and rest. Yao Moen nodded slightly, then put down Fluffy. She should also get a good sleep. There were still a lot of things waiting for her. In Ordnance Palace, Xiexin held Yuchan's hand tightly as tears streamed down her face. Yuchan, no matter if Jianchen is dead or alive, don't lie to this consort, all right? Xiexin's voice became even more hoarse when she saw Yuchan return from asking around. Nyang Nyang. Yuchan choked as tears welled up in her eyes and her lips trembled uncontrollably. Is it Jianchen? No, this consort wants to see Jianchen. Even if it's for the last time, this consort wants to see him. Yuchan's silence confirmed Xiexin's suspicions. She had seen that sword pierce through his chest with her own eyes, but she didn't dare admit it. She didn't believe that Jianchen would leave her to suffer alone in this world. Nyang Nyang. Jianchen's corpse has already been sent out of the Imperial Palace. You won't be able to find him. Yuchan sobbed as she wrapped her arms tightly around Xiexin's waist. This consort will find him even if he has to go to the ends of the earth. In life we live together. In death we die together. Xiexin roared madly as she pushed Yuchan away. Just as Xiexin reached the palace gates, she bumped into Yihangi who was walking in hurriedly. Xin, where are you going? Yihangi grabbed Xiexin with both hands and forcefully pulled her back into the bedroom. When Yuchan saw Yihangi appear, she endured the pain and retreated. I want to see Jianchen. Get out of my way. Xiexin's eyes were bloodshot as she kicked at Yihangi in an attempt to break free. We've already asked. Jianchen is already dead, and his corpse has already been sent out of the Imperial Palace to be cremated. How are you going to see him? Yihangi grabbed onto Xiexin with all his might. Impossible. How could Jianchen bear to abandon me? How could he die? Your Majesty. Why? Why were there assassins in the Imperial Palace? Why did they want to kill Jianchen? Tell me. Tell me. Xiexin's tears streamed down her face as she grabbed onto Yihangi's clothes. I'm sorry. We didn't think that something like this would happen either. Xin, we've let you down, but it's already happened. You have to accept it. No matter what, we will find the true culprit, and take revenge for Jian Chun. Yi Hongyi wanted to know who those black-clothed people were and why they wanted to kill Jian Chun even more than Xie Xin. If they hadn't messed things up, Jian Chun would have died from poison tonight. At that time, all he had to do was have Imperial Physician Zheng explain the cause of Jian Chun's death to Xie Xin and the matter would be over. But now that something like this had happened, he didn't know how much time he would have to waste. Your Majesty, Xin begs you, have them bring Jian Chun back. I want to see him one last time. All right? I beg you. Xie Xin finally gave up struggling and knelt in front of Yi Hongyi. Tears streamed down her face as her heart ached to the bone. Xin, it's not that we don't want to help you, but you should know that if the matter between you and Jian Chun is exposed, even if he's already dead, he won't be able to escape the fate of having his corpse whipped. As for you, how will we treat you? Yi Hongyi suppressed his anger as he consoled her in a low voice. I don't care. I just want to see Jian Chun one last time. Your Majesty. Xie Xin fiercely tugged on Yi Hongyi's imperial robe as she begged with tears in her eyes. Enough. Where do you all put our face? Yi Hongyi finally reached his limit and roared angrily. When he felt Xie Xin's shocked gaze, Yi Hongyi quickly retracted the coldness in his eyes and slowly bent down to help her up from the ground. Don't worry, we will properly take care of Jian Chun. When the time comes, we will arrange for you to pay respects at his grave. Xin, you have to believe us. Our hearts ache even more than yours when something like this happened. We still remember that in order to help us back then, you sacrificed your own happiness. Now that Jian Chun is no longer here, we will treat you well. Yi Hongyi pulled Xie Xin into his embrace, his deep eyes suddenly turning cold. This woman couldn't be allowed to live. The restless night finally passed. Early in the morning, Yao Moen had just finished eating breakfast when she saw Yi Hongyi hurriedly walk in. Your Majesty, Waner waited for you for so long last night. Yao Moen lightly tugged on Yi Hongyi's robe as she spoke in an aggrieved tone. It's precisely because we wanted Waner to wait for an entire night in vain that we came to apologize to Waner early in the morning. How was it? Did you sleep well last night? Yi Hongyi pulled Yao Moen to sit at the table. He still felt that it wasn't enough, so he just pulled Yao Moen onto his lap. It wasn't good without your Majesty to accompany me. Yao Moen pouted as she acted spoiled. Haha, we promise Waner that we won't lie to Waner anymore, all right? Yi Hongyi lightly pinched Yao Moen's nose as he said dotingly. Chapter 128. Waner believes your Majesty's words. Yao Moen nodded firmly before shoving a piece of pastry into Yi Hongyi's mouth. Why don't I see Junqing? Yi Hongyi had been here for a while, but Yi Junqing didn't appear. He got angry when Waner flipped the plate that day, so he's been angry with Waner for the past 2 days. In any case, Waner doesn't like to see him, so she had Ting Yu send his portion to the East Wing, said Yao Moen lightly. So it's like that. Waner, Consort Da hasn't been in a good mood these past 2 days. Can you accompany her in our place? Yao Moen hadn't expected this request from Yi Hongyi. Even if Yi Hongyi hadn't asked, she would have tried to find a chance to get close to Xie Xin. She hadn't expected Yi Hongyi to know her intentions so well. Who's Consort Da? Waner doesn't want to accompany her, muttered Yao Moen as she moved out of Yi Hongyi's embrace. But we really don't have time to accompany her. Just take it as us begging Waner, all right? Yi Hongyi pulled Yao Moen back and coaxed her softly. All right, Waner will do whatever your Majesty tells Waner to do. But can your Majesty promise Waner one thing? Yao Moen looked towards Yi Hongyi. What is it? Yi Hongyi lifted his brows towards Yao Moen. Get Yi Junqing out of here. He's so annoying. Yao Moen sighed and shrugged before returning to her seat. Yi Hongyi couldn't help but laugh when he saw how sad Yao Moen was. Yao Moen stood silently outside Ordnance Palace. The reason Yi Hongyi had sent her to Ordnance Palace to accompany Xie Xin was so that she could keep an eye on her every move. If he sent another consort over, it would definitely arouse Xie Xin's suspicions. Only a fool would make everyone let down their guard and let down their guard. Ting Yu, what is this? Wah, I'm scared. The moment she stepped into Ordnance Palace, Yao Moen suddenly saw a pool of blood on the left side of the palace doors. There were many dead bugs and even 2 small green snakes. Your Highness, don't be scared. They're all dead. Don't be scared. Yao Moen rarely told Ting Yu or Lu Xing about her decision because she felt that Ting Yu and Lu Xing had the ability to judge for themselves. In reality, they didn't disappoint her. Right at this moment, the doors of Ordnance Palace's main hall opened, and Yu Chan hurried over to Yao Moen. "What are you all doing?" Yu Chan spoke solemnly, her eyes filled with hostility. She hadn't seen Yao Moen since she came back, so it was reasonable that she didn't recognize her. The emperor asked Wan to accompany sister concubine Da, but what happened here? How could there be so many dead insects? How scary. Yao Moen deliberately raised her voice as she glanced towards the main hall. "You are Imperial Consort Yao?" This servant Yu Chan kowtows in salute to noble consort Yao. Even though Yu Chan hadn't seen her before, she had at least heard about Yao Moen. The woman in front of her was dressed like a noble consort, and she called herself Wan, so she was most likely His Majesty's most favored consort Yao Moen. "Don't kneel. The ground is so dirty. There's blood, dead worms, dead snakes." "Ting Yu, I don't like this place." Yao Moen gently pulled Ting Yu to leave. "Your Highness, don't be afraid. They're already dead. It's fine," comforted Ting Yu. Right at this moment, Xie suddenly ran out of the main hall. Her steps were weak and her body was staggering. Her originally beautiful face was now filled with black eyes and a haggard expression. It had only been one night, but Xie seemed to have changed into a completely different person. Yao Moen felt a bit guilty, but she had only done this so that Xie could personally expose Yi Hongyi's hypocrisy. In reality, her happiness had always been there. Where are the dead worms? When Yu Chan saw Xie run out, she immediately went to help her up. At this moment, Yao Moen pointed at the worm corpses on the bloodstains. "It's here? There really are quite a few. Sister concubine Da, are you guys using poison to drive the worms away?" Yao Moen looked towards Xie seriously. At this moment, Xie didn't even look up at her. She was just staring blankly at the bloodstains on the ground. "Your Highness, this servant will help you back. Your Highness, concubine Yao, please come inside." The moment Yu Chan saw the worm corpses, she knew that the situation wasn't good. She really wanted to pull Xie back, but Xie shook her off. "Why did they die?" "Yu Chan, why?" Xie's gaze turned icy. "Your Highness, calm down. Your Highness, concubine Yao is still here." Yu Chan looked towards Xie worriedly. "It's because there's poison in the blood, so it poisoned them to death. This is chicken blood, right? When I was at home in the past, I've seen Gao Momo use this method to drive away worms," explained Yao Moen. "There's poison in the blood? How could there be poison in the blood? How could there be poison in Jianchen's blood?" Yao Moen's voice sounded like thunder in Xie's heart. "Your Highness, how could you let concubine Yao stand outside?" Yu Chan rushed over to Xie's side and held onto Xie's wrist tightly as she whispered, "Your Highness, no matter what happens, please wait until Consort Yao leaves. You should know why His Majesty sent Consort Yao over." Yu Chan's persuasion was effective. At this moment, Xie was like a soulless puppet. She allowed Yu Chan to support her as they walked into Ordnance Palace. Yao Moen was also invited in. For the entire day, Xie sat on the bed like a wooden statue. No matter what Yao Moen said or did, she didn't react. She only thought back to what Yao Moen had said. "There's poison in the blood. Big sister concubine Da, the things you have here are so beautiful. Wan has never seen such beautiful table legs before." Yao Moen held the red sandalwood table leg like a child, her eyes filled with envy. The table leg is bleeding. Ting Yu, quickly come look, the table leg is bleeding." Yao Moen left the table in a fluster, her eyes filled with fear. On the bed, when Xie heard the word blood, she immediately rushed over to Yao Moen. She saw that Yao Moen's hand was covered in red powder. "It's all this servant's fault. I forgot to have someone from the Ministry of Internal Affairs come over to paint this table yesterday. Perhaps the paint wasn't dry yet, so your Highness's hand got stuck to it. This servant knows her wrongs." When Yu Chan saw the red powder in Yao Moen's hand, she immediately found an excuse to cover it up. "Oh, it's fine. Ting Yu, let's return to the palace. I'm hungry." Yao Moen shrugged, then turned around and left Ordnance Palace with Ting Yu. Xie had seen everything she wanted Yao Moen to see. That was enough. The second after Yao Moen left Ordnance Palace, Xiexin suddenly knelt in front of the table leg and grabbed it with one hand. When she opened her palm, she saw that her hand was covered in the same powder as Yao Moen's. Your Highness, this servant will call Imperial Physician Zheng over right now. Yu Chan turned to leave, but Xiexin called her back. Yu Chan, don't go find Imperial Physician Zheng, go find Dr. Li from the prince's residence. Also, clean up those bug corpses outside and bring them to Dr. Li. Have him determine what poison those bugs died from. Be careful of the Li Palace. Don't let anyone find out. As Xiexin spoke, she gathered the powder in her hand onto a piece of shin paper, then wrapped it up and handed it to Yu Chan. Xiexin endured her bone-piercing grief and spent the entire day thinking about everything. Jin Shan had left Jianghu 7 years ago, so it was impossible for him to have any enemies. Why did those 4 black-clothed men surround and attack him? And why was his blood so poisonous? Why was there red powder on the table leg? There were too many inconceivable things, too many unimaginable things. Yi Hongyi, you mustn't disappoint Xin. Chapter 129. That night, in a run-down temple in the eastern outskirts of the imperial city. How is Xin? Is she all right? When he saw Yao Moen standing in front of him, Jian Shun endured the pain and got up, but was stopped by the child next to him. Don't get up. I came to tell you that Xiexin is fine. She was just too sad. Yao Moen felt a lingering fear when she saw the blood seeping out of the white gauze. If something had happened to Jian Shun, she would owe Xiexin for the rest of her life. Why didn't you tell her directly? Jian Shun frowned as he looked towards Jing Xian in confusion. There are some things that can only be experienced personally. It's impossible to understand what it means to be deeply engraved in one's heart just by listening to other people's words, especially since she trusts Yi Hongyi so much. Even if you told her personally, she might not believe you. You should rest well. In less than a month, Jing Xian will definitely return a whole Xiexin to you. At that time, you guys can go far away and won't have to live in secret anymore, said Yao Moen indifferently before turning to leave. After not seeing Yi Junqing for 2 days, Yao Moen suddenly missed him greatly when she saw him again at the dining table. Did you hear about the disappearance of the 2 palace maids in the department of drugstores? Although she was busy plotting Xiexin's matter, Yao Moen was constantly thinking about Yi Junqing. Lu Sha would report Yi Junqing's whereabouts to Yao Moen every night. So no matter how secretive Yi Junqing was, she knew everything. And Bingshan is worse than a beast. This prince really doesn't understand why His Majesty would allow someone like him to live until now. Every time he thought about what Bingshan had done to those 2 palace maids, Yi Junqing felt the urge to kill. So when Bingshan was bullying those 2 palace maids, you knocked him out and sent them out of the imperial palace? How could Yao Moen not know how repulsive Bingshan was? She also remembered how Bingshan had given Yi Junqing the poison wine in the esteemed prince's residence. There had to be a reason why Bingshan was favored by Yi Hongyi. She wanted to know the reason. Revenge wasn't just taking his life. If that was the case, who knew how many times Yi Hongyi would have died already? Since you already know, then why are you asking this prince? Yi Junqing didn't care. And Bingshan is still useful if he's alive. Don't interfere with his matters in the future. Yao Moen's tone didn't allow for discussion and sounded more like an order. He's useful to you, but he's useless to this king, this prince. Just as Yi Junqing was about to retort, and Bingshan's unique sharp voice suddenly rang out, "This old servant greets consort Yao and prince." And Bingshan walked over to Yao Moen with a fawning expression and presented a golden box embedded with various gems with both hands. What is this? So beautiful. Yao Moen pretended to be shocked, but in reality, she already felt that this box was very familiar. Back then, when Feng Yihan gave her the jade hairpin, he used this box. Replying consort Yao Nyang, "This is a gift that Prince Qi specially sent to return to your highness. He also said that Fluffy's baby is doing very well, so your highness doesn't have to worry." And Bingshan carefully handed the gold box to Yao Moen and respectfully waited. Who's Prince Qi? Yao Moen looked towards Bingshan suspiciously. As she spoke, she moved in front of Yi Junqing to block his murderous gaze. Look at this old servant. How could I forget to tell you that the crown prince of Qi Feng Yihan, who came a while ago, has already become Prince Qi, reported in Bingshan truthfully. So it's that crown prince of Qi. He's really considerate. Yao Moen clasped the gold box happily and couldn't bear to part with it. Exactly. His Majesty even praised Your Highness for helping him turn the tables. This old servant is going back to report. And Bingshan realized that he'd let the cat out of the bag, so he immediately turned to leave. Why are you blocking this prince? Once Bingshan left, Yi Junqing shouted angrily at Yao Moen's actions. What else could I do? And Bingshan isn't an idiot. He's already secretly investigating the person who ambushed him. If he finds out that it was you. Yao Moen lifted her brows and deliberately paused. So what if he finds out? This prince is afraid of him. Yi Junqing snorted. Moen, let me give Prince a word of advice. It's better to offend a gentleman than to offend a lowly person. He's not as easy to talk to as Moen. Yao Moen returned to her seat absent-mindedly and stroked the gold box. Sooner or later, this prince will make him die without a complete corpse. Yi Junqing swore. Feng Yihan is truly impressive. In less than a month, he was actually able to topple Prince Qi and Feng Duo. He must have put in a lot of effort in the past 20 years. Yao Moen sighed ruefully, then took out a dazzling and gorgeous hairpin from the gold box. Immortal Phoenix Tail Hairpin? Yao Moen looked at the hairpin in shock. Her eyes shone brilliantly, and her heart was filled with astonishment. This hairpin had a long history. It was said that an ancient god had used nephrite, coral jade, ghost bloodstone, and phoenix stone to make it for his wife. It had been passed down ever since and had a history of 1,000 years. Why would that bastard Feng Yihan give you this? Yi Junqing frowned as he muttered quietly. He had naturally heard of the origins of the immortal phoenix tail hairpin. It was said that the love between that god and his wife was stronger than gold, and that they were unwavering. In the end, both of them died in the ancient war between gods and devils. Because this hairpin was stained with the blood of that god and his wife, it had gained a special spirituality. According to the history books, all the women who wore this hairpin married the person who gave it to them. Moen didn't risk her life to help him in vain. Yao Moen stroked the hairpin lovingly, then happily inserted it into her hair. Ahem. This prince agrees that I won't interfere with Bingshan's matters anymore, but you have to agree to one condition. Yi Junqing suppressed the strange irritation in his heart and looked towards Yao Moen. And let's hear it. Yao Moen was in a great mood. Give that stupid hairpin to this prince. Yi Junqing enunciated each and every word clearly. When Yao Moen heard this, she froze for a moment, then her lips curved. Moen didn't hear wrong, right? Prince is trying to get something for nothing. Just how precious is this hairpin? Even 10,000 Bingshans wouldn't be able to get it. It doesn't matter what Prince wants to do with Bingshan. Moen won't be able to do anything about it. Yao Moen was playing hard to get. In her eyes, Yi Junqing was so important that even 10,000 immortal phoenix tail hairpins couldn't compare. How precious is it? This prince will add another 1,000 taels of gold. Yi Junqing raised the price fiercely. For some reason, just looking at Yao Moen swaying that hairpin gave him a headache. Does Prince think that Moen lacks money? She had just swindled 1,000 taels of gold from Yin Nansheng, and with the money from Mangyo, she really wasn't that tight on money. Then what do you lack? Asked Yi Junqing. 9 revivals pill. Yao Moen enunciated her words clearly. Ahem. Shouldn't you find someone else to swindle? That thing is even more important than Yin Nansheng's life. You've already swindled one out of him. Is that still not enough? Yi Junqing was extremely speechless. That was why he said that good things absolutely couldn't be seen by Yao Moen. Otherwise, the consequences would be unthinkable. Yin Nansheng was the best example. Moen doesn't really want it that much. Since Prince feels that it's too difficult, then forget it. Yao Moen lifted her jade hand and played with the immortal phoenix tail hairpin in her hair. She circled around Yi Junqing a few times before walking back into the inner room. Xie Xian was rather shocked when Yu Chan appeared in Ordnance Palace with Li Yong in tow. Chapter 130. Your Highness, Dr. Li said that it is necessary to personally take your pulse, said Yu Chan solemnly after closing the palace doors. This old man kowtows in salute to concubine Da. Xiexin helped Li Yong up as he bent over. Dr. Li, there's no need to be so polite. You've watched Xin grow up. Now, other than you, Xin really doesn't know who else she can trust. Tell me, did those bugs die of poisoning? Also, what's with the red powder? Xiexin pulled Li Yong to the table and asked impatiently. Your Highness, don't be anxious. Let this old man take your pulse first. Li Yong's expression was solemn as he placed his hand on Xiexin's wrist. At the side, Yu Chan's eyes were filled with worry as she anxiously looked at her master. After a short while, Li Yong slowly withdrew his hand and revealed a worried expression. Dr. Li, how is Her Highness's health? Yu Chan asked nervously. Li Yongbai's brows were tightly knit as he asked, May this old man ask Her Majesty, where did that red powder come from? It's here. Xiexin hesitated for a moment before pointing at the table leg. Li Yong immediately bent over and stroked the edges of the table leg with his rough palm. Then, he placed his hand under his nose. Your Highness. Li Yong stood up and stood beside Xiexin, hesitating to speak. There's no harm in speaking your mind. No matter what the outcome is, I'm already prepared. Even if Li Yong didn't make this trip, Xiexin would have already guessed it. However, she needed evidence. Otherwise, she wouldn't believe her suspicions. Your Highness, this is saffron powder. Although it's hidden within the red sandalwood, the smell will still seep out. It's just that because of the smell of the red sandalwood, no one will notice it. Just now, this old man took her ladyship's pulse. The reason why her ladyship's body is so weak is mainly because she has been exposed to this smell for many years. Apart from that, the Empress was also poisoned by a poison similar to those insects. It was called 7 leaves, and it was an extremely slow-acting poison. Fortunately, Your Highness has not been poisoned too deeply. When this old man returns, I will naturally prescribe an antidote for Your Highness. It's just that this table can't be broken. Now, this old man doesn't dare to guarantee that her ladyship won't have a chance to conceive. Her ladyship, why are you in such a terrible situation now? I'll go back and report this to His Highness right now. I'll stand up for you and drag out those concubines that harmed you. Li Yong spoke furiously, and his eyes were filled with heartache. No, Dr. Li, promise this consort that you can't let royal father know about this. Xiexin did her best to suppress the raging waves in her heart as she begged. But Li Yong looked at Xiexin awkwardly. Don't worry. Since I know what they're up to, I'll be careful. Imperial father's health isn't good, and this consort can't bear to see him worry about this consort. Xiexin's eyes were brimming with tears as she spoke in a choked voice. This old man only knew that once you entered the palace, it would be as deep as the sea, but I didn't expect that it would be so treacherous inside. It's been hard on Your Highness. If Your Highness had... Li Yong sighed sorrowfully. Xiexin knew what he wanted to say. If her father had agreed to Jian Chen's proposal, then she wouldn't have ended up in such a miserable state. Dr. Li, this consort wants to know, since 7 leaves is a slow-acting poison, how long will it take for it to be fatal? Xiexin wanted to understand the whole story. She had to understand it. That's hard to say. It depends on the dosage. It could be as long as 10 years, or as short as half a month. May this old man be so bold as to ask, how did those bugs die? Li Yong's voice was low and his brows were tightly knitted together. They drank a person's blood. Xiexin didn't have any misgivings in front of Li Yong. Then that's it. If this old man's guess isn't wrong, that person must have been poisoned by 7 leaves for at least 7 years. During those 7 years, that person must have suffered quite a bit. Li Yong sighed fiercely. Even if Li Yong didn't say it, Xiexin knew that Jian Chen's occasional stomachaches, palpitations, and even coughing up blood were all caused by 7 leaves. This consort understands. Yu Chan, send Dr. Li back. Xiexin clenched her fists tightly as she did her best to maintain a calm expression. Only after Yu Chan sent Li Yong out did Xiexin suddenly stand up. Her eyes were scarlet red as she abruptly flipped the red sandalwood table in front of her, causing the tea set to shatter into countless pieces. Yi Hongyi, you beast. Why? Why are you doing this to me? Ah. Xiaxin's tears streamed down her face as she turned around and tugged at the blue curtains with all her might. The shreds of silk fluttered in the air in a desolate manner. Yuchan had expected that her mistress would be agitated, so after leading Li Yong out of the palace, she hurriedly ran back. Fortunately, Yuchan returned just in time to stop Xiaxin from rushing out of Ordnance Palace. "Your Highness, don't be agitated. The matter hasn't been thoroughly investigated yet. If you rush out like this, it'll only make things worse." Yuchan closed the door tightly and hugged Xiaxin's slender waist tightly. "How else are we supposed to investigate? Yi Hongyi had that table specially made for this consort 7 years ago. The saffron inside was definitely his idea. As for Jian Shen, besides him, no one else knows that Jian Shan is in Myriad Buddha Pagoda. He actually hates this consort and Jian Shen so much. His killing intent has been aroused since 7 years ago. How could Yi Hongyi be like this? In order to help him stabilize his position, how did this consort help him? How could he be so cruel and unscrupulous? Why? Why?" Xiaxin roared madly as she cursed loudly. Tears flowed down her cheeks and soaked through her clothes, chilling her heart. "Your Highness, please calm down first. Even if all of this is true, His Majesty won't admit it without any proof. He might even harm you because you saw through his ploy. No matter what, you need to endure it." Yuchan had already guessed a few things from the moment she discovered that Jian Shen's blood was poisoned. "Even if this consort dies, I'll drag him down to hell with me. This consort wants him to kneel in front of Jian Shen and atone for his crimes. Let go." In a moment of desperation, Xiaxin bit down on Yuchan's wrist. If Jian Shen was still alive, he definitely wouldn't allow your Highness to commit suicide like this. The one in the wrong isn't you. So why did you have to die? Yuchan endured the pain in her wrist as she did her best to comfort her. Could it be that Jian Shen was wrong? Why did he have to die? Xiaxin wailed in grief. "That's why your Highness has to live even more. Only by living can you take revenge. Only by living can you take revenge." Yuchan didn't seem to have any intention of letting go of her wrist. Xiaxin's heart suddenly trembled. She finally gave up struggling and leaned against Yuchan's chest. That's right. Only by living could she take revenge. She had to live. "Your Highness, listen to this servant. His Majesty definitely used 7 years to plan all of this because he was afraid of you. Otherwise, why would he go through so much trouble? Since His Majesty is afraid of you, you should make good use of it. Instead of rushing out to argue with His Majesty, why don't we take our time to think things through? That way, we can take revenge for Jian Shen and we won't lose our lives here." Yuchan clenched Xiaxin's shoulders tightly as she spoke each word firmly. How could he be so heartless? "Back then, we agreed that I would help him get Royal Father's help, and he would grant me and Jian Shen a lifetime of love. But why did he do this? Why?" Xiaxin's tears fell like rain. Even now, she still couldn't believe that the gentle Yi Hongyi in front of her actually harbored such a cruel heart. "Your Highness, since ancient times, emperors have always been heartless. Perhaps we shouldn't have trusted him from the start." Yuchan wiped away Xiaxin's tears as she spoke. Her heart ached for Mistress. In order to be together with Jian Shen, Mistress had suffered so much. But in the end, it was all just an illusion. How cruel was the heavens? Why didn't they have a chance? So those 4 black-clothed men were definitely sent by Yi Hongyi. He couldn't wait for Jian Shen's poison to act up, but he also couldn't bear to see Jian Shen appear in front of him. "Yi Hongyi, this consort is irreconcilable with you." Xiaxin's tearful eyes were covered in frost as she gnashed her teeth. Chapter 131. Your Highness. Yuchan looked up worriedly when she felt Xiaxin's body tremble. "He killed the person this consort loved the most. This consort has to return the favor. I heard that the person he dotes on the most is that idiot from Guan Osprey Palace?" asked Xiaxin slowly as a cold light flashed through her eyes. "Your Highness, we can't be too hasty. We need to take our time to think about this. This consort doesn't have time to think about this. This consort will naturally return the pain Yi Hongyi has caused this consort twice over. Once everything here is settled, this consort will go find Jian Shen." This consort can't bear for Jianshun to wait for too long. Tears streamed down Xiexin's face once more as she sobbed. In the end, she fainted and was helped back to the bedroom by Yuchan. As expected, Xiexin was decisive. After a few days of planning, she sent a plate of poisonous pastries to Yao Moen's table. She looks like a smart person. How could she do something so stupid? Yao Moen couldn't help but shake her head as she looked at the pastries on the table. As expected, Xiexin's way of thinking is different. Yin Shui agreed with Yao Moen. Now that Xiexin knew the truth, she should know that her enemy was Yi Hongyi. Even if she didn't do anything to Yi Hongyi, she should at least not let Imperial Physician Zhang, who had poisoned Jianxian, get away with it. However, she pointed the spearhead at her master. It seems that I still need to give her some pointers. This consort will see her tonight. Go prepare. Yao Moen took a deep breath and dismissed Yin Shui. Tingyu, get rid of the pastries, called Yao Moen after Yin Shui left. However, the one who entered was Yi Junqing. What's wrong with the pastries? They look very appetizing. Yi Junqing was dressed in a blue robe. He had sharp brows and bright eyes. He was clearly in a good mood as he walked over to the table and reached for the pastries. There are crane's crown red and fallen goose sand in this. If Prince is interested in these two, you can try them, said Yao Moen. Poisonous? Who are you planning on doing this time? Yi Junqing instinctively withdrew his finger and looked towards Yao Moen. Can't Moen be the one who was poisoned? Yao Moen was very dissatisfied with Yi Junqing's reaction. Someone would poison you? You've truly lived enough. Yi Junqing sighed from the bottom of his heart, then took out a pill and handed it to Yao Moen. 9 Revivals pill? How did you get it? Yao Moen looked at the pill in Yi Junqing's hands in astonishment, her eyes sparkling like stars. Take out the immortal phoenix tail hairpin in exchange. When Yi Junqing saw Yao Moen extend her hand, he immediately withdrew his hand and said solemnly, Tingyu, go to the inner chamber and bring me the hairpin, Yao Moen said impatiently. Behind her, Tingyu immediately jogged into the inner room. A moment later, she handed the immortal phoenix tail hairpin to Yao Moen. Actually, what do you need this hairpin for? Yao Moen lifted her brows as she looked towards Yi Junqing after exchanging for the 9 Revivals pills. None of your business. When Yi Junqing saw how Yao Moen handed the hairpin to him without any hesitation, he felt indescribably refreshed. Yi Junqing, it looks to me like you're beyond cure. Do you know how precious that pill is? You're actually using it to exchange for a lousy hairpin? Yin Nanxing's sudden appearance caught Yi Junqing off guard. Yao Moen, on the other hand, slowly sat down after putting away the 9 Revivals pill as if she was watching a show. Ahem. I've already exchanged it, so what should I do? Yi Junqing suddenly shrugged and acted like a rascal. Give me the hairpin. Yin Nanxing didn't care whether Yi Junqing was willing or not. He strode over and snatched the hairpin from his hands, then walked over to Yao Moen. I'll exchange with you. Yin Nanxing opened his hands with a solemn expression. Yao Moen had never seen Yin Nanxing with such a solemn expression before. Of course, even without a smile, Yin Nanxing was still extremely beautiful. At this moment, Yao Moen was smiling faintly. She raised her clear eyes and looked towards Yin Nanxing innocently. No matter how good the immortal phoenix tail hairpin is, it still has a price, but the 9 Revivals pill is priceless. It's not like I'm Yi Junqing. Yao Moen was stating a fact, so her last words were filled with ridicule. Speechless, Yin Nanxing let out a heavy sigh. Then the corners of his lips curled up, revealing a devilish smile that was enough to turn all living things upside down. Then he walked behind Yao Moen and personally placed the immortal phoenix tail hairpin into Yao Moen's hair bun. What are you doing? Yi Junqing looked towards Yin Nanxing in astonishment. It's very obvious, isn't it? Yin Nanxing spread his hands and looked towards Yi Junqing with raised brows. That's this prince's. Yi Junqing was infuriated. Yours? The 9 Revivals pill is mine, so what you exchange for is naturally mine as well. Now that I'm giving my thing away, it's only right and proper. Moen, don't you agree? Yin Nanxing was just trying to anger Yi Junqing. He was actually trying to trick him over a lousy hairpin. Did he not know how worried he had been when he found out that he was beyond cure? That makes sense. Yao Moen nodded slightly as her eyes curved. Yi Junqing practically stormed out of Guan Osprey Palace. As Yin Nanxing watched Yi Junqing's figure fade out of Guan Osprey Palace, the smile on his face suddenly disappeared. He then walked in front of Yao Moen with a solemn expression. If there's a day when you're no longer a noble consort, you can go become a bandit, suggested Yin Nanxing sincerely. You were the one who personally put this hairpin on Moen, reminded Yao Moen out of goodwill. Yin Nanxing choked speechlessly and stormed out just like Yi Junqing. The night wind was warm, and the crescent moon hung like a hook. When Yao Moen appeared in Ordnance Palace, Xie Xian was waiting for news. Who are you? Xie Xian subconsciously took a few steps back when she saw the black-veiled Yao Moen. Her gaze was as cold as ice. There's no need to wait. Yao Moen isn't dead. Without the red sandalwood table, the inner room seemed a bit empty. Yao Moen found a chair to sit down on and looked straight at Xie Xian. You know everything? Perhaps it was because Xie Xian was already prepared to die for love, but she wasn't too afraid of Yao Moen who had suddenly appeared. Right now, the thing she wasn't afraid of the least was death. The main culprit behind this situation is Yi Hongyi. Why do you want to harm an idiot who doesn't know anything? Yao Moen had always been puzzled by this question. Because Yi Hongyi cares about that idiot. If she dies, Yi Hongyi's heart will ache. Xie Xian suppressed the panic in her eyes and shouted angrily. What kind of logic is that? Yao Moen expressed her confusion. Who exactly are you? What are you doing here? If you've come to threaten this consort, then you've come for nothing, said Xie Xian coldly. There's a good saying, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. You and I have the same goal, so I have no reason to threaten you. Look at this. Do you recognize it? As Yao Moen spoke, she took out half a jade pendant and handed it to Xie Xian. Chapter 132. This is Jian Qin's jade pendant. How did it end up in your hands? Xie Xian took the jade pendant and immediately recognized its owner. Naturally, he was the one who told me that Jian Qin didn't die. Yao Moen told the truth. Hatred could make people lose their rationality, and she needed Xie Xian's rationality. That's impossible. This consort saw that sword pierce through his chest with my own eyes. Furthermore, his corpse was already disposed of by Yi Hongyi. You're telling this consort that Jian Qin didn't die? How can this consort believe that? Xie Xian gripped the jade pendant tightly as tears rolled down her cheeks. Even if she didn't believe it, Yao Moen could clearly see the anticipation in her eyes. You should recognize his handwriting. Yao Moen had already expected that Xie Xian wouldn't believe her, so she handed over the letter she had prepared. Xian, I'm fine, Jian Qin. When Xie Xian saw the 7-petaled plum blossom on the letter, she gripped the letter with one hand and covered her mouth with the other as tears streamed down her cheeks. Even if I can imitate his handwriting, I don't know the meaning of the plum blossom. You can still find someone to verify the ink and then deduce when this letter was written. This is all I can prove. If you still don't believe me, then there's no need for us to continue talking. For a moment, Yao Moen envied Xie Xian. Although she had experienced heart-wrenching pain, it was just a nightmare. She hadn't lost the love of her life. As for Zhong'er, he would never come back to life. I want to see Jian Qin. Xie Xian wiped away her tears excitedly and rushed over to Yao Moen. However, Yin Shui suddenly appeared and stopped her. If I could let you see him, would I still need to say so much? Yao Moen sighed. It wasn't that she was heartless, but now really wasn't the time. What do you want? I'll agree no matter what condition it is. Xie Xian couldn't contain her joy the moment she confirmed that Jian Qin was still alive. No matter what, it was good that he was alive. Yi Hongyi married you in order to obtain the benevolent prince's trust. Now you should know that he isn't worthy of anyone's trust, nor is he worthy of the support of the older generation's princes. Yao Moen's voice was cold and her eyes were as deep as an ancient well. You want this consort to expose his hypocrisy? Why? Who are you? Xie Xian stared at Yao Moen, her heart filled with countless questions. Don't you want to? The fact that Jian Qin hadn't died could only be attributed to Jian Qin's luck. It didn't change the fact that Yi Hongyi was vicious and merciless. This pill is called the 9 Revivals pill. It has the effect of bringing the dead back to life. I believe you will find it useful. As for who I am, you just have to remember that I'm called Jing Xian. Yao Moen placed the 9 Revivals pill in Xie Xian's hands, then glanced at Yin Shui. Before Xie Xian could react, Yao Moen had already left Ordnance Palace. As the wind rose and fell, everything returned to normal. If it weren't for the 9 Revivals pill in her hand, Xie Xian would have thought that she was dreaming. Jing Xian, you're right. Just because Jin Shun didn't die doesn't mean that Yi Hongyi isn't guilty. Don't worry. This consort won't disappoint this 9 Revivals pill of yours. Xie Xian slowly tightened her grip as her lips curved coldly. Right at this moment, Yu Chan rushed in from outside the palace. Your Highness, this servant saw Guan Osprey Palace's Ting Yu throw away the pastries. It's a good thing we did it discreetly, so they won't be able to find us even if they investigate. However, if they want to make a move, they'll have to wait for the right time. Reported Yu Chan solemnly. There's no need. The crime isn't Yao Moen's. There's no reason for her to die. Yu Chan, call Imperial Physician Zheng over to this consort tomorrow. This consort should properly thank him for taking such good care of Jian Chan. Xie Xian sat quietly at the table with a cold expression. Your Highness. Yu Chan walked forward worriedly when she sensed Xie Xian's abnormality. Does it still hurt? I'm sorry. This consort didn't do it on purpose. Xie Xian lowered her gaze and saw the 2 rows of deep teeth marks on Yu Chan's wrist. Her eyes misted up. Success was all because of Xiao He. Failure was also because of Xiao He. Yi Hongyi, back then, you used Xian to gain the trust of the older generation of princes. Now, Xian wants to get back at them. Imperial Physician Zheng had died a very tragic death. It was already 2 days later when he was discovered. According to Ting Yu's description, when Imperial Physician Zheng was dragged out of the well, his entire body had rotted, and he was beyond recognition. If it wasn't for the medicine box next to him, no one would have been able to recognize his identity. Yi Hongyi placed great importance on this matter and ordered a thorough investigation. Yao Moen knew that Xie Xian had already begun to take action, which made her feel very gratified. Master, Yi Hongyi has already obtained conclusive evidence that Xie Xian poisoned Imperial Physician Zheng. As soon as the court session ends, he'll take action, reported Yin Shui solemnly. This consort believes that Xie Xian won't just sit and wait for death. Let's wait a little longer. Yao Moen's hand that was stroking Fluffy slowly stopped as her eyes turned cold. Right at this moment, Ting Yu rushed in through the palace gates. Your Highness, something has happened in Ordnance Palace. Her Highness Consort Da has hanged herself, reported Ting Yu anxiously. Yao Moen was startled when she heard this. Yin Shui was also shocked. It's a good thing. Yin Shui, withdraw. Ting Yu, come with this consort to Ordnance Palace. Yao Moen happily set down Fluffy and walked out of Guan Osprey Palace. When Yi Hongyi, who had just gotten out of court, heard this news, he was stunned for a very long time before he reacted. How could she have possibly committed suicide? Yi Hongyi's brows were tightly furrowed as a cold, bloodthirsty light shot out of his eyes. Ever since Bingshan found out the cause of Imperial Physician Zheng's death, Yi Hongyi knew that Xie Xian knew everything. She was taking revenge. Since she was taking revenge, how could she have only killed Imperial Physician Zheng? She should know who the mastermind was. Replying, Your Majesty, this news came from a eunuch in Ordnance Palace. It can't be wrong. Without your decree, no one would dare to touch Her Highness Consort Da's corpse. Her Highness Consort Da is still hanging from the beam, reported Bingshan as he bowed. Idiot. Hurry up and have someone put her down. Forget it. We'll go personally. You go to the palace gates and block them. Do your best to delay the benevolent prince. Xie Xian could die anyway, but she couldn't commit suicide. Yi Hongyi's eyes darkened as he swallowed hard. Then, he quickly walked towards Ordnance Palace. Although Bingshan understood His Majesty's intentions, the benevolent prince's temper wasn't something he could stop. It would be fine if he did well, but if he didn't, he might even lose his life. Thus, Bingshan randomly sent a eunuch to guard the palace gates while he followed Yi Hongyi. When Yao Moen arrived, Ordnance Palace was already surrounded by a crowd of eunuchs and palace maids. Everyone couldn't help but stick their heads out to look inside. Yao Moen found a quiet corner and watched coldly. Scram! Yi Hongyi shouted angrily. instantly scaring these palace maids into scattering. Only a few palace maids and eunuchs who served outside Ordnance Palace remained. They trembled as they knelt there, not even daring to breathe too loudly. "Your Highness, why did you commit suicide? Even if you've been wronged, His Highness will help you. Why did you have to take things so hard?" Inside the main hall, Yu-chan was kneeling in front of Xie, tears streaming down her face. "Someone come. Bring Consort Da's corpse down." The moment Yi Hongyi entered, he saw that Xie was hanging from the beam of the main hall. Her face was purple and her limbs were hanging limply. She had stopped breathing a long time ago. "All of you, go away. You're not allowed to touch my Highness. Your Majesty, how has Her Highness wronged you? You want to force her to death like this?" Yu-chan crawled up from the ground in grief and indignation. She stood in front of the guards and glared angrily at Yi Hongyi. Chapter 133. Nonsense. Someone, drag Yu-chan out and beat her to death. After hearing Yu-chan's question, Yi Hongyi was even more certain that Xie already knew everything. In the end, he was still a step too late. If he could sentence her to death for poisoning the imperial physician, things would be much easier to handle. Right now, he could only kill Yu-chan to silence her so that there would be no evidence left. "Let me go. Your Majesty, you're so cruel. How does the Empress treat you? How could you be so heartless? You are utterly devoid of conscience." Yu-chan howled hysterically, crazily pushing aside the imperial guards that tried to capture her. "Execute him on the spot." Yi Hongyi's expression darkened as he roared fiercely. When the guard heard this, he was about to draw his sword when he was suddenly stopped by a deep and powerful voice. "Let me see who dares. My daughter, my daughter." Everyone looked over and saw an old man in his 60s rushing into Ordnance Palace, his clothes disheveled. He pounced on Xie corpse, his cries causing the entire palace to tremble. Xie was the cornerstone of Chu country. He was also a senior figure of the Chu country and a relative of the emperor. He had spent his entire life on the battlefield, and he didn't even bat an eyelid even when his bones and flesh were being torn apart. Now that he saw the corpse of his daughter, he couldn't help but cry his heart out. "Your Highness, you have to seek justice for the Empress. It was the Emperor. It was His Majesty who forced her ladyship to her death." When she saw Xie appear, Yu-chan instantly knelt on the ground and howled in grief. "Yue-chan, don't talk nonsense." Yi Hongyi never expected that Xie would come so quickly, nor did he expect that Yu-chan would be so crazy as to say everything. If she said it, Xie's reputation would also be ruined. "Speak. Why did my daughter commit suicide? What did she suffer?" Xie deep voice rang in everyone's hearts like a death knell, causing their eardrums to hurt. Even though he was the emperor, Yi Hongyi was still rather fearful of Xie, especially the older generation of princes and princes. Most of them were generals who had gone through thick and thin with Xie and followed his lead. If it weren't for the fact that he had received news that Xie was critically ill, he wouldn't have been in such a hurry to attack Jianshan and Xie. But now, it seemed that Xie was even tougher than him. How could Yi Hongyi know that this was all Yao Moan's work? "Your Highness." Ever since her ladyship entered the palace, the emperor seemed to treat her ladyship with respect on the surface, but in reality, not only did he hide saffron in Ordnance Palace, he even poisoned her ladyship. The imperial concubine wholeheartedly wanted to give birth to a child for His Majesty, so she drank countless tonics. How much effort had he put in? In the end, sob, her ladyship couldn't figure it out, so she felt hopeless. "Your Highness." Her Highness died with regret. Yu-chan prostrated herself in front of Xie and wept bitterly. "Saffron? Poison? Yi Hongyi, how dare you?" Xie white brows were tightly creased, his eyes bloodshot. He turned around to charge at Yi Hongyi, but was forcefully stopped by the guards around him. "How audacious, Yue-chan. How dare you frame me? When did I poison Concubine Da? How could there be saffron in this room?" On the other hand, Concubine Da relied on Zheng's favor and treated human life like grass. That imperial physician Zheng was killed by you and your servant. The evidence is conclusive, yet you still want to deny it. Yi Hongyi roared in shock. That's right. Imperial physician Zhang was poisoned by this servant, because this servant personally saw him put 7 leaves in her ladyship's tonics. The amount was so large that it was enough to take her ladyship's life. Your Highness, this servant isn't lying. Dr. Li of the Prince residence had secretly diagnosed her ladyship. Not only had her ladyship been poisoned for many days, because she had inhaled the smell of saffron for a long time, she could no longer bear children. Yuchan shouted loudly, then stood up from the ground and strode into the inner room. She pulled out the red sandalwood table, then picked up a chair and smashed the table leg in front of everyone. Due to the heavy impact, the saffron powder hidden in the table leg sprayed into the air, and a thick herbal smell filled everyone's noses. Your Highness, this is the evidence. Before her ladyship died, she told this servant that His Majesty was afraid of the Xie family's power, so he wasn't willing to let her bear the dragon seed. Her ladyship also said that it was to help His Majesty. But this servant never expected that her ladyship would walk on this path of no return. Her ladyship, how could you bear to abandon Prince? How could you bear to abandon this servant? Yuchan wailed hysterically as tears rolled down her face. Yi Hongyi, is this how you treat this old man's daughter? This is how you treat her ladyship. This old man will definitely get revenge for her ladyship today. Xie Zhong used all his strength to shake off the guards clamped onto him, but perhaps because he was too angry, Xie Zhong's vision went black and he collapsed. The moment Xie Zhong fell, 5 flashes of light appeared around Xie Zhong, blocking the guards outside. Who are you? Yi Hongyi had originally wanted to kill Xie Zhong while he was unconscious, but he hadn't expected that Xie Zhong would bring people with him. We are the hidden guards of the benevolent prince residence. We are only loyal to the benevolent prince. As the black-clothed person spoke, he had already lifted Xie Zhong up. Their figures flashed, and before Yi Hongyi could react, they had already left Ordnance Palace. Preposterous. This is simply disgraceful. In the end, Yi Hongyi was still the monarch of the world. How could he not be angry at being ignored like this? At this moment, Yi Hongyi's eyes rolled with a dense darkness, and his gaze shot straight at Yuchan. Come, drag Yuchan out and execute her. Yi Hongyi was practically roaring. Yuchan knew that her mission was complete. Even if she died, it would be worth it. Just as Yuchan was about to die, Yin Shui's figure flashed, and she rescued Yuchan from Ordnance Palace. Rebel, you're all rebelling. Throw Xie Xin's corpse into the mass grave. Throw it right now. Yi Hongyi flipped out. 2 living people had been rescued right in front of him. His dignity as a monarch had been completely destroyed. How could he not be angry? He was especially worried that Xie Xin had fallen out with the benevolent prince. In the corner, Yao Moan nodded slightly. She was very satisfied with this show. Xie Xin truly was worth teaching. This move was ruthless. Just as Yao Moan was about to return to Guan Osprey Palace, she suddenly saw Yao Sulwan glaring at her with a pair of leopard-like green eyes. This is your conspiracy. The whole thing was planned by you. Am I right? Yao Sulwan questioned in a low voice. That's right. It was all my doing. Hurry and tell His Majesty. He just so happens to be angry right now. He might really order me to be executed. Yao Moan's cherry lips curved slightly as she walked in front of Yao Sulwan. Her slender eyes blinked as she continued. She blinked her slender eyes and continued, however. It's hard to say whether His Majesty will believe you or not. Oh, I almost forgot. Second older sister is an idiot right now. His Majesty wouldn't listen to an idiot, right? Your goal in planning all of this was to cause His Majesty and the benevolent prince to fall out. Yao Moan, you hate His Majesty. Yao Sulwan glared fiercely at Yao Moan. Heh, if second older sister has proof, then go find His Majesty. Moan doesn't have the time to listen to your nonsense. Yao Moan restrained the ridicule in her eyes and immediately turned to walk around Yao Sulwan. However, she was pulled back by the latter. Yao Moan, what exactly do you know? What exactly do you want to do? Yao Sulwan was on the verge of collapse as she roared. However, in the next second, Yao Moan grabbed her by the collar. Moan will do to you what you've done to eldest sister. Yao Sulwan, the heavens are watching what people do. Do you think that no one knows what you've done? Yao Moen moved in front of Yao Sulwan. Her clear eyes were like ice that wouldn't melt for 1,000 years, causing Yao Sulwan to tremble. Impossible. You can't possibly know. Unless Yao Machine comes back from the dead, no one would know about those things. You lied to me. You lied to me. Yao Sulwan's face paled. She pushed Yao Moen away and stumbled to the ground. Chapter 134. Of course I'm lying to you. How could Wanner know what happened between you and eldest sister? Seeing how scared you look, if I didn't know better, I'd think you saw a ghost during the day. Yao Moen suddenly raised her exquisite smile, her eyes overflowing with splendor. Yao Moen, this consort will not coexist with you. Yao Sulwan almost went crazy when she saw Yao Moen standing in front of her. She could defeat the wise and calm Yao Moexian. There was no reason for her to lose to an idiot. The moment Do Xianglan killed my mother, Yao Moen was already irreconcilable with you. Yao Sulwan, this consort will be waiting for you. Yao Moen's clear eyes were filled with coldness. Yao Moen was like a beast staring at its prey, causing Yao Sulwan to feel a chill from the bottom of her heart. When Yao Moen left, she noticed the figure in the shadows but didn't think much of it. The vast sky was dotted with stars. Occasionally, clouds would pass by and cover the crescent moon. The world was hazy and silent. In the ruined temple in the eastern suburbs of the imperial city, the candles flickered, illuminating two tear-stained faces. Jinshin, why didn't you tell me the truth? Do you know how much pain I felt when I saw you fall? I really wanted to go with you. If it wasn't for you, Chan, Xiaxian couldn't describe how heartbroken she was at the time. Her tears flowed freely as she punched Jian Chen's chest fiercely. This was her first reaction when she woke up. I know everything. Xian, I'm sorry, it was Jian Chen's fault. Jian Chen swears that from now on, we'll never be separated again. Jian Chen caressed Xiaxian's snow-white shoulders and let her hit him as she pleased. He had never been as relaxed as he was now. It was just as Jing Xian had said. They could finally go far away without any worries. From now on, there would no longer be Jian Chen and Xiaxian in this world. There would only be two nameless people who truly loved each other. If you keep hitting him like this, his wound might split open. A clear voice rang out. Yao Moen appeared in the ruined temple. Her face was still covered by a black veil. Jian Chen, I'm sorry, I didn't do it on purpose. Are you all right? Xiaxian suddenly looked down and saw that there was blood seeping out of Jian Chen's chest. It's fine. As long as you're by my side, Jian Chen will be fine no matter what. Jian Chen pulled Xiaxian into his embrace as if she was a precious treasure. You two should at least take a look at me. No matter what, I'm still your savior. Yao Moen couldn't help but feel a bit envious as she watched Jian Chen and Xiaxian stick together as if no one else was around. Jian Chen kowtows to thank benefactor. Realizing that he had lost his composure, Jian Chen reluctantly let go of Xiaxian and knelt down on one knee. Although Xiaxian did not bow, her eyes were filled with gratitude. No matter who you are, no matter what motive you have, if it weren't for your interference, Jian Chen and I would have died to Yi Hongyi's schemes a long time ago. Now that I've faked my death and caused Royal Father to break off relations with Yi Hongyi, I've already accomplished what I promised you, and you didn't go back on your word. In principle, we only made a deal and I don't owe you anything. However, Xian is still grateful. Many thanks. As Xiaxian spoke, she was about to kowtow when Yao Moen helped her up. It's just as you said, Jing Xian got what she wanted. You don't owe Jing Xian anything, so Jing Xian can't accept this bow. However, there are people who can accept it, you understand? Yao Moen looked towards Xiaxian meaningfully, her eyes gentle and warm. By the time they returned to Guan Osprey Palace, it was already midnight. Yao Moen let out a long sigh of relief. Every time she thought about how Yi Hongyi had behaved like a clown in Ordnance Palace, the hatred she had accumulated for a long time would finally be vented a little. However, this was just the beginning. In the future, she would slowly make Yi Hongyi sink into the mud until he was drowned in it and suffocated to death. It was already past midnight, but the main room of the benevolent prince's residence was still lit. On the bed, The usually spirited Xiezhong seemed to have aged 10 years. Daughter, where are you? Royal father has let you down. Xiezhong muttered in a daze as tears streamed down the corners of his eyes. Royal father, daughter is right by your side. Daughter was unfilial and made royal father worry. Jing Xian was right. Even if she was going to leave the imperial city and fly far away with Jian Chun, she still had to say goodbye to royal father before she left. Daughter? Daughter, this old man's seen. You didn't die? Or is this old man already dead? Anything is fine. As long as you can see this old man's being, anything is fine. The moment Xiezhong opened his eyes, he saw a tear-stained Xiexin in front of him. Royal father, Xin didn't die. Xin is still alive and well. Xiexin choked out as tears streamed down her face. You didn't die? It's good that you didn't die. Royal father knew that you couldn't bear to abandon royal father. Xiezhong, who had always been stern and dignified in front of his children, abruptly stood up and hugged Xiexin tightly in his arms. Tears of joy streamed down his face. The father and daughter hugged each other for about an hour before Xiezhong reluctantly let go of Xiexin. My daughter, what's going on? Royal father clearly saw that you've already. Xiezhong pulled on Xiexin with both hands, his eyes filled with confusion. Royal father, there's something that I've kept from you for a long time, but now I have no choice but to say it. 7 years ago, the reason why I agreed to enter the palace was because Yi Hongyi promised me that he would let me stay with Jian Chun for the rest of my life. What he wanted was father's support. But then, Xiexin told him everything that had happened from beginning to end. On the bed, Xiezhong's expression constantly changed. By the time Xiexin finished, his aged face was filled with regret. Royal father, I know that I was too preposterous and too willful, but in this world, there's no man who would treat me better than Jian Chun. Yi Hongyi is narrow-minded, sinister, and cunning. Even if it wasn't for Jian Chun, he definitely wouldn't have allowed me to give birth to a child. On one hand, he's using royal father's prestige among the older generation of princes, but on the other hand, he's afraid of royal father's snobbishness. He's just a despicable person. As Xiexin spoke, she got off the bed and knelt in front of Xiezhong. Royal father, daughter is unfilial and has disappointed you. Xiexin lowered her eyes as she sobbed. Xin, this isn't your fault. Royal father shouldn't have forced you into the palace, causing you to suffer so much. But Xin, royal father's original intention was for you to be happy. I never expected that Yi Hongyi would be so vicious. Xiezhong staggered off the bed and helped Xiexin up from the ground. His trembling hands wiped away the tears on Xiexin's face. Daughter knows that royal father only let daughter enter the palace because you doted on daughter and didn't want daughter to suffer. However, the happiness that daughter wants isn't in the imperial palace, said Xiexin sincerely as she helped Xiezhong back onto the bed. Xin, don't worry. Since Yi Hongyi has treated you like this, royal father naturally won't let him off easily. Whenever Xiezhong thought of the scene in Ordnance Palace, he would clench his teeth in hatred. But he's his majesty. Furthermore, daughter is fine right now. Royal father shouldn't bring trouble onto yourself because of daughter, said Xiexin worriedly. Now that I know that you're fine, royal father doesn't need to take revenge right now. Don't worry. Royal father will wait for an opportunity to deal him a fatal blow. You don't care about these things, but what about Jinshin? Xiezhong retracted the coldness in his eyes and turned to look at his daughter, his eyes filled with pity. Royal father. Xiexin hadn't expected Xiezhong to ask this and didn't know how to respond. Call him out. This old man definitely won't allow him to take away this old man's most beloved daughter without a word. Xiezhong let out a long sigh. He was a veteran of the battlefield and had spent half his life strategizing. How could he not know that his daughter had returned to say goodbye? Chapter 135. Just as Xiexin was hesitating, Jian Chun walked out from the shadows. This commoner, Jian Chun, greets the benevolent prince. Jian Chun cupped his fists and bowed respectfully. What did you call this old man? Xiezhong's eyes had regained their usual sharpness. Hearing this, Jian Chun looked at Xiexin in confusion. Xie didn't know what to say and started to panic. A moment later, Jinshan suddenly knelt on both knees and knocked his forehead on the ground. Son-in-law, Jinshan, greets father-in-law, Jinshan said excitedly. His voice was filled with excitement and gratitude. Get up. You've called me father-in-law 7 years too late. This old man has let you down. Yin and hurry and help this old man's good son-in-law up. Xiezhong pushed Xie dotingly. Xie was shocked and her eyes filled with tears. She immediately walked to Jinshan's side and helped him up. Royal father, thank you. Xie couldn't help but wipe away the tears in her eyes. She was so happy that she couldn't control herself. There's no need to mention thanks between father and daughter. As long as you can forgive this old man's domineering ways, this old man will be satisfied. Xiezhong looked at the beautiful couple in front of him with a comforting look. No matter what royal father does, it's for daughter's good. Daughter understands. Daughter has always understood. Xie threw herself into Xiezhong's arms and sobbed uncontrollably. Silly girl, what are you crying for? It should be a happy thing to be able to be with the person you love. Jinshan. Xiezhong's old hand caressed his most beloved daughter as tears welled up in his eyes. Son-in-law is here. Jinshan quickly walked to Xiezhong's side. At this moment, Xiezhong pulled Jinshan over and placed his daughter's hand in Jinshan's. This old man has never begged anyone in his life. Now, this old man is begging you to treat Yin and well. It was a simple sentence, but it contained all of Xiezhong's fatherly love for Xie. Don't worry, father-in-law. Jinshan swears that I will never let Yin and down. If I break this oath, may the heavens and earth destroy me. Jinshan understood Xiezhong's concerns and immediately raised his hand to swear. Royal father. At this moment, Xie was already covered in tears. There was nothing sadder than parting. In the end, Xie bid farewell to her father and left the benevolent prince estate with Jinshan. What Yao Moen didn't expect was that Xie's letter would actually be delivered to Guan Osprey Palace. That night, the moon was bright, the stars were sparse, and the wind was warm. In the ruined temple in the eastern suburbs, when Yao Moen saw that Xie was dressed in plain clothes, she found it a bit unfamiliar. Her hair was in a simple bun, and her attire was simple and elegant. Although she lacked grace, she seemed more tranquil. Do I still need to wear a veil now? Xie's clear eyes looked straight at Yao Moen as she spoke in a calm voice. When did you guess it was me? Yao Moen slowly took off her veil and asked with interest. I was the one who personally made the poison pastries that were sent to Guan Osprey Palace that day. It was done very discreetly, and the only person who made it was Yuchan unless it was someone from Guan Osprey Palace. There's no way anyone would know that it was poisoned. Later, when you asked me why I wanted to harm Yao Moen, I already had my suspicions. If I hadn't been so excited at the time, I would have guessed it was you even earlier. Xie had grown up in the prince's state, so she was used to seeing the scheming and deceit of the women in the inner palace. Yao Moen had reason to believe that if Xie's heart was in the inner palace, she would definitely be her strongest opponent. It's that simple? Yao Moen lifted her brows as she looked towards Xie disapprovingly. I had my suspicions as well. After all, everyone knows that the Yao estate's 3,000 gold has been a fool since childhood. However, after you hinted to me to get revenge on Yihongyi, and after I plotted that scene, I was even more certain that it was you, said Xie confidently. You were the one who directed and acted in that scene. I didn't interfere at all, retorted Yao Moen. That's right. That was because you predicted that I would do that. Since his goal in marrying me into the palace was to stabilize the older generation of imperial princes, then I destroyed his hopes. Also, I know that with royal father's current prestige, it's impossible for him to touch my royal father. This was also one of the reasons why Xie had plotted against Yihongyi. There has to be a reason why I did all these things, right? Yao Moen was very curious as to how much Xie had guessed. The reason is Yao Maxin. Dystocia? I was already suspicious when I heard the news at 10,000 Buddha Pagoda. As the Empress, ever since she was pregnant, the imperial doctors in the palace have been taking good care of her. If the position of the fetus is found to be abnormal, the imperial doctors will immediately correct it. Dystocia really isn't that easy. There's definitely something fishy about Yao Maxin's death. And you? It seems like you already know something, which is why you started to get revenge on Yihongi. If my guess isn't wrong, Huan Kaier and Yufuning's matter is more or less related to you. You're currently weakening Yihongi's power bit by bit, and the person you want to support should be Yi Junqing, who has always been in love with Yao Maxin. Xiexin's analysis shocked Yao Moen. You think that Yi Junqing is also involved? Yao Moen's gaze darkened. She suddenly hesitated on whether or not she should let Xiexin leave. No. Given his deep feelings for Yao Maxin, if he knew that Yao Maxin didn't die from dystocia, he would have done something shocking already. How could he just obediently accept Yihongi's ridicule and humiliation? Xiexin confirmed all of her guesses from Yao Moen's expression. Why did you want to see me? Yao Moen sighed deeply. Thankfully, Yi Junqing wasn't as meticulous as Xiexin. Otherwise, she really would have a headache. I wanted to tell you that Royal Father has already decided to give Yihongi a fatal blow at an appropriate time. Furthermore, he already knows that there's a woman called Jing Xian who once saved his daughter's life. So in the future, when the time is right, you can use Jing Xian's identity to look for Royal Father. Wasn't this also why you urged me to return to the benevolent prince residence? Xiexin got straight to the point. I really can't not let you go. Where do you plan on going? Yao Moen's lips curved into a smile, and she gave up on her previous thoughts. She suddenly felt that Xiexin was very similar to her. They were both intelligent and astute, but they'd both fallen for Yihongi's schemes. The only difference was that Xiexin had been luckier than her. To the ends of the earth. In any case, I won't be coming back. Xiexin relaxed her tense expression and smiled lightly. I wish you happiness. Yao Moen sincerely wished her well. Never to see you again. These 3 words made Yao Moen feel completely at ease. The second day after Xiexin left, the benevolent prince used his serious illness as an excuse to not attend court. However, what comforted Yihongi was that other than the benevolent prince, the other princes of the older generation didn't have any extreme reactions. Yihongi thought that his usual comforting was effective, but he had no idea that they had already received Xie Zhong's intentions and were waiting for an opportunity. After resolving Xiexin's matter, Yao Moen was in a great mood. At this time, Yao Moen was playing with Jewel in the courtyard of Guan Osprey Palace. Meanwhile, Fluffy was lying under the pear tree, occasionally meowing to prove that she hadn't died of laziness yet. Under the sunlight, that immortal phoenix tail hairpin shone brilliantly, making Yao Moen look like a fairy that had descended to the mortal world. Her beauty was unparalleled. The pear tree's whiteness couldn't compare to the jade-like whiteness of her cheeks. Did you find out? Yao Moen tossed the ball of string in her hands to Jewel, then turned to look at Lu Xing, who was running over. Replying Yang, there's news from Prime Minister residence. The reason Master didn't attend court is because Madam's lower abdomen is in slight pain. I heard that Master found quite a few famous physicians in the Imperial City to treat Madam, but it's nothing serious, reported Lu Xing. She's actually this nervous for someone else's son. How laughable. Is that teacher Wu Ziqing still in contact with Li Qingqing? Yao Moen walked lightly over to the swing and sat down as she asked leisurely. Madam has always had contact with Wu Ziqing and has already recommended him to Master. Master has also promised Madam that once the child is born, Wu Ziqing will come to the residence to teach little young Master. Lu Xing followed Yao Moen to the swing. For a moment, he suddenly wanted to stretch out his hand and swing the swing for Yao Moen. Back in Prime Minister residence, this was something he often did. However, things were different now, and he couldn't do something like that anymore. Chapter 136. You're not afraid of ghosts even after walking on the road at night? When will Bin Gong, this father, have a better memory? All right, you can leave first. Yao Moen waved her delicate hand to dismiss Lu Xing. Soon after, the tips of her feet touched the ground and she lightly swayed on the swing. Right at this time, Yi Junqing walked in with a vicious expression, scaring Jewel so much that he scurried up a tree and stuck his tail up high. This prince really can't tolerate that bastard in Bingshan anymore. He caused another palace maid to die. Yi Junqing's brows were tightly furrowed and his eyes were filled with anger. Prince promised Moen that you wouldn't interfere with Bing Shan's matters anymore. Have you forgotten about it already? Yao Moen tapped the ground and stopped swinging. She lifted her brows and looked towards Yi Junqing. But we can't allow Bing Shan to treat human life like grass. Yi Junqing angrily walked to Yao Moen's side, his clear eyes immediately landing on the immortal phoenix tail hairpin in Yao Moen's hair. Moen has her own plans for this. It's fine as long as Prince doesn't ruin Moen's plans, said Yao Moen indifferently. She didn't want to explain any further. Ahem. This hairpin doesn't suit you. Yi Junqing knew that he couldn't touch Bing Shan. The last time he was stopped by Lu Sha, it was probably Yao Moen's idea. No, Moen feels that it's very good, very dazzling. Yao Moen reflexively stroked the immortal phoenix tail hairpin as her eyes curved. It's precisely because it's too dazzling that it's overshadowing your brilliance. Yi Junqing analyzed seriously. Actually, if Prince wants this hairpin, it's not like there's no way. Yao Moen gripped the ropes on both sides of the swing as she looked towards Yi Junqing with crafty eyes. Phoenix Feather Manor only has 3 9 revivals pills in total. There's only 1 left, so you'd better give up on that thought. Otherwise, Yin Nansheng really will fight you to the death, warned Yi Junqing with good intentions. There's still 1 left. The light in Yao Moen's eyes made Yi Junqing want to slap himself. So Yao Moen didn't know. Ahem. Pretend I never said anything. Yi Junqing turned to leave, but Yao Moen stopped him. You don't want the hairpin anymore? Called Yao Moen lightly. There's another way? Yi Junqing's hope reignited. As long as Prince helps Moen swing a few times, Moen will gift this hairpin to Prince. Yao Moen's voice was as clear and melodious as a yellow oriole. Yi Junqing turned and walked back to Yao Moen. It's that simple? Yi Junqing asked in astonishment, as if he couldn't believe his own ears. Yes, of course, if your highness is not willing. Who said I wasn't willing? Yi Junqing immediately retorted as he started to shake the rope of the swing. Not willing? It was rare for Yao Moen to be so generous. If he wasn't willing, then he'd be an idiot. The wind blew past, blowing up Yao Moen's ink-like long hair. Her long dress fluttered in the wind, creating tiny ripples in the wind. Flower petals spiraled in the air and landed on Yao Moen's shoulders, beautiful and exquisite. Especially that immortal phoenix tail hairpin. It flickered nimbly, adding a bit of dreaminess. As he looked at Yao Moen swaying in the wind, a ripple appeared in Yi Junqing's heart. He had lied. That immortal phoenix tail hairpin really suited her. The current Yao Moen was comparable to a celestial being. Under the sunlight, the hairpin shone with dazzling light. When Yi Junqing opened his eyes again, he saw that the person on the swing was Ma Xin. Ma Xin, where did you go? Do you know how much Junqing missed you? Just as Yi Junqing was in a daze, he suddenly heard a miserable cry. By the time Yi Junqing reacted, Yao Moen had already fallen to the ground. She was in a very miserable state. Yi Junqing, you did it on purpose. Yao Moen got up with a pained expression and pointed at Yi Junqing's nose. Right at this time, Yi Hongyi walked in. Wanner, let's see if you hurt yourself. Yi Hongyi pulled Yao Moen over with heartache. He lifted Yao Moen's face with both hands, his eyes full of pity. Your Majesty, you have to get justice for Wanner. Yi Junqing did it on purpose. He's bullying me. Yao Moen cried as she snuggled into Yi Hongyi's embrace. Her heart was still beating furiously. If she hadn't seen Yi Hongyi out of the corner of her eye and done what she did just now, given Yi Hongyi's suspicious nature, he would definitely suspect her relationship with Yi Junqing. Yi Junqing's heart ached when he saw Yao Moen in Yi Hongyi's embrace. That faint pain made him flustered. When he'd seen Yao Moen and Yi Hongyi being intimate, he'd also felt uncomfortable, but it hadn't been like now. His heart ached. How was this possible? Yi Junqing was so shocked by his own reaction that he even forgot to salute Yi Hongyi. Junqing, no matter how excessive consort Yao is, she's still your imperial sister-in-law. How could you bully her like this? Yi Hongyi looked towards Yi Junqing angrily. Your Majesty, Wanner's arm is injured. It hurts. When Yao Moen saw that Yi Junqing was standing there in a daze, she immediately pulled up her sleeve. 2 bloody gashes appeared on her flawless arm. This subject's younger brother has sinned. Your Majesty, please punish me. Yi Junqing frowned as he looked at the wound on Yao Mowen's arm and knelt down on one knee. Forget it. If we ever see you bullying Consort Yao again, we definitely won't let you off lightly. Wanner, we'll accompany you back to apply medicine. Yi Hongyi waved his hand in disgust, indicating for Yi Junqing to get up. Then he walked out of Pear Blossom Garden with Yao Mowen in his arms. Just as Yi Hongyi had taken 2 or 3 steps, he suddenly turned back to look at Yi Junqing. Yi Liu will be back in the next 2 days. If you don't have anything else to do, help him Bingshan prepare. We want to hold a welcoming banquet for him. When Yao Mowen heard Yi Liu's name, her heart trembled and a cold light flashed through her pure eyes. Yi Hongyi had actually transferred Yi Liu back. It seemed that he was still afraid of the benevolent prince's revenge, which was why he had transferred his own younger brother, Yi Liu, who was the only other prince who had survived the usurpation of the throne, back to the imperial city. Yi Junqing had survived because Yi Hongyi needed to rely on him to conquer the empire for him. Yi Liu had survived because he had a boorish temperament and didn't scheme at all. Furthermore, he obeyed Yi Hongyi's orders obediently. Of course, blood relations also played a part. However, Yao Mowen knew that if Yi Liu had even the slightest intention of coveting the throne, Yi Hongyi definitely wouldn't care about that little bit of blood relations. In Yao Mowen's impression, Yi Liu could be considered a boorish fellow. Whether it was in terms of appearance or intelligence, he was far inferior to Yi Hongyi. Most importantly, this person had always felt an indescribable hostility towards Yi Junqing. There had been several times when he had intentionally created opportunities to kill Yi Junqing. His return definitely wasn't a good thing. It seemed that the following days wouldn't be peaceful. Wanner, what's wrong? Yi Hongyi asked softly when he sensed that the beauty in his arms was acting strangely. You're letting Yi Junqing leave just like that? Wanner wanted to make him fall as well. Yao Mowen restrained the shrewdness in her eyes and rubbed her sore arms with a pout. She looked towards Yi Hongyi unwillingly. Our Wanner has always been magnanimous. Don't lower yourself to his level, all right? Yi Hongyi laughed loudly when he heard this, then helped Yao Mowen into Guan Osprey Palace. That night, when Yin Shui escorted Mingyu into Guan Osprey Palace's bedroom, Yao Mowen was sitting in front of the dressing table in deep thought. Master, I've brought him, said Yin Shui respectfully, then undid Mingyu's mute acupuncture point. Chapter 137. Cough cough. Who are you? Why are you in Consort Yao's room? With Mingyu here, I definitely won't let you harm Consort Yao. The second Mingyu was released. She immediately stood in front of Yao Mowen and glared at Yin Shui. Didn't you hear her call this consort master? Yao Mowen sighed lightly, then got up and walked over to the table. She waved her hand to dismiss Yin Shui, then poured a cup of tea and pushed it towards Mingyu. Consort Yao. Mingyu looked towards Yao Mowen fearfully, not knowing how to react. There's no need to feign surprise. You should have seen it clearly that day outside the Ordnance Palace. Not only at Ordnance Palace, but also at Jade Lake. You didn't return to Pure Flowers Palace at all. Yao Yu jumped in himself, but you never came out to speak up for your master. Mingyu, since this consort is willing to meet you in this form, it means that this consort wants to talk to you openly and honestly, so, sit down. Yao Mowen gestured for Mingyu to sit down, her eyes as sharp as an eagle's. Yao Mowen's words caused Mingyu to feel extremely apprehensive. After hesitating for a long while, she walked over to the table and slowly sat down. As long as Mingyu knows anything about Her Highness Consort Li, I'll tell you everything I know. Mingyu merely sat on the chair, maintaining a humble posture at all times. In the entire inner palace, there was no one who didn't know that Consort Yao was foolish. Now that Yao Mowen had actually revealed her shrewd side, whether or not she could walk out of Guan Osprey Palace would depend on her luck. Other than Yao Sulwan, this consort also wants to know about Bingshan. Tell me. Yao Mowen elegantly lifted the teacup and pinched the lid with her fingers. She gently poked at the buds that had floated up on the surface of the teacup. Every movement was precise and accurate. This clearly wasn't something an idiot could do. This servant doesn't understand Consort Yao's meaning. Mingyu was shocked. She never expected that Yao Mowen would actually mention Bingshan. It's fine. This consort will give you time to think about it. Once you've thought it through, you can answer this consort's question again, said Yao Moen leisurely. Then she lifted the teacup and took a sip. The tea's fragrance was strong and lingered in her mouth. Mingyu's heart trembled when she heard this. She couldn't see Yao Moen's eyes clearly. Those eyes seemed to be as deep as an ancient well, but they were more like two black holes. Just a single glance was enough to make one feel like they were falling into an abyss. Back when they were outside Ordnance Palace, she could sense Yao Moen's shrewdness and decisiveness. Now, the feeling was 100 times, 1,000 times stronger. In the end, Mingyu chose to reveal everything because she wasn't sure how much Yao Moen knew. She also didn't know if Yao Moen was testing her, or if she really wanted to get something out of her. She only knew that staying alive was the most important thing. Only then could she avenge Hong Mei. What does Consort Yao want to know about in Bingshan? Mingyu finally relented with a grave expression. His Majesty must know that he has bullied countless palace maids, so why does he still allow it? And you can be said to be one of the few trusted aides that Bingshan has. Just what did you rely on to obtain his trust, and why are you willing to serve him? Asked Yao Moen solemnly. If it wasn't for the fact that Bingshan had secretly investigated and found out that it was Yi Junqing, Yao Moen wouldn't have wanted to make a move against him so early. After all, she didn't want to beat the grass and alert the enemy if she wasn't completely confident. Does Consort Yao believe in immortality? Asked Mingyu bitterly as she rested her weight on the chair. Yao Moen didn't reply. She knew that what she was about to hear was definitely going to be yet another outrageous scandal in the palace. The reason Bingshan obtained His Majesty's favor was because he had a secret recipe for immortality. By the time this servant found out about this, Bingshan had already been refining pills for His Majesty. There was no one who didn't yearn for immortality, especially the lofty and revered monarch. According to what Bingshan said, one of the ingredients in that secret recipe was the tender flesh under a woman's armpit. Bingshan had used this excuse to ravage countless palace maids, and His Majesty firmly believed in Bingshan's words. This was also the reason why His Majesty allowed Bingshan to do whatever he wanted. As Mingyu spoke, her eyes turned cold and her hands clenched into fists. Yao Moen's eyes narrowed. Yi Hongyi actually wanted to live forever? He really was naive. She didn't interrupt Mingyu and listened carefully. This servant had long known that Bingshan had this kind of hobby and had been praying for it, but bad luck still fell upon my head. That day, this servant was knocked unconscious by Bingshan's subordinate eunuchs and was sent to the shabby room at the back of the cold palace. When I woke up, Bingshan was as sinister as a devil. Just as Bingshan was about to make a move, this servant's good sister, Hong Mei, suddenly rushed in and knocked Bingshan unconscious, then rescued this servant. If it was possible, this servant would rather have been violated by Bingshan that day and lose my life. It would have been better than what happened next. Mingyu's voice was heavy with sobs as tears fell. Those unbearable past seemed like it had happened yesterday. Every time she recalled it, Mingyu's heart would ache. Bingshan found Hong Mei and then killed her? Yao Moen's gaze was deep and serene as flames of anger surged in her heart. After her rebirth, she told herself to stay calm, but right now, she really couldn't stay calm. It was this servant that killed Hong Mei, and Bingshan was simply inhumane. He tortured Hong Mei until she only had a breath left, and still had those little eunuchs continue tormenting her. This servant couldn't bear to see Hong Mei suffer, so this servant not only killed Hong Mei, but also killed the two little eunuchs who wanted to torment her. However, this servant knew that the main culprit was Bingshan, so this servant gambled. I personally delivered the tender flesh under Hong Mei's armpit into Bingshan's hands. From that moment on, Bingshan treated this servant as his trusted aide. Up until now, it's already been 2 years. Tears silently slid down, wetting Mingyu's clothes. In these 2 years, Mingyu would dream every night of holding Hong Mei's bloody flesh and presenting it to Bingshan. That kind of pain was worse than death. You want Bingshan to die? Yao Moen suppressed the anger in her heart and looked towards Mingyu solemnly. This servant has endured for so long. There were many opportunities to kill Bingshan, but this servant didn't do it because this servant didn't want Bingshan to die so easily. He deserves to live and suffer. Mingyu clenched her teeth as tears streamed down her face. Her body trembled uncontrollably from her hatred. Did you participate in him refining pills for his majesty? Yao Mowen approved of Mingyu's thoughts very much. People who committed heinous crimes indeed couldn't be let off with just death. And Bingshan only sent this servant to pry out the secrets of the various concubines in the palace so he could amass wealth. As for the matter of refining pills, he didn't allow this servant to participate. However, this servant once secretly observed him and discovered that every night he would enter Central Dragon Palace at 5 in the morning. Furthermore, no matter which palace His Majesty slept in, he would always return to Central Dragon Palace at 5 in the morning. That's why this servant guessed that Bingshan was definitely refining pills in Central Dragon Palace. Said Mingyu confidently, "This consort will make a deal with you. Use Bingshan's life to be worse than death to exchange for 3 months of unwavering loyalty. How about it?" Yao Mowen's clear eyes were like an ancient well without any ripples. A trace of coldness rose from the bottom of her heart. Perhaps she should consider changing that immortality recipe for Yihong Yi. With your highness's words, from now on, Mingyu's life is your highness's. When Mingyu heard this, she knelt down and abruptly banged her head on the ground. For some reason, Mingyu believed that if there was anyone in this world that could deal with Bingshan, it would definitely be this person in front of her. The next morning, Yi Junqing didn't see Yao Mowen at breakfast. Instead, he saw the immortal phoenix tail hairpin on the table. "Prince, my master said that this is a gift for Prince," said Ting Yu respectfully according to Yao Mowen's instructions. "Where's your master?" Yi Junqing reached out to pick up the immortal phoenix tail hairpin, a hint of disappointment in his eyes that he hadn't noticed before. Since yesterday, he had been conflicted over one question. Had he used too much force to throw Yao Mowen to the ground? Chapter 138. "My master went out for a stroll with Fluffy," replied Ting Yu according to Yao Mowen's instructions. "She's carrying Fluffy? Why would she be carrying Fluffy when her hand is injured like that?" Whenever Yi Junqing thought of the blood on Yao Mowen's hand, he would feel guilty. As for the ambiguous feelings he had in the pear garden yesterday, he interpreted it as guilt and self-blame. How could he possibly have feelings for Yao Mowen, that black-bellied and snobbish woman? Furthermore, the one he loved was Yao Maxin. This would never change. Unfortunately, Yi Junqing didn't know that even if he loved that black-bellied and snobbish woman, the fact that he loved Yao Maxin would never change. "Ting Yu, help this consort rub my shoulders. It's so sore. Prince is also here." The moment Yi Junqing heard Yao Mowen's voice, he immediately restrained the worry in his eyes and turned around solemnly. However, when he saw Fluffy lazily leaning against Yao Mowen's chest, his expression abruptly changed. He immediately took a few steps forward and pulled Fluffy into his embrace. "What are you doing?" Yao Mowen was extremely shocked by Yi Junqing's actions. "This prince misses Fluffy very much. Can't I?" Yi Junqing said angrily. Then he pretended to rub Fluffy's body dotingly a few times, causing Fluffy to jump off in discomfort and search for a place to relax. Prince couldn't possibly be worried about the wound on Mowen's arm, right? Yao Mowen's words hit the nail on the head. Yi Junqing's face reddened. "Ahem. Seeing how you were in so much pain yesterday. So?" Before Yi Junqing could finish, Yao Mowen smiled. "That was just to fool His Majesty. It's just 2 scratches. Mowen isn't that unreasonable." Yao Mowen walked to the table with a faint smile and picked up the immortal phoenix tail hairpin. However, before she could even look at it, Yi Junqing snatched it away. "You're already favored enough. Is there a need to go so far?" As Yi Junqing spoke, he put the hairpin into his sleeves. He felt even more annoyed. "It's always good to have His Majesty favor me a bit more," said Yao Mowen casually. She was thinking about what Mingyu had said last night. And Bingshan was well versed in the ways of the inner palace, so it wasn't easy to deal with him. "Do you love the emperor?" As soon as Yi Junqing asked this question, he immediately regretted it. If she didn't love His Majesty, then why did she have to act so smartly in front of His Majesty? Back then, he had been acting dumb and obedient, but now he was just trying to be clever. Even Yi Junqing himself didn't notice that his tone had become as gentle as water. "I don't." Yao Mowen's reply was far beyond Yi Juanqing's expectations, but for some reason, when he heard those two words, he felt an indescribable sense of comfort. "Why?" asked Yi Juanqing stubbornly. "How many of the imperial concubines in the inner palace love the emperor? They only love the emperor's favor. To them, who His Majesty isn't important," explained Yao Mowen objectively. "Isn't it important? Why doesn't Ma Xin think this way?" Yi Juanqing said bitterly as his eyes dimmed. "That's because eldest sister is an idiot." Yao Mowen hated it when Yi Juanqing shed tears for Yao Ma Xin again. The Yao Ma Xin at that time really wasn't worth it. Yao Mowen. Yi Juanqing finally sobered up. How could he discuss such a profound question with Yao Mowen? She didn't understand what love was at all. At that time, when Yi Juanqing understood that there was no one in this world who understood what love was like Yao Mowen, he had thrown her away. On a midsummer night, even the wind was irritatingly hot. Inside Pure Flower's palace, Yao Suwan fanned herself furiously, but she couldn't feel the slightest bit of coolness. "Your Highness, should this servant pour a cup of cold tea for you?" asked Mingyu carefully. Ever since she met Yao Mowen, Mingyu knew that this master of hers wasn't a match for Yao Mowen at all. In fact, she couldn't even compare to her in the slightest. Yao Suwan's fate had already been decided. The more you drink, the more you sweat. Even your clothes are about to get wet. All right, you can leave. Looking at you dumbly makes me even more irritated. Yao Suwan dismissed Mingyu impatiently. Once Mingyu left, Yao Suwan tossed aside her fan and walked into the bedroom. On the bed, Yao Suwan tossed and turned, unable to fall asleep. The scene of her confrontation with Yao Mowen outside Ordnance Palace kept replaying in her mind. At that moment, she was sure that Yao Mowen definitely knew the cause of Yao Ma Xin's death. Even if she didn't know the details, she at least had a rough idea. However, just a rough idea was enough to make Yao Mowen hate her to the bone. The heart will naturally cool when it's calm. "What is your Highness consortly vexed about?" A rough voice drifted over with a light breeze. Yao Suwan immediately got up, grabbed the blanket, and retreated to the side. When she saw who it was, she was stunned. The man in front of her was dressed in luxurious brocade, but it couldn't hide his tall and sturdy body. His dark skin was clearly the result of many years of weathering. A knife scar ran from the left side of his face all the way to the base of his ear. His face, which had originally been somewhat angular, looked somewhat sinister because of this knife scar. What was more frightening were his eyes. His pitch-black pupils seemed to emit a dark green light. He was like a trapped beast that had broken out of its cage, wanting to tear apart all obstacles that stood in his way. At this moment, the man was holding a fan in his hand. He was gently fanning Yao Suwan. His thin lips were raised in a smile, but it didn't give off a trace of warmth. "Prince of you? You. When did you return?" Yao Suwan took a deep breath, then quickly suppressed the shock in her eyes. She did her best to keep her tone calm. To her, the return of this former admirer might be a turning point for her. When this prince returned isn't important. What's important is that this prince entered the palace directly after entering the imperial city. The first person this prince wanted to see, the first person I saw, was you. "Your Highness consortly, I heard that you haven't been doing very well." "What? Do you regret not choosing this prince back then?" A trace of pity flashed through Yi Liyu's eyes. Even though he was far away in the northwest, he was still paying attention to this person who was thousands of li away. From Guifei to Imperial Guifei, he was happy for her, but from Imperial Guifei to consort, he was worried for her. "I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint Prince. This consort has been doing very well." Yao Suwan pretended to be strong as she pushed aside the blankets and got off the bed in her inner garments. For a moment, a scene suddenly flashed through her mind. It was Yi Liyu charging into Guan Osprey Palace with a sword in hand and ending Yao Mowen's life with one strike. Yao Suwan believed that as long as she played a small trick, Yi Liyu would stand up for her. Is that so? But this prince heard that your Highness consortly, in order to regain the imperial favor, actually pretended to be a fool and almost drowned in Jade Lake. Yi Liyu slowly walked behind Yao Suwan as he subconsciously fanned Yao Suwan with the fan in his hand. If Prince is here to see how pitiful this consort is, then Prince's wish has been fulfilled. Not only has this consort lost the imperial favor, this consort has also been played around by a fool. In order to regain the imperial favor, this consort even had to pretend to be an idiot in front of His Majesty and jump into Jade Lake to catch some rainbow-colored fish. Now, it's not just Prince who thinks this consort is a clown. Everyone in the inner palace thinks this consort is a clown. Didn't Prince come here as soon as he entered the imperial city just to hear this? Yes, this consort has fallen. Is Prince satisfied? Yao Sulwan's tears flowed uncontrollably. Her glistening eyes gazed at Yi Liu as she sobbed in sorrow. Just as Yao Sulwan finished speaking, a pair of strong arms abruptly wrapped around her. Leaning against Yi Liu's broad chest, Yao Sulwan's lips curved in a sly smile. It's been so many years, but you still don't understand this prince's heart. You don't know how much this prince's heart hurts to see you like this. If it weren't for you, this prince would have rejected imperial older brother and lived freely in serene province. It's been 7 years. This prince thought that as long as I went far enough, I would be able to forget you. But the further I go, the more I miss you. Sulwan, now that this prince is back, no one will dare to bully you anymore. Yi Liu hugged the beauty in his arms tightly as his voice was as firm as a morning bell. Chapter 139. King Yu. Sulwan regrets it. But what should I do? There's no turning back now. Yao Sulwan's tears soaked Yi Liu's clothes. At this moment, Yao Sulwan knew that her chance had finally come. With Yi Liu, she would have the ability to resist Yao Moen. Don't cry. This prince will help you. This prince won't let off anyone who harmed you. Sulwan, you're saying that Yao Moen bullied you? But according to what this prince knows, she really is an idiot. How is that possible? Yi Liu slowly helped Yao Sulwan up from his embrace, his eyes filled with pity. Yao Moen isn't an idiot at all. She's extremely intelligent. It's her. It's her who killed Sulwan's mother and framed Sulwan several times. Prince, forget it. Sulwan doesn't want to fight anymore. As long as I can live on and see Prince from time to time, Sulwan is already satisfied. Yao Sulwan covered her mouth with her slender fingers as she lowered her eyes and wept. This prince came back this time for you. Everyone who bullied you, this prince will make them pay the price. Seeing his beloved woman crying so hard, Yi Liu's heart burned with rage. Don't. You're not Yao Moen's match. Sulwan doesn't want Prince to end up like me. I beg, Prince, don't provoke her. If anything happens to Prince, Sulwan won't be able to absolve myself of the guilt even if I die 10,000 times. Begged Yao Sulwan. Could it be that Yao Moen is a wolf or leopard? Even if she is, this prince will also beat her to death punch by punch. Leave this matter to this prince. You don't need to worry about it. Provoking Yi Liu was a time-tested method, especially when he saw the woman he loved being wronged. Yi Liu couldn't just stand by and watch. Prince, there's no need to say any more. This prince definitely won't change his mind once he's decided. Just wait and see how this prince will help you vent your anger, said Yi Liu angrily. Only after Yi Liu left did Yao Sulwan wipe the tears from the corners of her eyes. Her lips curved into a smile. Just a few sentences and Yi Liu was willing to become her sword. Yao Moana, your death is coming soon. The next day, a banquet to welcome Yi Liu was held in the imperial garden. The large square pavilion was surrounded by red lanterns, illuminating the entire imperial garden as if it were daytime. The pavilion was filled with a dazzling array of delicacies and ambrosia. It was a sumptuous and luxurious banquet that no ordinary state banquet could compare to. Long before Yi Hongyi arrived, all of the concubines in the palace had already dressed themselves to the nines. Now that there were only 2 out of the 4 great noble consorts left, the other 2 empty seats became the targets of the concubines in the inner palace. Yi Junqing arrived before Yi Liu. Just as he was about to sit down, he saw Yi Liu stride in. 7th younger brother, how are you doing in Yuzhou province? In the end, they were still blood brothers. Back when Yi Junqing was the Grand Marshal of the Armed Forces, he had taken great care of Yi Liu, so he was naturally happy to see him again. However, to Yi Junqing's surprise, Yi Liu didn't even look at Yi Junqing after entering the pavilion. Even when Yi Junqing took the initiative to speak, Yi Liu acted as if he didn't hear him and just sat down. Yi Junqing suppressed the awkwardness in his eyes and his heart chilled. He slowly sat down. Right at this moment, Yi Hongyi walked in holding Yao Mowen's hand. Yao Mowen happened to see this scene. It seemed that in the past 7 years, Yi Liu hadn't improved in any other areas, but his temper had. Yao Mowen snorted disdainfully. This concubine kowtows in salute to your majesty. This concubine kowtows in salute to your majesty. After a round of greetings, Yi Hongyi led Yao Mowen to the main seat. Everyone, sit down. Today is a family banquet, so there's no need to stand on ceremony. Yi Hongyi was in a great mood, so he gestured for everyone to sit down. Imperial older brother is right. Since it's a family banquet, some people shouldn't appear. A coarse voice suddenly rang out. Everyone looked towards Yi Liu, only to find that he was looking straight at Yi Junqing. Liu, why do you still have this temper? What do you mean shouldn't appear? The people here are either your imperial sister-in-law or your imperial older brother. Who shouldn't appear? Yi Hongyi naturally understood what Yi Liu was referring to and pretended to scold him angrily. Of course it's. Yi Liu was just about to speak, but Yao Mowen beat him to it. Your Majesty, isn't a family banquet where the whole family sits down to eat together? Then why didn't second older sister come? Yao Mowen looked towards Yi Hongyi in confusion as she intentionally interrupted Yi Liu. Consort Li's maid said that she was sick, so she didn't come. Yi Hongyi gently scratched Yao Mowen's nose as he said this. But Wanner, Mrs. Second older sister. Yao Mowen lowered her eyes in regret. Then Bingshan, call Consort Li over. Yi Hongyi immediately gave the order when he saw Yao Mowen's regretful expression. When Yi Liu turned to look at Yao Mowen, his gaze turned icy cold. It seemed that Su Wan was right. Imperial older brother truly doted on this idiot to the extreme. With just one sentence from her, even if Su Wan was sick, she still had to come. Yao Mowen, this prince would like to see if you're really an idiot or just pretending to be one. Since Yao Mowen had changed the topic, Yi Liu didn't bring it up again. He only glared at Yi Junqing before returning to his seat. The music started. Under the enchanting moonlight, the palace maids began to dance. They were like colorful butterflies that were about to flap their wings and fly away. They were like fairies that were stepping on the waves, light and elegant, exquisite and peerless. When the song ended, Yao Suwan arrived late, wearing a red dress and supported by Mingyu. Suwan kowtows in salute to your majesty. Yao Suwan's face was slightly pale, and her voice was weak. She didn't dare to look directly at Yi Hongyi, and only carefully stood to the side after bowing respectfully. Yi Liu's heart ached when he saw Yao Suwan's humble and nervous expression. She had once been such a proud woman, but now she had fallen into such dire straits. Second older sister, you're here. Hurry and come over. As Yao Mowen spoke, she moved to get up, but Yi Hongyi gently pulled her back. Sit. Yi Hongyi's voice was cold as he casually gestured for Yao Suwan to sit down. Yi Hongyi was starting to dislike Yao Suwan more and more. If he could be sure that she hadn't told his secret to a third person, he would have sent Yao Suwan to a place where he couldn't see her. Liu, you've been travel-worn all the way back. It's really been hard on you. But we're relieved that you're back. We now have another brother in the imperial city. Come, we'll drink a cup with you. Yi Hongyi turned to look towards Yi Liu. He trusted this younger brother a lot. After all, they had the same father and mother, so their relationship was naturally closer. According to palace rules, when His Majesty raised his cup, everyone had to drink together. However, when Yi Junqing raised his cup, Yi Liu suddenly spoke up. If esteemed prince wishes to drink with imperial older brother, then Liu won't join in the fun. Yi Liu's words were filled with sarcasm and disdain. When Yi Junqing heard this, he fell silent. In the end, he placed his cup back on the table, feeling a bit upset. Even though he was now a free person, he was still his imperial older brother. Liu, you must drink a few more cups tonight. We won't leave until we're drunk. When Yi Hongyi saw Yi Junqing's expression, his mood improved greatly. He immediately raised his cup and drained it in one gulp. At the side, Yao Mowen's lips curved faintly as a cold light flashed through her eyes. Your Majesty, Wana wants to go fishing in Jade Lake. All right? Once he put down his cup, Yao Moen suddenly pulled on his arm and begged, "Fishing? Wana wants to eat fish? We'll just order the Imperial Kitchen to make it." He gently stroked Yao Moen's hair. He didn't feel that Yao Moen's words were too sudden or inappropriate. Chapter 140. Wana doesn't want to eat fish. Wana just wants to see what a rainbow fish looks like. Second older sister didn't manage to catch it that day, so Wana will help second older sister catch it. The more Yao Moen spoke, the more excited she became. She got up and was about to head towards Jade Lake when Yi pulled her back into his arms. "What rainbow fish? Consort Li was lying to you." Yi held Yao Moen in his arms as he looked at the foolish woman he loved with heartache. He didn't know whether to laugh or to be angry. She was so gullible. Second older sister wouldn't lie. Yao Moen pouted as she looked towards Yi. "Your Majesty, Sulwan didn't lie to you. Sulwan really did see the rainbow fish." At this time, Yao Sulwan could only say this. Her silence was equivalent to tacit agreement. "Your Majesty, let Moen go. Moen really knows how to swim." Yao Moen looked towards Yi confidently. However, Yi looked towards Yao Sulwan solemnly. Since Consort Li saw the fish, it should naturally be Consort Li who catches it. "Consort Li, go now. If you can't catch it, then don't bother coming back," said Yi coldly. His voice was as cold as an awl, leaving no room for negotiation. Imperial older brother. Yi Liu was just about to speak when Yao Sulwan stopped him. "Sulwan will go right now. She'll definitely be able to catch it." Yao Sulwan was getting a little anxious. If Yi Liu spoke up for her, it would definitely arouse Yi's suspicions. Rather than that, she might as well jump into Jade Lake again. That way, she could use this opportunity to wake up and also let Yi Liu see her pitiful state. That way, he would be enraged and kill Yao Moen. As Yao Sulwan left the pavilion, the concubines at the table began to whisper amongst themselves. Most of them were gloating over her misfortune. After this, Yi Liu was no longer in the mood to cause trouble for Yi Junqing. He even answered Yi's questions incoherently. No matter how delicious the delicacies were, they tasted like wax in his mouth. After returning to Guan Osprey Palace, Yao Moen spread out her arms and stretched. When she returned, Yao Sulwan still hadn't swum out of Jade Lake. Even though it was a scorching summer day, it was still nighttime and the lake water was cold. It looked like a small cold was unavoidable. "You intentionally had Consort Li jump into Jade Lake?" asked Yi Junqing solemnly as he walked into the main hall. "She's hot-headed. I'm just letting her go down to clear her head. It's good for her." Yao Mo slowly walked to the table and took a sip of the tea Ting you had prepared beforehand. "Even if Consort Li has wronged you, there's no need for you to torment her like this. In the end, we're still sisters." Actually, before Yi Junqing could finish speaking, Yao Moen suddenly moved closer to him, her eyes flashing with a sharp light. "Moen doesn't have Prince's good temper. Yi Liu is practically riding on your neck, yet you've managed to endure it until now. Moen truly admires you." If it wasn't for the fact that Yi Liu was too arrogant, she wouldn't have tried to provoke him by torturing Yao Sulwan. However, Yao Moen never expected that Yao Sulwan would have such a relationship with Yi Liu. If Mingyu hadn't sent her the news last night, she really wouldn't have known how to deal with Yi Liu. He wasn't like this before. Yi Junqing's eyes were dim and his voice was filled with undisguisable sorrow. "That's because you used to be the Grand Marshal of the world's armed forces. There's a good saying that when the tree falls, the monkeys scatter, and when the wall falls, everyone kicks it. Prince has truly experienced it this time," said Yao Moen resentfully. "Perhaps." Yi Junqing surprisingly didn't refute it. This was the truth, and he had no reason to refute it. Prince has never actually thought about regaining control of the military? Yao Moen probed. "That's very good. I don't have to think about anything and can pass my days leisurely. Many people can't even beg for this." Yi Junqing put away the dejection in his eyes and said this admiringly. Since Ma Xin didn't like him holding control of the military, he gave up. As long as Ma Xin could rest in peace in the underworld, anything was worth it. Sometimes when I look at Prince, You're so silly that it's cute. Yao Moen couldn't help but shake her head. She reflexively flicked Yi Junqing's high-nose bridge. This seemingly casual action caused Yi Junqing to jump up like he'd stepped on a dog's tail. What are you doing? Yi Junqing rubbed his nose bridge hard as he looked towards Yao Moen in surprise. I'm expressing my friendliness. Prince doesn't like it? Yao Moen looked towards Yi Junqing innocently, but her heart was in turmoil. That action just now had been so involuntary that she hadn't even thought about it. When she'd first been reborn, she only felt that she owed Yi Junqing. However, after interacting with him these past few days, Yao Moen discovered that the hidden feeling in her heart wasn't just guilt. As for what it was, she didn't dare to probe too deeply. She was afraid of getting the answer. I don't like it. I really don't like it, said Yi Junqing angrily. Then he turned and disappeared from Yao Moen's line of sight, as if he was fleeing for his life. Yao Moen's expression only relaxed when she couldn't see Yi Junqing anymore. She wiped the sweat off her forehead. Master, after Yi Liu left the Imperial Garden, he went straight to Pure Flower's palace. By the time this subordinate returned, Yao Sulwan had already been fished out of the lake, reported In Shui. This time, Yao Sulwan's acting had reached its limit. I understand. You can leave. Yao Moen nodded slightly, then dragged her somewhat exhausted body back to the bedroom. She didn't know if it was because her actions last night had scared Yi Junqing, but he didn't appear at breakfast the next day. Instead, Yi Liu's appearance surprised Yao Moen. Yao Moen, you deserve to die. When Ting Yu saw Yi Liu charge into Guan Osprey Palace with a sword in hand, she immediately blocked his path. King Yu, you mustn't act recklessly. No matter what my master did wrong, you can't abuse your power in the inner palace. If His Majesty finds out, he'll blame you. Ting Yu anxiously tried to comfort her, then looked towards Yi Liu apprehensively. However, in the next second, Yi Liu kicked her to the ground. PFFF. Yi Liu's kick was so strong that Ting Yu coughed up a mouthful of blood. When Yao Moen saw the dark red blood on the ground, she was instantly filled with rage. Woo! Ting Yu, why did you cough up blood? Does it hurt? Yao Moen immediately rushed to Ting Yu's side and rubbed the blood on her body and lips. Yao Moen, you evildoer. This prince will kill you today. Whenever Yi Liu thought about how Yao Sulwan had fainted from choking on the lake water and how her fever hadn't subsided, he wanted nothing more than to tear Yao Moen to pieces. Fortunately, Yao Moen had seen that azure figure the moment she was about to summon In Shui. Otherwise, if Yi Liu found out about In Shui's existence, it would be troublesome. Stop! When he saw Yi Liu's sword whistling towards Yao Moen, Yi Junqing felt his heart stop. That unprecedented fear almost suffocated him. Without any hesitation, Yi Junqing immediately threw out the Bodhi Jade. The Bodhi Jade broke into two halves from the friction between the blade, and Yi Liu instantly felt his hand go numb. The sharp sword fell to the ground. Yi Liu, what are you doing? Moen, are you all right? In a moment of desperation, Yi Junqing rushed to Yao Moen's side and helped her up. When he saw the blood on Yao Moen's clothes and the corner of her lips, Yi Junqing's eyes instantly turned cold and a terrifying rage surged from the bottom of his heart. Yi Junqing, who do you think you are? You actually dare to block this prince's path? Scram. Today, this prince will definitely kill this evildoer. Yi Liu suddenly picked up the sword on the ground and stabbed it at Yao Moen. Almost at the same time, Yi Junqing stepped forward and accurately caught the tip of Yi Liu's sword with 2 fingers. With just a bit of strength, the sword instantly broke in 2. With Junqing here today, no one can think about acting presumptuously in Guan Osprey Palace. The cold voice seemed to contain a might that could destroy the world. Yi Liu couldn't help but be startled. He tightly gripped the sword hilt to prevent it from falling to the ground. Chapter 141. You're just a useless person without an official position. What right do you have to block this prince's path? Yi Liu shouted loudly, but didn't dare to take another step forward. Yi Junqing flicked the tip of his sword away and looked towards Yi Liu. If you dare to charge forward again, Junqing will naturally tell you what right you have. Behind Yi Junqing, a trace of splendor flashed through Yao Moen's eyes. This was the Yi Junqing she knew. The domineering aura that came from his bones and looked down on the world was something that no one could fake. What happened? In the main hall, Yi Hongyi walked in with vicious steps. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Your Majesty. Wanner so scared. He called Wanner a demon and wanted to kill Wanner. Wanner's in so much pain. Cough cough. The moment Yao Moen saw Yi Hongyi, she bit the corner of her lips and blood immediately gushed out. Wanner, you're bleeding? Is there anyone who can tell me what is going on? Yi Hongyi roared when he saw the blood on Yao Moen's body and lips. He glared at the two people standing in front of him. Imperial older brother. She's lying. I didn't hit her at all. She really isn't stupid. She's a liar. Yi Liu didn't seem to notice Yi Hongyi's anger. He fearlessly stepped forward and pointed a finger at Yao Moen. If you didn't hit her, where did this blood come from? Yi Liu, don't think that just because you're our blood brother that you can do whatever you want. This is the inner palace and she's our woman, a noble consort. Who allowed you to barge in? Who allowed you to behave so atrociously in Guan Osprey Palace? Yi Hongyi shielded Yao Moen with his hands. The veins on his forehead were bulging and his eyes were bloodshot. Imperial older brother. Subject younger brother really didn't hit her. You have to believe Liu. If you don't believe me, you can ask Yi Junqing. He saw it with his own eyes. I didn't have time to kill her. Yi Liu had never seen Yi Hongyi so angry before. He panicked and blurted out. If subject younger brother hadn't arrived in time, Consort Yao would have definitely become a resentful ghost under King Yu's sword. Yi Junqing looked at Yi Liu coldly. Yi Junqing, you. Enough? Yi Liu, listen up. From now on, you are not allowed to take a single step into Guan Osprey Palace without our permission. If there's a next time, we definitely won't let you off so easily. An imperial physician. And Bingshan, hurry and call the imperial physician. After Yi Hongyi said this, he immediately picked up Yao Moen, who was at his side, and strode into the inner room. At the side, Yi Junqing turned to help Tingyu out of Guan Osprey Palace. He wasn't sure if Yi Liu would vent his anger on Tingyu with his temper. At this moment, Yi Liu was the only one left standing in the main hall. He had heard that Yao Moen was favored, but he never imagined that Yao Moen would be favored to this extent. No matter what, he was His Majesty's younger brother, but His Majesty only trusted Yao Moen and didn't even suspect her at all. At this moment, he finally understood why Yao Sulwan had fallen to such a state. It was really because Yao Moen was too treacherous. That night, when Yi Liu sneaked into Pure Flower's palace, Yao Sulwan had just woken up. Sulwan, how are you? Yi Liu worriedly walked to the side of the bed and held Yao Sulwan's hand. As he looked at her face that was red from the cold, Yi Liu's heart ached. The imperial physician has already given me medicine, so I should be fine. Why is Yao Moen so ruthless? I've already avoided her at every turn, but she still won't let me off. What should I do? What should I do? Yao Sulwan sobbed sorrowfully. Yao Moen is truly crafty. This prince went to look for her this morning and clearly only kicked the palace maid. Who would have thought that she would frame this prince for hitting her in front of imperial older brother? But imperial older brother, he didn't even bother to investigate the truth and pushed all the blame onto this prince. Whenever Yi Liu thought of what had happened this morning, he would feel a lump in his throat and feel extremely uncomfortable. He had put in so much effort to help imperial older brother ascend to the throne. Even the scars on his face had been left because he had tried to save imperial older brother, but in the end, he wasn't as trustworthy as a fool. How could he not be angry? Prince went to Guan Osprey Palace? How could Prince be so impulsive? If something had really happened, what would Sulwan have done? Yao Sulwan nervously pulled on Yi Liu's hand as her eyes glistened. This prince just couldn't stand it. She was clearly trying to mess with you last night. What rainbow fish? That's just an excuse, said Yi Liu hatefully. Sulwan is already used to it. Prince, please don't provoke her in the future. All right? Yao Sulwan was extremely disappointed. She hadn't been able to kill Yao Moen the first time, so Yi Hongyi wouldn't give Yi Liu a second chance. What's worse is that cripple, Yi Junqing. If it wasn't for him, Yao Moen would have already gone to the underworld to report. Didn't they say that his martial arts had been wasted? Yi Liu subconsciously clenched his fists. The area between his thumb and forefinger started to ache. It's the esteemed prince again? When Yao Sulwan heard this, she suddenly had an idea. What do you mean by it again? Yi Liu could hear the surprise in Yao Sulwan's voice. What do you want Sulwan to say? His Majesty shouldn't have allowed the esteemed prince to stay in Guan Osprey Palace. Everyone knows that the esteemed prince was deeply in love with the Empress. Ever since the Empress died, the esteemed prince has abandoned himself to despair and has been living a befuddled life. Now that he's living with the Empress's younger sister, it's hard to avoid. Yao Sulwan looked troubled and hesitated. You're suspecting that Yi Junqing and Yao Moen are having an affair? Yi Liu's eyes widened as he looked towards Yao Sulwan in confusion. You can't say something like that carelessly. It could lead to death. Sulwan only dares to say this to Prince. After all, in other people's eyes, Yao Moen is an idiot. How could the esteemed prince possibly like an idiot? However, Sulwan and Prince both know that Yao Moen's stupidity is just an act. Yao Sulwan chose her words carefully to make them sound believable. How dare you? Yao Moen, that slut, actually dares to fool around behind imperial older brother's back. Yao Moen, Yi Junqing, as long as I find evidence, this prince will definitely make it so that you'll never be able to rise again. Yi Liu growled through gritted teeth. Prince, Sulwan is only saying this because I don't want Prince to continue provoking Yao Moen. Not only does she have His Majesty's support, she also has the esteemed prince's protection. It's easier said than done if you want to touch her. If anything happens to Prince, Sulwan's heart will ache. Yao Sulwan's eyes were filled with tears as she gripped Yi Liu's hand tightly. You're finally willing to feel heartache for this prince? That's great. It looks like this prince made the right decision to come back this time. As long as you're willing, once this prince is done with Yao Moen and Yi Junqing, this prince will definitely beg imperial older brother to bestow you to this prince. Sulwan, it won't be long before we can be together openly. Yi Liu was extremely excited when he saw the deep love in Yao Sulwan's eyes. After waiting for 7 years, Yao Sulwan had finally responded. Prince. Yao Sulwan never expected Yi Liu to have such an absurd thought. What kind of person was Yi Hongyi? Even if he abandoned his woman, he definitely wouldn't give her to someone else to enjoy. However, Yao Sulwan didn't say anything. She couldn't dispel Yi Liu's enthusiasm. Everything could only wait until Yao Moen was dealt with. In a room on the right side of Guan Osprey Palace, Yao Moen looked coldly at the unconscious Tingyu on the bed. Her hands were clenched into fists as a cold light flashed through her eyes. Tingyu, this consort said that no matter if it's you or Lu Xing, from the day you started following this consort would protect you. Since Yi Liu injured you today, this consort will make him pay tenfold. Rest well. Once you wake up, you'll naturally see this consort's sincerity. Yao Moen's eyes were cold. She stayed there for a long time before returning to the main hall of Guan Osprey Palace. Yao Moen, have you been scared silly by him? Why didn't you call in Shui? The moment Yao Moen stepped into the main hall, she saw Yi Junqing rush over angrily. Chapter 142. He was going to raid the house. In that sort of situation, calling in Shui out would only alert the enemy. The gains wouldn't make up for the losses. Yao Moen actually felt a trace of happiness when she heard Yi Junqing's reprimand. The losses wouldn't make up for the gains? If people found out that you were killed by someone with third-rate martial arts despite having the Yin family's hidden guards, that would be the true loss. Yi Junqing said disapprovingly. Is Prince concerned about Moen? Yao Moen lifted her brows as the corners of her lips lifted slightly and her eyes curved. This prince is thinking about Yin Shui's future. If people found out that Yin Shui's master died such a tragic death, she wouldn't be able to live in the future. Yi Junqing realized that he was being a bit too nervous, so he immediately turned around and explained in a calm manner. Yin Shui, hurry up and thank the esteemed prince. It's rare for the esteemed prince to think of others. Yao Moen called out teasingly. Thank you, prince. The ghostly voice reverberated in the air above Guan Osprey Palace. It was impossible to find the source of the voice. You don't thank people who should be thanking. Yi Junqing muttered quietly. He had saved Yao Mowen's life, so why didn't she say a word of thanks? What is Prince talking about? Yao Mowen walked lightly to Yi Junqing's side and leaned over to ask this. Ahem. Nothing much. Let's eat. Why isn't there anyone serving rice? Where is everyone? Yi Junqing felt his heart race when he felt the warm breath on his face. In order to hide his embarrassment, he immediately picked up the bowl of rice, but Yao Mowen took it from him in the next second. What are you doing? Yi Junqing looked towards Yao Mowen in surprise. Tingyu was heavily injured by Yi Liu and is still unconscious. There aren't any other palace maids in Guan Osprey Palace, so Mowen will be the one serving Prince's meal. Just treat it as a way to thank Prince for saving her life. Prince, don't worry. Mowen never owes favors. Mowen will find a chance to return this favor to Prince, so Prince, please don't make Mowen devote herself to you just because of this, said Yao Mowen as she pushed the bowl of porridge to Yi Junqing. You don't have a fever, right? Would this prince force you to devote yourself to me? If it weren't for the fact that you're Ma Xin's younger sister, this prince wouldn't bother with other people's business, said Yi Junqing disapprovingly with a flushed face. Oh? Yao Sulwan is also eldest sister's younger sister. Why didn't Wang Yi jump into Jade Lake to save her that night? I heard that her fever is not light. Yao Mowen tossed a few pieces of pastries to Fluffy and Jewel, then looked towards Yi Junqing to wait for his reply. How can she be the same? At some point, Yao Mowen was the only sister left in Yi Junqing's eyes. Your Highness has said so much, but this is the most pleasing to the ear. Since they weren't born from the same mother, they were different. That was why, even if the Prince of Yu acted so arrogantly in Guan Osprey Palace, the Emperor didn't do anything to him. However, Mowen can't swallow this, said Yao Mowen carelessly. What do you want? Yi Junqing looked towards Yao Mowen in confusion. Of all the people Yi Liu could have offended, he just had to offend this god of pestilence. It looks like he's out of luck. They are not born from the same mother. Your Highness, don't worry about it. It seemed like Yao Mowen had been waiting for him all along. Yi Junqing was extremely speechless. Yao Mowen's current smile in particular caused his hair to stand on end. He naturally couldn't care too much about it. He could only hope that Yi Liu could pray for himself. After breakfast, Yao Mowen summoned Yin Shui. After giving her a few simple instructions, she left the imperial palace with Lu Xing and returned to Prime Minister Yao's residence. It had been a long time since she had returned, so as his daughter, she had to congratulate her father on having a son. Inside the imperial study, Yi Hongyi glanced at Yi Liu, who had been standing in front of the dragon table for almost an hour. In the end, he tossed the brush aside and sighed. Liu, we really don't understand. How did Consort Yao offend you? Why do you have to make things difficult for her? She's just an idiot. She's already very pitiful. Yet you actually used a sword to kill her. What were you thinking? Whenever he thought about how Yao Mowen had curled up in his arms and trembled in fear that day, Yi Hongyi couldn't help but curse at Yi Liu. Imperial older brother, what do I have to say for you to believe me? That Yao Mowen isn't stupid at all. She was just pretending. That day, I didn't hit her at all. Yi Liu still wanted to argue, but Yi Hongyi stopped him. We don't want to hear any more of this. If there's nothing else, you can leave. Yi Hongyi firmly believed that Yao Mowen was an idiot. Compared to Yi Liu's Arabian Nights, he trusted his own eyes more. All right, this younger brother won't mention Yao Mowen. Instead, let's talk about Yi Junqing. Why didn't Imperial older brother just kill him? Leaving him alive is just a scourge. Not only that, Imperial older brother even let him live in Guan Osprey Palace. Don't forget, he's always been in love with the Empress. Now he's letting him live with the Empress's younger sister. Before Yi Liu could finish, Yi Hongyi slammed the table and stood up. His gaze was as sharp as an eagle's. Yi Liu, we said before, you're not allowed to mention the Empress in front of us. Don't think that just because you're our younger brother, you can do whatever you want. Get out. Yi Hongyi abruptly pointed at the palace doors, his eyes filled with coldness. Yi Liu wanted to say something, but when he saw Yi Hongyi's cold gaze, he swallowed the words at the tip of his tongue. The moment the palace doors closed, Yi Hongyi's eyes turned even colder. His hands clenched into fists. In the next second, He angrily threw all the memorials on the table onto the ground. After a long while, he finally sat back down on the dragon throne. Yao Maxin, you're already dead. You won't be able to torture us anymore. Never again. After leaving the imperial study, Yi Liu was still puzzled. Why did imperial older brother avoid mentioning Yao Maxin so much? Perhaps it was because he couldn't bear to part with her. After all, everyone could see how hard Yao Maxin had worked for imperial older brother's ascension to the throne. If it wasn't for Yao Maxin, there wouldn't be the current imperial older brother. Yi Liu never denied this. If it weren't for Yi Junqing, he might have respected this imperial sister-in-law even more. Just as Yi Liu was pondering this, a young eunuch rushed to Yi Liu's side. Reporting to you, Prince, the steward of you Prince residence is currently waiting at the palace gates. He says that something big has happened in you Prince residence, and he wants you to hurry back, reported the young eunuch while panting. Something happened? What happened? Yi Liu's black brows were tightly furrowed. The scars on his face seemed especially sinister under the sunlight. This servant doesn't know either, replied the young eunuch respectfully. Yi Liu didn't say anything and quickened his footsteps. A bad premonition suddenly welled up in his heart. For most people, bad premonitions were always the most accurate, and Yi Liu was clearly one of them. When Yi Liu opened the gates of Yu Prince residence, he froze in place. The scene before him was a complete mess. All of the servants were lying on the ground with bitter expressions on their faces. They were vomiting blood and their limbs were twitching. What's going on? Yi Liu's brows were tightly knitted together as he stepped into the residence in disbelief. It was as if the entire residence had just experienced a calamity. Aside from the servants who were lying on the ground moaning in pain, all of the flowers and trees in the residence had been uprooted. All of the antiques in every room had been smashed to pieces. What was even more intolerable was that even the hunting dog he kept in the back courtyard had been heavily injured. Stewardly, what's going on? Yi Liu's face was completely red as he roared. His hands were clenched into fists that occasionally made cracking sounds, and the veins on his forehead looked like they could burst at any moment. Replying, Prince, this old servant doesn't know either. When this old servant returned from the money house, the residence was already like this. Steward Li spoke in a trembling voice, his face ashen. Even the stupidest person could guess that Prince must have offended someone outside that he shouldn't have, which was why he was being targeted. However, he just couldn't figure out who would have the guts to attack Yu Prince residence when his master was the current emperor's younger brother. Chapter 143. Preposterous. Who was it? Who was it? Yi Liu's eyes were bloodshot as he roared. Right at this moment, a figure flashed by. Before Yi Liu could react, Steward Li was already lying on the ground, coughing up blood and curling up in pain. Come out! Come out! Ah! Yi Liu's eyes were bloodshot as he roared madly. He pulled out his sword and swung it with all his might. Aside from Yi Liu's bestial howls, there was no other sound in the large residence. Yi Liu roared until he was completely exhausted, but that figure didn't appear again. When he saw the blood on the ground and the mess in the courtyard, Yi Liu threw his sword to the ground. No matter who it was, he definitely wouldn't let this matter rest. Inside Prime Minister Yao's residence, Yao Moan leaned over and pressed her ear against Li Qingqing's bulging belly, her lips occasionally curling. Little brother is moving. Yao Moan stood up happily and said excitedly, Isn't that so? He's so happy. Sometimes, he kicks so much that this subject's wife can't even sleep at night. This subject's wife has suffered a lot for Master's son. Li Qingqing rubbed her belly proudly, her face flushed red. Suffered? Yao Jinting was just short of placing Li Qingqing on the ancestral tablet. Li Qingqing's food and drink were no less than the imperial concubines. That's right, being pregnant is so tiring. Mother has worked hard. Wana doesn't know what Mother likes, so I brought a lot of pastries from the palace. Lu Xing, hurry and bring them over. Yao Moan looked towards Li Qingqing sincerely and silently cursed that Li Qingqing was truly a ruthless person. She was clearly pregnant with a bastard child, but she could still claim credit so confidently. At the door, Lu Xing immediately walked up and placed the food box on the table, then took out a lot of exquisite pastries. Although the food from the palace is good, this subject isn't hungry yet. Jewer, have the kitchen make me a bowl of blood swallow stew. Tell them that young master is thirsty. Li Qingqing glanced at the pastries on the table in disgust, then glanced at the maid beside her. At the side, Yao Moen pursed her lips into a faint smile. If she hadn't been an idiot, Li Qingqing wouldn't have dared to be so impudent. However, she didn't mind. The more Li Qingqing acted like this, the happier she was. Just as Jewer left the room, a middle-aged man dressed in luxurious satin ran in, sweating profusely. Little sister, you have to save Big Brother this time. Otherwise, Big Brother is dead. The man had a wretched appearance. His cheekbones were protruding, his nose was flat, and his beady eyes were glowing like a mouse's. At this moment, the man was sweating profusely as he held Li Qingqing's hand, gasping for breath as he begged, "What did you do this time?" Li Qingqing frowned as she looked at her disappointing brother and angrily asked, "Someone's dead. Widow Zhao, I didn't expect her to be so strong-willed. I was just playing around, but she actually used a knife to threaten me. I slipped up and..." Li Jian said in annoyance and regret. "Seriously, if you want a woman, go to Happy Spring Brothel. There are plenty of women there for you to choose from, but you just had to go provoke a widow. Forget it. Isn't it just a widow? Just throw a few pieces of silver at her house and send her off." Li Qingqing flung Li Jian's hand away and said arrogantly, "That won't do. The Zhao family has made a big fuss. They're going to report this to the authorities. Right now, the Li residence is completely blocked by them. Otherwise, I wouldn't have run over to your place." Li Jian looked at Li Qingqing with a pleading expression. "Report to the authorities? Is the Zhao family stupid? Don't they know that your brother-in-law, my husband, is a first-rank prime minister?" Li Qingqing said resentfully as if she had heard the biggest joke in the world. "You mean, brother-in-law can help me this time?" When Li Jian heard this, his bitter expression immediately smoothed out. He ran over to Li Qingqing and began to massage her shoulders and back. "Of course, you're his son's biological uncle." Li Qingqing had a proud expression as she caressed her bulging belly. In the eyes of these siblings, Yao Moen was like air that couldn't enter their eyes. At this moment, Yao Moen was leisurely sitting at the side and watching coldly. She also really wanted to know if her father would help Li Jian with this. Speak of the devil. The first thing Yao Zhenting did when he stepped into the residence after leaving court was to see his unborn son. "Master, you've returned." When Li Qingqing saw Yao Zhenting enter the room, she immediately stood up and walked over with her belly puffed out. "Madam, please sit. Don't disturb the baby. The doctor said that the child will be in labor in a few days. Madam must rest well, so that you'll have the strength to give birth." Yao Zhenting carefully helped Li Qingqing back to the chair. When he looked up, he finally noticed Yao Moen's presence. This old man kowtows in salute to consort Yao. Ever since he became enemies with Yao Suwan, Yao Zhenting was still rather respectful towards Yao Moen. "Father, please get up." What Wan'er can't accept the most is father's kowtows. "Wan'er." Yao Moen wanted to say a few more greetings, but was stopped by Li Qingqing. "Master, you have to help older brother this time. That Zhao family is too shameless. That widow Zhao clearly sought death herself, but they just have to blame it on older brother. Right now, those unruly commoners are blocking our Li residence. Look at this." Li Qingqing pulled Yao Zhenting with both hands and said coquettishly. When Yao Zhenting heard this, his sharp eyes shot towards the trembling Li Jian. His expression was grave, but he didn't say anything. "Master, Qingqing swears that this matter has nothing to do with older brother. You have to help older brother." Li Qingqing was a bit anxious. In the past, as long as she spoke, Yao Zhenting would immediately agree, but this time was an exception. "Come out with this old man." Yao Zhenting's voice was cold as he said sternly. When Li Jian heard this, his legs began to tremble even more, and he looked towards Li Qingqing for help. "Master, this concubine is begging you. This concubine only has this one older brother. If anything happens to him, this concubine doesn't want to live anymore. Son, mother has let you down. Woo-woo." As Li Qingqing spoke, tears began to fall. Just as she was about to kneel, Yao Jinting helped her up. "Madam, don't cry. This isn't good for the child." Yao Moen couldn't help but snort disdainfully when she saw Yao Jinting's distressed expression. "Yao Jinting, shouldn't this be your retribution for someone else's son?" "Ah, it hurts. Master, this concubine's stomach hurts." Li Qingqing's brows were tightly furrowed as she curled up in Yao Jinting's embrace, trembling incessantly. "All right, this old man agrees. Hurry and get up. Don't hurt the child." Yao Jinting finally compromised. "It's true. Master, this concubine is going to give birth, Li Qingqing felt an unbearable pain in her lower abdomen, and her forehead was drenched in cold sweat. When Yao Jinting heard this, he looked down and saw the blood around Li Qingqing's ankle. "Someone come. Hurry and call the midwife. Madam is going to give birth." After Yao Jinting shouted in pleasant surprise, the entire Yao Xiangfu became a mess. The maids and servants ran back and forth in a mess. 3 or 4 midwives were in Li Qingqing's room to help her give birth. Yao Jinting's hands were clenched as he paced back and forth in front of the door, occasionally glancing inside anxiously. At this moment, Yao Moen was standing in a corner with Lu Xing's support. She had really come at the right time to actually make it in time for Li Qingqing to give birth. Wah! A crisp sound came from the room. Before Yao Jinting could react, the midwife had already opened the door. "Congratulations, master. Congratulations, master. It's a young master." After hearing the midwife's good news, Yao Jinting immediately rushed into the room while laughing loudly. "Nyang Nyang, are we going in as well?" asked Lu Xing in a low voice. "Of course, Bin Gong is that child's aunt." Yao Moen's lips curved slightly, and her eyes were full of smiles. Inside the room, Yao Jinting was hugging the newborn child lovingly and grinning from ear to ear. Chapter 144. On the bed, an exhausted Li Qingqing leaned against the bed frame with the help of a midwife. "Bowen looks so much like master," Li Qingqing said weakly, her eyes filled with motherly love. For a moment, Yao Moen suddenly recalled how Yao Sulwan had personally taken saffron to frame Huan Kaier. If she didn't hate her, why would she kill her own child with her own hands? "Bowen?" Yao Jinting looked towards Li Qingqing with the baby in his arms. "Master, you've forgotten. This is the name that Scholar Wu chose for the child." This concubine asked master about it, reminded Li Qingqing. "That's right. Bowen is good. This old man's little Bowen." Yao Jinting nodded in understanding. At the side, Yao Moen laughed involuntarily. Li Qingqing was truly daring. Not only did she have an affair with Wu Ziqing to give birth to a bastard child, she even brazenly had Wu Ziqing choose a name for the child. They really treated a tiger as a sick cat. "Master, then what about older brother?" On the bed, Li Jian kept winking at his younger sister. "We'll talk about this later. Yao Tu, take him to arrange a place to stay." Yao Jinting didn't even look at Li Jian as he casually ordered. "But..." Li Qingqing opened her mouth unwillingly but was stopped by Yao Jinting. "You just gave birth. Rest first. Zhu, serve your master well. Bowen, are you hungry? Father will take you to your room right now and let you eat your fill." As early as when Li Qingqing was pregnant, Yao Jinting had ordered people to renovate the room on the left side of the main room and hired 4 or 5 wet nurses to be on standby. At this moment, Yao Jinting had already left Li Qingqing's room with the baby in his arms. "Master, don't go. Master." No matter how Li Qingqing called out, Yao Jinting didn't turn around. At the side, Yao Moen couldn't help but sigh. Did Li Qingqing not understand? After giving birth, she had already been removed from the ancestral tablet by Yao Jinting. Getting rid of the donkey after it was no longer of use was father's style. After leaving Yao Xiangfu, Yao Moen called Lu Xing to her side. "Lu Xing, take 1,000 taels to bribe the Zhao family and have them go directly to Huan Heng's Fu to complain. A despicable bastard like Li Jian deserves to die 1,000 times over. This servant will go now." Even if he didn't ask for the reason, Lu Xing could guess a thing or two. Because of Huan Kaier's matter, Huan residents and Yao residents had already become enemies. Even if the Zhao family jumped ranks and reported this, as long as they knew that this matter was related to Yao residents, Huan Heng would definitely use this opportunity to vent his anger. On the way back to the palace, Yao Moen lazily leaned against the sedan chair. She suddenly couldn't wait to see Yao Jinting's expression when he found out that Yao Bowen wasn't his biological son. That would definitely be an extremely beautiful scene. If only her mother could see this scene. Just as Yao Moen got off the sedan chair, Ting Yu, who seemed to have been waiting at the palace gates for a long time, rushed over. Ting Yu, why did you come out? Does your chest still hurt? Yao Moen looked towards Ting Yu worriedly. This servant is fine. Your Highness, Consort Li is waiting for you inside. Yao Moen was slightly startled when she heard this. She lifted her brows and looked towards Lu Xing. Do you know where she went today? She went to the imperial study. When she came out, her eyes were red and swollen, as if she had been crying. This was what Ting Yu had heard. I understand. Stay here and guard. Don't let anyone in, ordered Yao Moen coldly, then stepped into Guan Osprey Palace. It was the height of summer after the rain. The warm wind carried the scent of earth. In the pear garden on the left, a swing was lifted and a crimson dress fluttered in the wind. Wana remembers that His Majesty once said that without his decree, you can't enter Guan Osprey Palace as you please. Yao Moen walked leisurely to the swing and casually swung it a few times. This is all thanks to you. If it wasn't for you making Bin Gong jump into Jade Lake, Bin Gong really wouldn't know how to wake up and wouldn't have been able to bury the hatchet between His Majesty and Bin Gong. If it wasn't for His Majesty telling Bin Gong to keep you company, Bin Gong wouldn't have bothered to come. Yao Sulwan harumphed coldly as she looked towards Yao Moen, then walked down from the swing. Then congratulations, second older sister. You finally don't have to pretend to be an idiot anymore. Today really is a double blessing. That Madam Li from Prime Minister Fu gave birth to a son for father. You didn't see how happy father was. Even Wanner was a bit jealous. Yao Moen slowly sat down on the swing and tapped her toes on the ground as she looked towards Yao Sulwan. Now you know that in father's eyes, you and I are no different. We're both just tools for him to stabilize his career. Whenever Yao Sulwan thought of how heartless father was towards mother and how cold he was towards her, she would feel hatred from the bottom of her heart. Even if it's a tool, there are still good and bad ones. Weren't you already abandoned by father? Said Yao Sulwan lightly. Bin Gong will let him know how to write the word regret sooner or later. Yao Sulwan gnashed her teeth and roared. Returning to the main topic, you couldn't possibly have really listened to His Majesty and only came to see me, right? If that's the case, then you've already seen it. You can leave now. She already didn't have anything to say to Yao Sulwan. All she had was the joy of a cat slowly torturing a mouse after catching it. No matter how you found out about Yao Maxin's cause of death, Bin Gong still has to remind you that you're playing with fire. With just you, you'll never be able to get revenge because your enemy is the emperor who stands above tens of thousands of people. As long as His Majesty finds out about your goal and getting close to him and finds out about your evil deeds, then your death will be even more miserable than Yao Maxin's. Even more miserable. Yao Sulwan walked to Yao Moen's side step by step and bent down to whisper into Yao Moen's ear. She was probing Yao Moen. She needed to confirm just how much Yao Moen knew and how she knew. As long as she grasped this, she would expose Yao Moen's scheme in front of Yi Hongyi. At that time, no matter how much Yi Hongyi loved Yao Moen, he wouldn't allow her to continue living. Second older sister, you're actually very smart, but too smart. Wana remembers that you once said that unless eldest sister came back from the dead, how would I know how she died? Do you think it's possible for eldest sister to come back from the dead? Yao Moen stopped swinging and slowly got up. Her deep eyes were like two black holes that tightly sucked Yao Sulwan in. Yao Sulwan really wanted to shift her gaze away, but discovered that she couldn't. Impossible. Yao Sulwan shook her head. After Yao Maxin died, she had personally examined her body and personally set fire to the cold palace. There were no miracles in this world. Even if there were, it definitely wouldn't happen to Yao Maxin. So, second older sister, you're really thinking too much. Moen's only enemy is you because you and your mother used the most despicable methods to kill my mother. Yao Moen smiled faintly. That smile caused Yao Sulwan's hair to stand on end. Then why did you plot against His Majesty to break off relations with Xiezhong and Huan Heng? Also, do you dare to say that Yu Qing and Yu Funing's disappearance had nothing to do with you? Yao Sulwan forcefully suppressed her fear of fleeing as she questioned sternly. I can't say that it was completely unrelated. Waner was the one who did what happened to Huan Hong, but second older sister should know that Yao Er was only trying to frame you. Waner already told second older sister about the saffron, right? Yao Moen used the most gentle voice to remind Yao Sulwan of the cruelest truth. But that day, you were clearly spying on us from outside Ordnance Palace. And before you Funing disappeared, you went to Fragrant Steps Pavilion several times to eat. This consort saw all of this with my own eyes. You wouldn't deny it, right? Aside from framing her, Yao Moen had also had White Brow, that demon, deceive her. That was why she had decided to abandon the child in her womb. She would settle this debt with Yao Moen sooner or later. Chapter 145. Who isn't curious? Wasn't the First Lady also outside Ordnance Palace? As for going to Fragrant Steps Pavilion to eat, it was actually because Yu Funing had ulterior motives. She'd been envious of Yi Junqing for a long time. This is a secret, but it's fine to tell you. You shouldn't be stupid enough to tell His Majesty. Yao Moen lifted her brows as she sat down leisurely. Why can't this consort tell His Majesty? Asked Yao Sulwan. It's very simple. Yu Funing has already gone far away. Everyone knows that Yi Junqing admires His Majesty, so he no longer cares about His Majesty's attitude. If you tell His Majesty, you'll only make His Majesty unhappy, and he might even take his anger out on you. There's no benefit in doing so. Yao Moen raised her fingers and carelessly brushed away the pear blossoms on the stone table. Yao Moen, even though you have a glib tongue, this consort doesn't believe a single word you say. One day, this consort will prove everything in front of His Majesty and make you unable to hide anything. Yao Sulwan hadn't expected Yao Moen to be so tight-lipped. No matter how she tried, Yao Moen refused to say anything about knowing the truth about Yao Maxin's death. Alright, Moen is really looking forward to that day. However, Moen has something to advise second older sister. It's rare to find someone who's sincere to you, so don't let them down. Otherwise, it'll be too late for regrets. Yao Moen looked towards Yao Sulwan meaningfully. Birds of a feather flocked together. She and Yi Liu were truly a match made in heaven. This consort doesn't know what nonsense you're talking about. Yao Sulwan forced herself to remain calm, but she was inwardly hesitant. Could it be that Yao Moen knew about her and Yi Liu? That was impossible. Their relationship was extremely secretive. No one could possibly know. Since second older sister doesn't understand, then just pretend Moen never said anything. Does second older sister plan on staying for the meal? Of course, if second older sister isn't afraid that Moen might poison the food, then Moen is willing to have a good drink with second older sister. Yao Moen lifted her brows as she looked towards Yao Sulwan. Her gaze was pure and innocent. This was the sort of gaze Yao Sulwan hated the most. Yao Sulwan snorted coldly, then left Guan Osprey Palace. Once Yao Sulwan left, Yao Moen let out a long sigh. Things were really different now that she had someone to rely on. She actually dared to cause trouble in her Guan Osprey Palace. If it weren't for the fact that she'd been busy with Xiexian's matter, how could Yao Sulwan possibly have such a good time? Since you've taken the initiative to come here, Moen will play around with you. This round, Moen promises to let you play to your heart's content. During dinner, Yi Junqing picked up the porcelain bowl. After hesitating for a long time, he put it back down and looked towards Yao Moen. You were the one behind the incident at Yuangfu? Although Yi Junqing was already certain, he still wanted confirmation from Yao Moen. Of course not. Moen is delicate and weak. Moen wouldn't be able to do something so violent. Yao Moen looked towards Yi Junqing innocently. Yin Shui wasn't strong either. Even a dog wasn't spared. You guys did such a good thing. Yet this prince has to take the blame. If it weren't for the fact that this prince's former subordinates were protecting the esteemed prince residence, Yi Liu would have definitely destroyed this prince's residence. Do you know that this prince's former subordinate has already resigned because of this? This prince has let him down, so you can say that you owe him. Yi Junqing wasn't surprised that Yao Moen had sent Yin Shui to destroy Yuangfu. Given Yao Moen's personality, this was already considered a light punishment. In reality, with a hidden guard like Yin Shui, no matter how arrogant she was, it wouldn't be too much. Of course, he didn't care that Yi Liu had pinned him as the main culprit. What he cared about was that former subordinate and the Su Prince residence's servants and steward. Then does Prince know how Zhao Shua found out that Yi Liu was going to raid your residence? Yao Moen picked up a piece of fish and placed it in her mouth. It was fried until it was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. How did you know it was Zhao Shua? You were the one who informed him? Yi Junqing looked towards Yao Moen in realization. He suddenly felt that this woman was too mysterious. She seemed to be able to see the past and see the future. There was probably nothing in this world that Yao Moen didn't know about, nor was there anything that could escape her grasp. Living under the same roof with a woman like this was a huge blow to Yi Junqing's self-confidence. He had always thought that he had the ability to devise strategies and determine victory from 1,000 miles away, but after meeting Yao Moen, he began to hesitate. Don't worry, Zhao Shua naturally has a good place to go. As for the people of the esteemed prince residence, if Yi Liu dares to touch a single hair on them, I, Yao Moen, promise you that I will pluck out all the hair on him and everyone in his residence. I won't even let that dog off, said Yao Moen resolutely. Ahem. Yi Junqing knew that Yao Moen wasn't exaggerating. She had always been this tough. However, this was going to be difficult for Yin Shui. This was going to be very difficult. In the imperial study, Yi Liu's fists were clenched so tightly that they were cracking. His eyes were bloodshot as he glared at the expressionless Yi Hongyi. Imperial older brother, you're just going to let Yi Junqing bully me like this? You didn't see the miserable state of the Yu Prince residence. He was just short of holding a knife to my neck, roared Yi Liu. If you weren't our younger brother, there would definitely be a knife held to your neck right now. His cold voice was laced with icy anger. Ever since he ascended to the throne, no one had dared to act so impudently in front of him other than that old bastard Xie Zhong. If Imperial older brother had known this would happen, why would you have transferred me back to suffer like this? Yi Liu sensed Yi Hongyi's baleful aura, and his voice instantly became much softer. How do you know that this was definitely Yi Junqing's doing? He has no reason to. Yi Hongyi glanced at Yi Liu disapprovingly. Of course it was him. Other than him, who else would dare to behave atrociously in my Yu Prince residence? As for the reason, it's because I injured a palace made of Guan Osprey Palace. Yi Liu swore confidently. Isn't this explanation a little too far-fetched? Would Yi Junqing go against you for the sake of a palace maid? Also, even if everyone in the imperial city dared to behave atrociously in your residence, Yi Junqing wouldn't dare. Or rather, he doesn't have the intention to. Right now, he's no different from a living dead person. In Yi Hongyi's opinion, the fact that Yi Junqing was able to live so comfortably in Guan Osprey Palace proved this point. Imperial older brother, forgive this subject brother for being so bold, but if Yi Junqing loves Yao Maxin so much, why didn't he die with her? That's because he's transferred all his feelings for Yao Maxin to Yao Moen. The reason he destroyed my Yu Prince residence was to get revenge for Yao Moen. Yi Liu fearlessly revealed his thoughts, but all he got in return was a murderous glare from Yi Hongyi. Get out. Yi Hongyi pointed at the door. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to stop himself from killing Yi Liu, his only younger brother. The temperature in the imperial study dropped to a freezing point. Yi Liu felt every hair on his body stand on end. In this moment, he finally believed that Yi Hongyi wanted to kill him. That night, when Yi Liu told Yao Sulwan what had happened, Yao Sulwan couldn't help but feel shocked. She never expected that Yi Hongyi would be so averse to others mentioning Yao Maxin, even if it was his own younger brother. I really don't know what imperial older brother is thinking. If he really likes Yao Moen, then why did he let Yi Junqing live under the same roof as her? But now, no matter what this prince says, imperial older brother refuses to believe that they had an affair. That damned Yi Junqing. One day, this prince will personally kill him. Yi Liu had never seen Yi Hongyi look at him with such a terrifying gaze. He was truly frightened. It's all Sulwan's fault. If Prince hadn't stood up for Sulwan, you wouldn't have barged into Guan Osprey Palace, nor would you have injured Yao Moen's palace maids. It was Sulwan who harmed everyone in the Yu Prince residence. Yao Sulwan's voice was heavy with sobs. She rubbed the corner of her eyes, and a single tear fell. How can this be your fault? If it wasn't for you, this prince wouldn't have known that that slut Yao Moen had fooled imperial older brother like that. And Yi Junqing, this prince has always found him an eyesore. If it wasn't for, in any case, this prince wouldn't have let them off. Yi Liu knew very well that compared to Yi Junqing, his martial arts were far inferior. However, how could he let the woman he loved hear such words? Chapter 146. If we can catch them in bed, then His Majesty has no choice but to believe us, said Yao Sulwan. Right now, Imperial older brother isn't even letting this prince take a single step into Guan Osprey Palace. How are we supposed to catch them in bed? Yi Liu slammed the table fiercely as he roared. Even if Prince can enter Guan Osprey Palace, it's useless. Yao Moen is so shrewd, there's no way she would let us catch her. Yao Sulwan lowered her eyes and wiped away her tears. Her eyes that were hidden behind her long sleeves flashed coldly. In for a penny, in for a pound. Since we can't catch them, then we might as well create a false impression that they're having an affair. How about it? The huge change in Yu Prince's residence had caused Yi Liu to lose his patience. Right now, all he wanted to do was get rid of Yi Junqing to vent his anger. If Prince really thinks that way, Sulwan can lend Prince a hand. Although Sulwan doesn't want to fight anymore, I really can't bear to see Prince suffer, said Yao Sulwan resolutely. Sulwan, don't worry. Once we get rid of that adulterous couple, this prince will ask His Majesty to bestow you the title of Yu Prince's consort. This prince definitely won't let you down. Yi Liu grabbed Yao Sulwan's hand and looked into her eyes deeply. Yao Sulwan instinctively wanted to pull her hand back, but fortunately, she managed to suppress that urge. That's right, everything could wait until Yao Moen was eliminated. Saying it now would only get half the result with twice the effort. It hadn't even been 10 days since Yao Moen returned from Prime Minister Yao's residence when she heard the news that Li Jian had been executed at the Meridian Gate. Because Li Jian was beheaded, Madam and Master quarreled for a few days. Later, Master could not bear it any longer and imprisoned Madam in Virtuous Wool Veranda. It has been 3 days now. Lu Xing reported the information he had gathered. Li Qingqing has followed father for so long, yet she doesn't know how much importance father places on his career. It wasn't easy for him to become a first-rank official, so how could he let a Li Jian ruin his future? If this consort guesses correctly, it was father who personally kidnapped Li Jian and sent him to the authorities, right? Yao Moen had already expected this kind of result. Unfortunately, Li Bowen was born at the wrong time. If he had been born a bit later, her father would definitely have suppressed this matter for Li Bowen's sake. At the very least, he would have been able to ensure that Li Jian lived until the child was born. That's right. When Master found out that Huan Hong had come out from Lord Ji's residence, he immediately kidnapped Li Jian and brought him to the authorities. If not for that, Madam wouldn't have sought death. Lu Xing had been in Yao Xiangfu for many years and was well acquainted with Yao Jinting's temperament. It was not surprising that the old master would do this. If it weren't for the fact that father remembered Li Qingqing's contribution in giving birth to a child, he would have long divorced her as well in order to straighten his reputation. Withdraw. Send people to keep a close eye on Li Qingqing. If Bengong's guess isn't wrong, she's probably about to make a move ahead of schedule. Yao Moen hugged Fluffy and indicated for Lu Xing to withdraw. Just as Lu Xing reached the palace gates, Yao Sulwan suddenly appeared. Nyang Nyang. Lu Xing subconsciously moved in front of Yao Sulwan and turned his head to look towards Yao Moen. Lu Xing, who do you think you are? How dare you block this empress's path? When Yao Sulwan saw that Lu Xing was being so disrespectful, she abruptly raised her palm and was just about to slap him when she heard Yao Moen speak leisurely. If second older sister dares to continue hitting, Moen will definitely break second older sister's arm. The languid and soft voice brought an unbearable pressure to Yao Sulwan. Under Yao Moen's intimidation, Yao Sulwan forcibly retracted her hand that had stopped in midair. Lu Xing, withdraw. Yao Moen lifted her brows as she looked at Lu Xing. Then she moved Fluffy away and slowly walked towards Yao Sulwan. Second older sister really misses Moen. We just met yesterday. Why did you come again today? The weather is very good, so I wanted to invite you to Jade Lake for a walk. Yao Sulwan directly expressed her intentions. Although the weather is good, the person I invited is a bit disgusting. If second older sister doesn't have anything else to do, then leave. Moen doesn't have the time to waste talking glibly with you, said Yao Moen hurriedly as she walked towards the bedroom. Could it be that you don't want to know where your only nephew, Yao Maxin's only flesh and blood, is buried? Yao Sulwan's words were like thunder in Yao Moen's ears. Yao Moen felt as if her heart had been fiercely pierced by a silver needle and then forcefully stirred. Blood and flesh mixed together, and the pain seeped into her bones. Yao Moen even felt every hair on her body tremble. Her zhonger had been smashed into a meat patty by Yi Hong-yi. His flesh and blood had been badly mangled, and he had died so miserably. What? Not interested? Seeing that Yao Moen had no intention of turning around, Yao Sulwan became a bit anxious. I'm very interested. Yao Moen slowly turned around. Her clear eyes were like still water without any ripples, but upon closer inspection, a hurricane was surging within those eyes as if it wanted to devour everything in front of it. Unfortunately, Yao Sulwan didn't see it. When Yao Sulwan saw Yao Moen turn around, Yao Sulwan's tense heart relaxed and she walked out of Guan Osprey Palace. Yao Moen naturally followed behind her. She would make Yao Sulwan regret mentioning zhonger. In this world, the two people who had the least right to mention zhonger were Yao Sulwan and Yi Hong-yi. Yao Sulwan stood in the pavilion by the Jade Lake. The wind blew and the lake water shimmered, dazzling the eyes. When ## pushed Huan Kaier down, the steps of revenge had already begun. Right? Said Yao Sulwan coldly. If she had known earlier that Yao Moen was pretending to be stupid, would the result have been different? Where is zhonger buried? Yao Moen walked directly to Yao Sulwan's side, her clear and cold eyes like frost. Since you know the cause of Yao Maxin's death, then you should know that zhonger deserved to die. Yao Sulwan purposely provoked Yao Moen's anger as she fiddled with her sleeves. Yao Sulwan, I'll make you regret saying this. Yao Moen's heart churned with pain. It was as if someone had thrown it into a volcano. The heat was unbearable. Regret? The thing this consort regrets the most is that I didn't let mother get rid of you back then. Otherwise, this consort wouldn't have fallen to this state today. Yao Sulwan's voice was sinister, and her beautiful eyes gradually turned sinister. I'll ask you one more time. Where is zhonger buried? Yao Moen clearly remembered tightly hugging zhonger before she died. It was impossible for them to separate, but she still asked over and over again. She really hoped that zhonger hadn't been turned into ashes along with her and that cold palace, even if the chance of that happening was minuscule or even non-existent. Do you really want to know where he's buried? Yao Sulwan slowly turned around and looked straight at Yao Moen. Suddenly, her beautiful eyes narrowed and her wide sleeves fluttered. A white powder instantly blinded Yao Moen's eyes. You! Yao Moen was shocked. Her mind was muddled and her vision blurred. Immediately after, her body fell backwards and she sank into endless darkness, just like that moment in the cold palace. Not so long ago, she had thought that her life had come to an end. She had felt so hopeless, so regretful, and so desperate to live. Now, she had really come back to life. The heavens hadn't let her down, so how could she betray the heavens' good intentions? Yao Moen, this time, this consort will make you accept your death wholeheartedly. Mingyu. As Yao Sulwan looked at the unconscious Yao Moen on the ground, her lips curved in a sly smile. Your Highness. Mingyu timidly walked out from the shadows when she heard the summons. Listen up. Do as this consort taught you last night. In an hour, bring His Majesty to the shack at the back of Changle Palace, ordered Yao Sulwan firmly. This servant obeys, replied Mingyu apprehensively. Then she withdrew. When Yao Sulwan saw that there was no one around, she immediately helped Yao Moen up and walked towards Changle Palace. Yi Junqing had already expected that Yi Liu wouldn't let the matter rest. So when Yi Liu raised his sword and stood in front of him, Yi Junqing wasn't surprised at all. He merely looked indifferently at this man who had once worshipped him like a god and laughed lightly. 7 years was enough to turn a simple boy into an arrogant idiot. Sorry, after being with Yao Moen for so long, these crude words had become more and more pleasing to the ear. As expected, one is marked by the company one keeps. What are you laughing at? Yi Liu disliked Yi Juanqing's current leisurely manner. After losing his military power, he should be acting more like a stray dog wagging its tail and begging for pity instead of acting all high and mighty. Chapter 147. Laughing at the world's most laughable people, said Yi Juanqing indifferently. It really was you. Yi Juanqing. Back then, you relied on your military power to openly covet Empress Yao Maxin. Now, you're even hooking up with her younger sister. Imperial older brother is benevolent, but this prince can't tolerate it. As Yi Liu spoke, he suddenly raised his sword towards Yi Juanqing. So what if I can't tolerate it? Yi Juanqing folded his arms behind his head and looked towards Yi Liu. Even if Yi Liu's words were extremely unpleasant, Yi Juanqing didn't plan on arguing with him. He had learned this trick from Yao Moen. Arguing with reasonable people and arguing with unreasonable people was truly tiring. Yi Liu glared at the carefree Yi Juanqing, but he didn't dare to stab his sword. He still hadn't forgotten what had happened in Guan Osprey Palace. If he fought Yi Juanqing one-on-one, he wouldn't be able to gain the upper hand. If there's nothing else, then Juanqing will leave. Yi Juanqing looked towards Yi Liu with slight disappointment. When enemies met on a narrow path, the courageous would win. Yi Liu had truly become useless in Serene Province. He didn't even have the courage to attack. When he saw Yi Juanqing walk around him, Yi Liu suddenly turned around. Don't you want to know how Yao Maxin died? This was what Yao Suwan had taught him to say. He hadn't planned on using it, but reality proved that if he didn't say anything, he wouldn't be able to subdue Yi Juanqing. His heart instantly felt like it had been flooded by seawater. The stifling feeling made it hard for Yi Juanqing to breathe. He stopped and turned around to look at Yi Liu calmly. His eyes were filled with a bone-chilling coldness. I can tolerate your rudeness and impudence, and I can also accept your ingratitude, but if you dare to use Maxin to deceive me, then the consequences aren't something you can bear. Yi Juanqing enunciated each word firmly and powerfully. At this moment, Yi Liu could clearly feel a powerful gust of air rushing towards him. This pressure made him feel extremely uncomfortable. If you want to know the cause of Yao Maxin's death, then follow me. Yi Liu no longer had the courage to continue this confrontation. He immediately turned and walked towards Changle Palace. Yi Juanqing didn't even suspect anything as he followed after her. As long as it was something related to Yao Maxin, he would never calmly analyze it. When they reached the room at the back of Changle Palace, Yi Juanqing took a step forward and stopped Yi Liu. You know how Maxin died? Asked Yi Juanqing impatiently. His gaze was deep and serene. The truth is there. Let's see if you have the guts to go in. The corners of Yi Liu's lips curled up. The hideous scar on his face was especially eye-catching. When Yi Juanqing saw Yi Liu pointing at the room, he charged in without hesitation. The moment the door opened, Yi Juanqing was shocked to see that Yao Moen was lying unconscious on a pile of straw. Moen? What's going on? Just as Yi Juanqing was about to turn around to ask, he suddenly smelled a strong fragrance of cosmetics. His vision instantly blurred, and he lost consciousness. I really want to kill him. After Yao Suwan knocked Yi Juanqing out, Yi Liu walked in with his sword in hand. Prince, don't be impatient. Once His Majesty sees this, he definitely won't forgive them. At that time, it won't be difficult for Prince to deal with Yi Juanqing however you want, said Yao Suwan soothingly. When is Imperial older brother coming? Yi Liu took a deep breath and asked. Within an hour. This knockout drug will only be effective for an hour. Prince, please leave with Suwan first. There'll be a good show to watch soon. Yao Suwan's voice was filled with undisguised excitement. Whenever she thought of Yi Hongyi's expression when he saw this and Yao Moen's tragic fate, she couldn't help but feel excited. All right. Yi Liu resisted the urge to kill Yi Juanqing. Just as he was about to leave with Yao Suwan, a clear and melodious voice came from behind him. You're leaving just like that? You need to put on a good show. Just this scene alone isn't enough to prove anything. Second older sister still hasn't thought things through. Yao Moen lazily sat up from the pile of straw and plucked a few strands of straw from her body. You, how did you wake up? Yao Suwan looked at Yao Moen in shock, her eyes filled with shock. Stop wasting words with her. When Yi Liu saw that Yao Moen had gotten up, he immediately raised his sword to stab her. However, just as the tip of his sword was about to touch Yao Moen's throat, he stopped. "Prince!" Yao Suwan turned and cried out in shock. She suddenly felt a dull pain at the back of her neck, and then she lost consciousness. "Suwan! Yao Moen, what are you doing?" Yi Liu roared fiercely. "Give the pill to me." Yao Moen glanced coldly at Yi Liu, then took this soft fragrance pill from Yin Shui and walked in front of Yi Liu. "Who was it? Are you talking to me? Who sealed this prince's acupuncture point? Unseal it." Yi Liu really wanted to kill the person who had ambushed him, but unfortunately, that person's acupuncture technique was too strange. He couldn't break through it at all. Time is of the essence, so Moen will make it short. This pill is called soft fragrance pill. It's the most violent type of aphrodisiac. It will take effect in less than 5 minutes. As Yao Moen spoke, she forced the pill into Yi Liu's mouth. This soft fragrance pill will melt in your mouth. At that time, there's no need for Prince to hold on. Don't waste Moen's good intentions in front of you. Lu Xing, carry the esteemed prince back to Guan Osprey Palace. Yao Moen smiled coldly as a sea of flames appeared in her eyes. Once Lu Xing helped Yi Junqing out of the room, Yao Moen slowly walked over to Yao Suwan, who had been knocked out by Yin Shui, and gently untied her. "Yao Moen, you're despicable and shameless." Yi Liu suddenly understood Yao Moen's intentions and immediately cursed. If it wasn't for Prince, Moen really wouldn't be able to think of such a shameless method. However, this should be a good thing for Prince. Haven't you been lusting after my second older sister for a long time? Now that you can have a taste, you should be thanking Moen. As Yao Moen spoke, she took off Yao Suwan's outer clothes. "Yao Moen, take her away. Hurry." When Yi Liu saw Yao Suwan's smooth and fair skin, he suddenly felt a certain part of his body clamoring. Does Prince think that's possible? Yao Moen snorted disdainfully. In the end, she's still your second older sister. How could you have the heart to do this? Yi Liu clenched his teeth and veins bulged on his forehead. It was obvious that he was having a hard time holding himself back. She brought Moen here, but did it ever occur to her that Moen was her younger sister? Yi Liu, you're really funny. At a time like this, you're still shamelessly using the pretense of familial love. Don't you feel like you're slapping yourself in the mouth? Yao Moen abruptly tore off Yao Suwan's inner clothes to reveal a purple tube top to Yi Liu. The slightly protruding breasts almost caused Yi Liu's blood to boil. "I beg you, hurry and take her away." Yi Liu's face was completely red and his eyes were bloodshot. The last bit of reason he had left made him beg humbly. "Yi Liu, no matter what happens next, you shouldn't blame anyone because you were the one who set this up. Moen was merely giving you a taste of your own medicine. However, misfortune may be a blessing in disguise. This might not necessarily be a bad thing for you." Yao Moen coldly glanced at Yao Suwan. She had said before that no one could humiliate Zhong in front of her. "Yao Suwan, you brought this upon yourself. Unseal his acupuncture points at an appropriate time." Yao Moen withdrew her gaze and walked around Yi Liu as she ordered coldly. "Yes." Yin Shui nodded in response. Time would never stop for anyone. At this moment, Yi Liu felt all the blood in his body boil. His mind was completely blank. Right now, he only knew that he had to vent. He had to vent. "Your Majesty, my master is inside." Outside the room, Ming Yu hurriedly walked to the door. When Yi Hongyi approached, he fiercely pushed open the peeling door. Chapter 148. Ming Yu was dumbstruck by the scene in front of her. She had imagined that the scene behind the door would be unbearable, but she hadn't expected it to be this unbearable. Yi Liu was straddling Yao Suwan's body, his hands fiercely tugging on her jade legs as his body moved rhythmically. Yao Suwan's body trembled like a leaf in the wind. "So painful. Ah, king of you. Your Majesty. Let go. Hurry and let go. Ah." At practically the same time, Yao Suwan was shaken awake by Yi Liu's frantic movements. What entered her eyes was a shocking scene. Yi Liu was riding on top of her like a wild beast, and Yi Hongyi, her husband, was standing at the door, watching this scene unfold. What was going on? What was going on? Don't go. Yao Sulwan pushed Yi Liu away with all her might, but Yi Liu pulled her back. At this moment, Yi Liu's eyes were dark as his hands tugged on Yao Sulwan's clothes. When he saw the scene in front of Yao Sulwan's chest, his movements became even more intense. Impudent. Do you think we're dead? A voice that sounded like an icicle abruptly rang out. Yi Hongyi stared at it for a long time before he was able to catch his breath and violently charged into the room. Any man who saw their woman having an affair with someone else would have this kind of expression, let alone Yi Hongyi, who was a high and mighty monarch whose dignity could not be violated. The instant Yi Hongyi charged in, Yi Liu finally managed to extinguish the flames in his body. It was also at this moment that he was sent flying into a corner by Yi Hongyi's kick. He coughed up a mouthful of blood. Your Majesty, it was King of you who insulted this concubine. He was the one who coveted this concubine's beauty. Your Majesty, you have to help this concubine. Yao Sulwan quickly grabbed the clothes beside her to cover her body, then trembled as she prostrated at Yi Hongyi's feet. Tears and snot streamed down her face. Lowly woman. Just as Yi Hongyi was about to lift his foot, Yao Sulwan immediately hugged his legs. Your Majesty, this isn't this concubine's fault. The King of you had always coveted this concubine and had done bad things to this concubine several times. This concubine didn't dare to tell the emperor because she was afraid the emperor would be angry. However, who would have thought that he would actually knock this concubine unconscious? This concubine's body was weak. How could she be the King of you's match? Your Majesty, this concubine has been wrongly accused. Yao Sulwan understood Yi Hongyi too well. If she had allowed him to kick her, she would have died. In the corner of the wall, Yi Liu felt as if someone was viciously clenching his heart. This kind of thing wasn't what he wanted. He had never hoped that Yao Sulwan would stand by his side, but what made him disappointed was that Yao Sulwan immediately pushed all the blame onto him. It was as if he really was a perverted demon, an unforgivable beast. When Yao Sulwan saw Yi Hongyi's handsome face shrouded in dark clouds, she immediately glared at Yi Liu angrily. Yi Liu, you beast! Why did you harm this consort? Why? Say something. Could it be that you really want to see this consort being wrongly accused to death by the emperor before you'll be happy? Say something. Yao Sulwan shouted at the top of her lungs, her hands still tightly gripping Yi Hongyi's legs. At this moment, she only wanted to live. Imperial older brother. This subject younger brother has coveted consortly for a very long time. So long that this subject younger brother doesn't even know when it started. This subject younger brother has always wanted to accomplish something and then beg your Majesty to bestow consortly to this subject younger brother. But it's all this subject younger brother's fault. None of this has anything to do with consortly. For Yao Sulwan's sake, Yi Liu didn't mind taking all the blame. However, he had no time to explain that he and Yao Sulwan had been wrongly accused. The truth was right in front of his eyes. All explanations were just excuses. That would only make Yi Hongyi even angrier. Your Majesty, you heard it. The King of you admitted it himself. This matter has nothing to do with this consort. Yi Liu, you've caused this consort to suffer so much. Yao Sulwan only let go of Yi Hongyi's legs when she sensed that Yi Hongyi was gradually withdrawing his strength. She prostrated herself on the ground, sobbing uncontrollably. Yi Liu's heart was a complete mess as he looked at the woman kneeling on the ground. He hadn't hoped that Yao Sulwan would share his hardships, but he hadn't expected that Yao Sulwan would actually hit him while he was down. Actually, even if Yao Sulwan hadn't done this, he would still have done everything in his power to protect her life. Yi Liu, you truly are our good little brother. Someone, throw Yi Liu into the imperial prison. Await punishment. Yi Hongyi gritted his teeth as he spat out each and every word coldly. Your Majesty, this subject younger brother knows that this subject younger brother is guilty, but consortly is innocent. I beg your Majesty to spare her life. Even though Yao Sulwan was treating him so heartlessly, Yi Liu still didn't want anything to happen to her. In the face of death, he could understand Yao Sulwan's fear and cowardice. Yi Liu, you animal, why do you have to treat me like this? Why? Just as Yi Liu was being dragged past Yao Sulwan by the guards, Yao Sulwan suddenly charged forward and punched Yi Liu. When Yi Liu saw Yao Sulwan's cold and resolute eyes, his heart ached even more. This was the woman he had loved for 7 years. Was he wrong to love her? For the first time, Yi Liu questioned himself. Even after Yi Liu left, Yao Sulwan was still sobbing. She was extremely nervous. If Yi Hongyi really was this heartless, what would she do? Once Yi Liu was taken away, Yi Hongyi suddenly bent over and grabbed Yao Sulwan's chin with one hand, forcing her to raise her head to look at him. Your Majesty, this isn't this subject's consort's fault. It's the Yu King. Yao Sulwan's heart was taut and her tears flowed out. If Yi Hongyi really was this heartless, she would have no choice but to fight to the death. So what if he was the emperor? He still had his own taboos. Yao Sulwan had already prepared herself for the worst. Surprisingly, Yi Hongyi didn't say anything. After fiercely shaking off Yao Sulwan, he walked away viciously. The door creaked as Yao Sulwan panted heavily. Surviving a calamity didn't make her happy in the slightest. Her beautiful eyes were already filled with bone-piercing hatred. Yao Mowan, this consort is going to kill you. Kill you. In the shadows, when Yao Mowan saw Yi Hongyi leave with a vicious expression, the corners of her lips curled into a beautiful smile. In Shui, how did you manage to get something like soft fragrance pills in such a short amount of time? Yao Mowan turned to look towards In Shui with interest. Replying, Master, this subordinate made it at the last minute at the Imperial Hospital, reported In Shui truthfully. Yao Mowan immediately shot her a sidelong glance. You know how to make medicine? Yao Mowan was extremely shocked. This is a required course to become a hidden guard of the Yin clan, explained In Shui simply. Yao Mowan was instantly delighted. Obtaining In Shui's help was like obtaining divine assistance. It seemed that she would have to express her gratitude to Yin Nanxing one day. However, since Yin Nanxing was still brooding over it, Yao Mowan decided to nip this half-formed plan in the bud. It wouldn't be good if Yin Nanxing used her sincerity as a way to show off. When Yi Junqing woke up, the first thing he did was run to the main hall of Guan Osprey Palace. Prince is awake? When Yi Junqing walked in, Yao Mowan was playing with Jewel with a ball of string. What happened? This prince remembers entering the shack and seeing you lying there? Yi Junqing sighed in relief when he saw that Yao Mowan was fine, but then he immediately felt puzzled. Prince was almost charged with the crime of humiliating your brother and sister-in-law. Fortunately, Moan was protecting you. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to clear your name even if you jumped into the Yellow River. Yao Mowan threw down the ball of string in her hands and stood in front of Yi Junqing like a savior, waiting for him to thank her. Humiliating brother and sister-in-law. It was Yi Liu. This prince only knew that he was a boorish fellow. I didn't think that he would be this despicable. Yi Junqing frowned in realization. The despicable one wasn't him, it was Yao Sulwan. You were drugged by her. So they say that the more beautiful a woman is, the more malicious her heart is, reminded Yao Mowan with good intentions. Then did His Majesty see us? Asked Yi Junqing worriedly with a serious expression. You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.